Ni nini inatuzuia us from the Kenyan people in tendering the same offer? Give us the same offer, but we do not need a non-compete against Kenyan airports. You can develop the other airports, it's fine, but give us 50 years with the decreasing percentages over the years, so that after 50 years it is state-owned. But between these 50 years, let us invest in our airport. If you divide the 78 for layman's, kwa mtu wa kawaida, hii 78 billion tukigawia watu milioni 50, kila mtu anahitajika kutoa 1560. But tuseme haiwezekani because it's impossible to divide it amongst everybody. Let's form a consortium. Let everybody buy shares. Wacha mimi niuze ngamia nilete pesa hapo. Let somebody else do their business alete pesa hapo. But we need to take ownership of our institutions. The moment yule mama mboga na mtu wa kawaida ataelewa kuwa naweza nikaweka pesa yangu kwa nchi yangu, na at the same time I'm not only getting money but my country is being developed, I swear nobody will ever take us back to kabila ile upuzi ya mtu wetu sijui na nitatenga it's impossible because we are the investors. Kibaki aliuliza watu mnangoja nani awajengee nchi yenu? The Indians have developed India. The British have developed the UK. The Americans have developed America. Dubai 40 years ago was a desert. But the Arabs today, it is where everybody wants to go for holiday and business. Why? Kwa sababu wao walichukua initiative ya kujenga nchi yao because they loved it enough. Where you differentiate between what is personal and what is nationalistic. And every time, what is national supersedes what is personal. Look at what happened recently in Senegal. The Senegalese people backed Ibrahim Afei with 1, 2, 3 francs. Mama mboga yule jamaa boda boda, people bought into him. Hii siasa ya hii mambo ya kutegemea watu wengine. Look at what even the Adani did, how dirty it is. The shift thing ni yao, healthcare iko pande yao. Leo akiamua kuzima stima, they can do whatever they want. If they take over the airport, let alone the Ndarasha thing, we will lose kids any day, every day. Itakuwa the norm. So all I'm trying to say is we have the resources. The only difference ni hatujakubali. Wewe uko na shilingi 100, mimi niko na 1,000, mwenzetu pale ako na 800. It is just pulling these resources together. We put it in a consortium, put in a bid, let us manage, expand, do everything that is needed. And then we hire a private company to run the airport. Adani predicts that by 2040, they'll be earning $1.2 billion annually. And our percentage as the Kenyan people is 76 million. Tuko na laana. Why don't we get the same deal? Let us be the investors. What is stopping us? Because kuongea ukweli, we can call for meetings every day tulalamike. Oh, kuna shida huku. Oh, but what ownership are we taking of this narrative? In 50, 100 years time to come, what will be said about what we did today? Airport ilikuwa inauzwa, walishindwa kuraise cents. In reality, amongst us, because if we have shares and you know that you'll be getting your dividends, I don't see what is stopping us. It is just our love for this nation is not deep enough to enter our pockets. Thank you. Wasn't I audible? Ama mimi ndo sisikike yoti?
You are audible. You are totally audible. Thanks, actually. I was tweeting. Sorry for that. So I've had your contribution, like everyone has literally had it, and we adhere to every opinions we need to hear and see where or which we can implement. But they are highly appreciable. So thank you so much, and I want to give it to Sesco. Oh, Western. Where? Western. Guy Fafa. Western.
Thank you, Toria, for at least remembering me. Thank you so much.
Alafu guys, wait a minute, just take the shortest time as possible. You know, the moment we talk a lot of words, people tend to sleep. So kindly, you take 3 minutes, drop, come again. That way it will work better.
Okay, thanks, Toria. Toria, I want to address Redemptor. Redemptor talked about what I thought was controversial, that politicians, when they commit crime, they need a second chance. I'm not so sure whether that dispensation is extended to mere mortals, because the law has no buts, it has no ifs, it has no exemptions. The moment it does, then it's anarchy. Why would a politician accused of attempted murder or murder be given a second chance before they serve their term, before they appear in court? And why should it be that when they appear in court, the court grants them this very bizarre option of settling the matter out of court? Since when, in any normal jurisdiction, was murder or an attempted murder an issue that could be settled out of court? Since when? So are we really into justice, or we concerned about who commits crime and who the victim is? So if you're a person of status, you're a person of money, you're a person of wealth, we can waiver the law. But if you're an unknown quantity, then the law must punish you so heavily. I think that position is counter-revolutionary, because the rule of law is a guardrail. It's like when you're driving along the road, that guardrail, it guards you. If you run through it, you're going to fall into an abyss. That's like the rule of law. Once you knock it off, you are pushing the society into anarchy. It's like a bulwark against anarchy, dictatorship, lawlessness. So I don't know, really, honestly, it's counter-revolutionary for us to somehow give politicians free rein because they're important people. Then why are we hard on William Ruto? If we think that if some people commit crime, we can exempt them and tell them, go and talk to your victim. Can you build a house for them? How much money can you give them per month? Who gets that kind of dispensation? And for your information, murder, attempted murder, the complainant is the state. It's not the victim, it's the state. So you cannot say, no, I'm forgiving this person. Well, if they attempted to kill you. Now, what about the person who was killed? Does it mean they can't get justice because they're not there to speak for themselves in a court of law? No, it is incumbent upon the state to find justice for victims, especially of murder and attempted murder. The moment we start constructing sacred cows, this is a sacred cow, don't touch him, hands off, then we should not have a problem with the judge who is now complaining that his security has been withdrawn because of sentencing the acting Inspector General Police. Because the acting Inspector General Police is a big person, in quotes. They are above mere mortals, they are above the law. So when they commit a crime, well, it's up to them. Whether they should appear before court, whether they should go to jail. We can't have that kind of a society. Honestly, we can't. So if you're committed to a Kenya that works for everyone, irrespective of the money they have, irrespective of their titles, irrespective of their wealth, we must insist that the rule of law applies even-handedly, impartially. Otherwise, we're not doing any justice to ourselves. Honestly, it's imperative. I was disturbed that they require a second chance. Didmas Baraza and all sorts of people a second chance. Well, then what about people, ordinary people who commit a crime? Are they told, go home and think about it, whether you can come to court or whether you can start serving your jail term? For those who subscribe to Christianity, even Moses, that God, had a special place for him. When he did not follow instructions, he did not make it to the promised land. David, special place before God. When he did not do as expected, he was punished. So why do we expect people who commit crime not to be punished? Because they are mheshimiwa, they are big people. I think we must perish that kind of a thought. It's counter-revolutionary. It's going to sink deeper our country into anarchy, chaos, and lawlessness. We cannot afford. We have enough of that now. We must push back. So I think it was a very problematic thing to say, and I felt it's imperative that I raise that. We can't be fighting for justice, for freedom, for the rule of law, for a government that is responsive to the interests and aspirations of the people of Kenya. And at the same time, we calibrate Kenyans into these are special people. These are ordinary people. These ones are honorable members of parliament. These are just, mere jobless young people. We can't have that kind of a society. A class-caste kind of system? No, we cannot afford it. Leave that to India, not here in Kenya. That's where there's a caste system. Thank you so much, Toria. Pleasure.
Okay, welcome. But I don't know if it's to correct you or say this. I think there is a point you made about the IG that he is above the law to some extent. I think in Kenya we are all ruled by one law, and that's our constitution. And not even the president himself is above the law. Everybody is below that law, and that's why we keep insisting that our constitution should be followed to the letter, because it's the one which is ruling us, and nobody is special. And when it comes to accountability matters or being held for judicial services or whatever, everybody is under the law. When we say they are above the law, it's kind of we say they are above judicial matters, and they are the ones who are controlling the judiciary, and the judiciary should adhere to their demands or submissions, kind of things. No. That one, it's not actually correct literally, because everyone in this country is below the law, and the judiciary is one arm of government that should be left to stand and be guided on its own, to do its work on its own. I don't understand why even the government leaders or members, politicians are invading into trying to penetrate because of some petty issues, because they want the people who are siding with them to be favored when it comes to justice matters, when it comes to accountability issues. What's the work of it then if they are gonna listen to these people? So Masingeli should go ndani, akae hata 6 months ni kidogo bana. These niggas should be given years hapo ndani. So for that,
Toria, I think you didn't get me. I think you did not hear me, and I think the people on the platform did get me, I suppose. What I said is this. Let me come again. I said, if we can say, let's say, Babu Owino, Didmas Baraza, or any politician accused of egregious, violation of the law, then they must be given a second chance before they are taken before an impartial court of law, prosecuted, and if found guilty, sentenced. Then, in the same breath, we should not have a problem with the acting Inspector General of Police for defying summonses to appear before the court, and for defying the sentence, and for intimidation against the judge who made the ruling. That's what I said. So if you come up with exemptions, buts and ifs regarding the rule of law, then you will not have a problem with these big people, so-called, when they break the law, because they're expected not to submit to the rule of law. The rule of law is only meant for mere mortals who don't hold big positions, don't have money, don't have wealth. That's what I meant. I did not say that he should not go to jail. I did not say that for him defying summonses to appear before court was desirable. In fact, I've condemned it. That's what I said. So you mischaracterized what I said.
Okay. Thank you for that submission. And I think as far as that Masiangeli or whatever is concerned, also Didimas Baraza, I remember he hindered the EACC, whatever, court when they called him and he ignored, not once, not twice. He should also be held accountable. I think our judicial it's biased in a way, it's favoring some side in a way, because ebu sahi redempta iba kuku bana watakuchukua hadi shimo yenye utakuwa na utalala nyumbani hiyo siku. But some mere individuals are working free of charge, like, you know, this Kenya is for few people. No, Kenya is for all of us, and we need to be fair. Like, for once, let's be fair. Let's push that thing of being fairness, enhancing fairness in our country, and justice, accountability. Yeah. So, Baha, is your mic good?
Toria,
Yeah,
have respect to your elders. You don't have to address Redemptor as Redemptor. Is your aunt, is your mom. Have respect to your elders. Anyway, but Prince.
Okay, I'm sorry. I never meant that. Like, I just used the name Guy KOT. I'm sorry, Redemptor. Okay, sasa nimuite Auntie Redemptor.
I have a right to address after my name was mentioned in the previous speaker. So just give me, once the speakers have spoken, I'll...
Ebu niambie nafaa nikuite Auntie Redemptor ama, because KOT hapa
hata jina sio shida. KOT kama umeniembrace kama auntie, Tori is still warming up to me. I'm just saying, because my name was mentioned, because I brought something controversial, I wanted to address it. So naona the real Joe is here to tell us about the vampires in State House. So wakishaongea, I'll come back and address why I brought that story up.
Okay, thank you, Auntie Redemptor. Baha, is your mic good now? Haki Joe, what?
Sure. Iko sawa.
KOT cheza kama wewe, guy, na mwache kucheka. KOT, you just came out of nowhere. Anyway, ni sawa tu. So, nitapea the real Joe. Sesko was here before. Sesko, pick it up.
Guys, can you hear me? Kama unanisikia nipe 100. So if you can hear me, give me 100, Toria. So Toria, nasikia kucheka ukituambia let us be fair and stuff. We are the wrong audience. If I kutuambia tuache kuwa fair. There are people who are not fair wako hapa. Another thing, you're saying the constitution, no one is above the constitution. Hizo ni stories za jaba. We all know these niggas are always above the constitution. So basically, you are just educating us to go more loyal to constitution. But either way, tunajua the people who are supposed to be told about this. I think staki kurant, it's too early to start ranting. But comrades, tumegoma bado, tuendi shule. So I think this is the best opportunity tunafaa tukuja na setup na strategy yenye tutafuata as young people tujue venye kuta happen. Because if you're waiting for 2027, don't tukuje tupigane na huyu jamaa. Man, tutakuja ku lose. This guy is a political scientist. Mse ni mjanja sana. And there is no way atakuja kufail. 2027 hizi spaces zitaendelea tu. By the end of it all, he will accomplish Kenya nataka. History ya Adani, whatever here. Any story ya private, whatever. Ni investment zao na wamo bazu, big boys. We all know that. I think Kenya tunafaa tuna discuss hapa. It's venye tutatokea tuende hiyo airport. Venye tutafanya, what you're going to do. Actually, if you're going to keep on ranting here, saying this and this and this, these guys wanna celebrate tu huko. Wakisema wacha wapige kelele. We all know how this thing is going to end. Another thing is about unity. Mimi nashindwa wenye watu wanafanya vitu zao. Morara kwa peke yake, KOT, and then these other guys that Kumondi hawa sijui nani. We don't have unity. Kila mtu anataka tu kufight on his own. If we continue that way, it's a weapon. When you're not united, man, it's a weapon for the enemy. Anajua venye sasa atawapata moja. I think that's for me. Victoria?
Yes. Okay, Sesco, thank you for your contribution. But actually umesikia wakisema the university students bado wanaendelea na fees must fall. Bana, hii serikali haitaki tupumue, kila pahali imefinya kufinya. So acha tusikie anti-redemptor for the respect of our elders, then tutaendelea. Real Joe atapick it from there. Real Joe, najua wewe unawakanga. So anti-redemptor, kindly.
Okay, thank you. I know I brought up something that is very controversial. I want to point out the reason why I do that is I've never met the Mheshimiwa Babu Owino. I've never met his victim, the DJ, but I know someone who knows him personally. I want to mention a few names. I want to talk about O.J. Simpson. It's a matter that we knew for sure. If you listen to all the submissions that he likely would kill that lady. He went on to have a long life of adventure and drama and bad things that he did. So eventually, even if the law does not catch up with you, life does. But there are situations in law where I don't believe in maslaha, which is what is practiced in Northeastern, and it's an injustice when it's defilement, it's rape, and people settle out of court. I don't believe. I do not have all the facts about what happened in this case. The only thing I would appeal to anybody who gets it's a very emotive subject, is have we ever considered the victim's point of view? What would have happened to the victim if he was not acquitted? I do not know what happened. There are 3 cases I can tell you for free because I did prison ministry in this country. There are 4 cases I can mention. One is a woman who went to the river, and when she came back, she found her husband with a lover. And she picked a piece of wood and hit her on the back of the head, and the woman died. When this woman was telling me her story in Langata Women, she said elders met and agreed that that was bad luck. It's called mbanga. But the law prevailed over our traditional laws. Our traditional laws would have settled that matter and said this woman had no intention of hurting this woman that she found in her house in an afternoon doing things in the bedroom. So Western, I know about the laws of Kenya, but I'm just saying for this particular case, I do not like people to become very emotive until you've met the victim. The other case I would like to mention is a case of a woman who was walking. Coincidentally, these cases are all from Kitui. She was walking and she was very hungry and she met a young boy carrying bread. I don't know if she asked for the bread. She grabbed it. The boy fell, broke his hand. The woman was charged with murder, attempted robbery, and is serving time in Langata. And that case I want to bring to your attention is a very controversial case. I do not approve for reparation justice. I do not know if that is what happened in the case of Babu Owino. What I know for a fact is that that victim lives a better life because of reparation justice. Again, I say I do not justify. I do not know what happened there. I do not approve of let us forgive someone because they are an MP. I am like, in the case of why are we putting this other guy and this one in the same sentence? What was involved? I had mention of drugs. I had all this. The other example I want to give you happened in Magarini in Kilifi County. A boy was walking with a friend from school and a vehicle passed, a private car, and one boy pushed the other boy. And it was too late. The vehicle had not truly passed, and that child was mashed by that car to death. I'm just saying I brought a very controversial subject. I wish I had not brought it up. I'll finish with the last example. There was a case that made headlines in this country of a man called Wambua. I'm going to mention his name because the case was very big. 10 million people watched that case of a man who had been accused of defilement or incest with his daughter. People were so angry. How could this woman have framed the husband? It was done by a very big media personality in this country in a very big media channel, and it took Kenyans, and people were so emotional. I always think, what is the other story? What is the other story that is not being told? The only journalist who had the courage to do the other side of this story was a young man who is battling with the mental health issues, Kimani Mbogwa. He is the only person who looked for that woman and interviewed her. I was the other person who looked for that woman and interviewed her. I talk to that woman frequently. And in my heart of hearts, I know Mr. Wambua was guilty. And it's just a matter of time before he offends again. So Western, I don't want us to go back and forth. I am not justifying reparation justice in this case. I know people personally at a very personal level who know the victim of this shooting, attempted murder. I know, and so I'm recusing myself from discussing it further. I'm just saying the law is not cast in stone. I am not excusing politicians who do commit murder. I do not know what happened in the Kilifi case, in the case of Aisha Juma. All those are murders. And the other one is an attempted murder. I do not want to cry more than the bereaved. I do not know why the judge made the ruling. I just said some of these cases are so emotive. We like to use them. We politicize them. We discuss them. It might help to listen to the other side of the story and say, why would you, what is your take about this person who got away with murder? I'm just saying. Mr. Wambua is out there. He was released because of the court of public opinion decided the medical records that were obtained from a very reputable medical institution were wrong. They decided the judge was wrong. They decided everything and people felt emotive. This girl, I will not tell you, that is a story I'll tell another day. So Western, do not, I mean, it's not an argument between me and you. Maybe I've made the mistake to bring that example here. I'm just saying the law is a nurse. The law is not cast in stone. I do not know all the circumstances of this case, except that man and that man, wanajua waliongea nini. The parents, everybody. It's not allowed in Kenya. Does it happen? It happens. The last example I'll give you is every time we do a case of sexual assault in this country, when it's a 30-year-old man, like a case I've dealt with, who defiled his 13-year-old sister and she conceived, and I pursued that case. When it is that age bracket, it's black and white. This is an adult who defiled a child. But when you find a 16-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl, that becomes a very complicated case. I'm leaving it there. Turudi kwa Ruto must go. Asanteni.
Thank you, Sana Anti-Redemptor. I really appreciate you made some good injections. Yeah. So, Western, I hope umesikia. We're not going back and forth between you and...
Sorry.
No, Aki Western, please, kindly.
Before I just knock off, just one. Oh my.
Please, kindly.
Sorry, just...
Hold it there. Relax. Acha auntie hata apumue. So,
Bana, pea Western nini, pea Western mic. Redemption kuna mambo anasema tuelewani. Mpatia Western tafadhali.
Sesko, just see you Tulia.
Yeah, thank you so much, KOT and Toria. Thank you. Toria, one, I will make an impassioned plea to my fellow countrymen and women on this platform. For the longest time, we've been a society that sides with perpetrators as opposed to victims. For the longest time. That's what the state does, and because the state does that, the rest of the society tends to believe that that's normal. So what is supposed to be normalized, stigmatized, becomes normal. Well, I would just ask you a question. Just mull over it. Why a person was earning a livelihood and is now dependent on people, why that person would be said is leading a better life? No, just think about that. It's leading a better life. Somebody who was earning a livelihood could take care of themselves. Now they're paraplegic, they're paralyzed, and they depend on how that could be even be described as a better life. It shows how callous we are as a society. Very callous. Look at Abduba, the person who ran for president in Kenya, I think twice or how many times. If this person had done what they tried to do in the US, I can put it to you. You are on this platform. Our judicial system would have first focused on his status as a former presidential candidate. In another jurisdiction, America, that when it's convenient, we cite them, we borrow from them, even the Constitution, but we leave the culture. We just want this paper. No, the couldn't care less about your status. You are accused of stalking a woman. You are accused of defying, restricting orders. You go to jail. And how many years? Not 6 months. Not 2 years. Well, almost a decade. No, so I'm saying, if we want to be a functioning society, let us not debate about things that in other societies that value human life would be clearly an open and closed case. It's an open and closed case. You've taken alcohol, you are behind the wheel, you run over people. That's manslaughter. You're going to go to jail. And how many years? In many you can go to jail for as long as 20 years. For driving while you're drunk and you kill people. So here we say, no, but he was drunk, he didn't know what he was doing. Okay, you carry a gun around, you're a gun holder, there are rules and regulations on what to do with your gun. You don't follow those rules, you cause loss of life, you will go to jail. It is one of these platforms where I gave the example of a father in Georgia, US, as we speak now. Their son went to school with the father's gun and killed 2 teachers, 2 students. As we speak now, that boy who is 14, it's not even an adult, 14, is facing life sentence without the option of parole. And the father is facing, almost 108 years in jail for carelessly handling a firearm, such that the boy had access to the firearm, went to school and killed people. So please, let us not trivialize human life. We've done that in Kenya for so long. Let us not debate about human life. When people have died, people are almost killed, and then we start debating, we don't know the merits of the case. No. Why don't we know the merits of the case? Because the judiciary has done what is called a travesty of justice. They have aborted justice. In which judicial system would an accused be given the option to go and talk to the victim and settle out, find out how you can settle this matter? In which judicial system? Tell me. Would a victim of attempted murder be asked before a court of law to testify, and then the victim says, no, they didn't see the accused shooting them? Okay, so if you don't see a person shooting you, does that mean you don't deserve justice? The soul of the Republic of Kenya. This fight is for the soul of the society called Kenya. And if we don't realize that, well, we're engaged in a futile exercise, because the people we fight against, we're ranked against, have no regard for human life, they have no regard for your property, they have no regard for your future, they have no regard for the future of your children. What they only care about is money, wealth, status, and power. We cannot place these people on a pedestal as our role models. They can't be our role models. So that's my caution. Without knowing the merits of this case, I'm saying for the longest time we have victimized people that we are supposed to get justice.
Wind up, please. Wind up.
Yes, we're victimized people that we're supposed to stand with. We dare not entrench that culture of impunity. Thank you.
Okay, Anti-Redemptor, nimeona umeinua mkono, mjibu dakika 2, then from there turudi kwa Anguka na Ruto.
It's a minute. Actually, there's no justification, there's no better life when you've been paralyzed. I know in the case I gave an example of O.J. Simpson, when he was acquitted, they still went and sued and they settled a civil case against it. There is no perfection in law anywhere in the world. Even that America, we have many cases I can give example. I am not justifying. I'm all for victims. I do victim advocacy. It's just that we mention this matter in a very casual way. Has anybody ever taken time to go and visit the DJ and ask him how his life is? I know someone who has. Because I had no access to him, I reached out to him. I do not justify attempted murder. But I'm just saying, let's not use real life examples to give examples when we don't know the backstory. There's civil jail. There's the civil matters that are settled even in murder cases. Asante.
Haya, hiyo story tuachie hapo, twende kwa Religio. Turudi sasa kwa Anguka na Ruto. Religio, alafu kutoka wewe twende kwa Sesco.
Nakuja. Sawa. Okay. Okay. How are you guys? I can see it is
We are good, bro.
a bit heated here. The issue of, anyway, I don't want to talk about it. So, hata point zangu zimesambaratika na hiyo discussion, but I will try and put them together. First of all, the main, I think I'll borrow some of the ideas from previous speakers who have spoken before. And the first thing I'm going to say is the main problem that we are facing as a country is not actually from the top. It is bottom up. Sorry to use that word, even though it gives people headache. It is bottom up. I think maybe Western has tried to insinuate the same. He has talked about the same. The problem starts from us, the society in us. I look back to our traditional ways of doing things, and I look at our African tradition, the African traditional society, how we used to punish wrongs, how we used to deal with issues then in the African traditional way. And you look at that, it is supposed to, because the idea was, the Western culture was that the African ways of doing things were primitive somehow. I don't know. But if you look at it keenly, you find that we draw almost literally everything from the African, the fundamental African values. And they're shared across the board, whether be it whichever culture you're coming from, but the base is the same. What do I mean by this? In the African traditional society, the head of the home, who is the father, is the first leader, is the first political leader. I think at least from where I come from, I can say that. The head of the home, who is the father, is the first political leader. How is their father? And elders would do that. The elder generation will tell you that so many times. They would try to find out, how is this family, these children are misbehaving. They are from which family? They are from family of so and so. How does their father behave? Then they try to analyze and say, oh, maybe they have not been taught well. And that is where I draw my first point. Like I said, the problem starts bottom up. How are we raised? How are we been doing things? In the recent past, we've grown up knowing that questioning authority is something that is wrong. And it is even wrong to question people in authority. And that's why some of the older generation, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, have still not come to terms with the new movement led by the younger generation. Like they're wondering, why are you questioning literally everything that the president is trying to do? For example, myself, when the president went to Germany, there are these groups that we have, family and things like that. So, in these family groups, I'm seeing some of the people circulating the links that right now there are opportunities that Kenyans will have. Like over 250,000 Kenyans will have opportunities to go and work in Germany. So these things are being spread around WhatsApp groups, Za Familia, and the things like that. So I asked one of my older uncles, so why are you spreading this and this? So we engage ourselves, and he's wondering, why am I trying to like, he's feeling like I'm trying to oppose this, yet it's a good thing, it's a new opportunity for people and things like that. He's wondering. But then today morning, we're having the same conversation, and I tell him, you remember what we were discussing yesterday? You now see what is happening today. Have you seen the dailies? It is now appearing that actually there's nothing like 250,000 Kenyans to go to Germany. That's the first thing. Germany did not say 250,000 Kenyans, number one. So they're clarifying that on their end. So the president lied. I don't know where he got the figures. He cooked them. He normally dreams figures for him. I don't know. He knows how to dream. He knows how to come up with figures. So he came up with a figure of 250,000. Germany has denied that. Even so, Germany said, we are going to allow skilled labor in Germany, but in turn, they are going to deport illegal immigrants. And that is a key point that people need to understand, that as they already have a problem there that has been cooking, and they want to return people. And in this deal that has now been officiated by the president himself, they are going to be deporting Kenyans back. So is that something that, so you see why we are arguing about literally everything? Yes, because we don't see any good in every decision that this person makes. So I find it very difficult sometimes trying to convince. I'm told the airport, do we need to develop an airport? Someone even makes a very funny argument trying to compare Kenya to Rwanda. Don't ever do that. I'll just be very, very bad today and say, if you just try to think that way, you're stupid. Rwandan airport is owned by 60% owned by Qatar Airways. Qatar Airways is owned by Qatar. So Qatar government owns Rwandan airport. Who wants 60% of it? Who wants that? Nobody wants that. So what then do we want? We as a people, we want leadership that makes decision that is actually, and this is something that I saw in a previous space, we discussed in a previous space on Sunday, yesterday actually. We want a leadership that is transformative, has a transformative agenda. Okay? So why don't we always get a leadership that has transformative agenda? And this thing recurs every time, every now and again. Why don't we do this? If you look at our constitution, and this is an example I've given before. If you look at our constitution, each and every chapter from chapter 1, going from the preamble, going down, okay, all the chapters, for me, those chapters have been arranged in an hierarchy. And therefore, chapter 1 is the most important. Then chapter 2, then chapter 3. If you come down like that, you come to chapter 6. The first thing, the Constitution talks about leadership and integrity first. Then after chapter 6, it goes to now representation. But before we talk about representation, we must look at integrity of leadership. Before the Constitution goes, the drafters of the Constitution talked about representation. They first had to put an entire chapter of the Constitution to just address matters of integrity and leadership. It was not by chance they did that. Therefore, when we are now given a chance to select, to exercise our powers as the people, to select those who are supposed to represent us. And by the way, represent us. And if you read chapter 6, if you read article, I think 74, it says these are supposed to be leaders. And therefore they do not have power to rule over the people. That is chapter 6, article 74. Go and read it. It gives leaders power to lead, not to rule over the people. So when we are given now the opportunity to select those who are going to represent us through an election, which is a democratic process, we must have gone through chapter 6. And that's why some people are raising issues. Like we've had concerns here and there, people saying, maybe we have Babu Owino, we have someone who is a young leader. Yes, there are people who have had reservations. And I've heard that from Western. Even me, I have reservations. Like this is someone who has been convicted for something, even if it is attempted, I mean, that is not integrity. That is not a leader for me. That is not my leader. We need to ensure that anytime we don't need to sympathize with the leaders because this person, now the other person is doing well. No, that is not the entire point. We miss it. When you just do that, that is the first mistake we do as a people. We ignore simple things. Just the simple things. That is the first mistake we do. Then when the person gets to that position of representation, they do not represent you as you require. Okay? Then if you look at the next chapter in the Constitution after representation, it goes to the legislature, then executive, then judiciary. That means the legislature is highly ranked than the executive. And even so, the Constitution gives the legislature more powers than even the executive. But we have been made to believe that the president is powerful. No, the parliament National Assembly has clearly stipulated in the Constitution, okay? Article 95, it gives the National Assembly the powers to review the conduct of the president, deputy president, and other state officers. Therefore, they have been given power. And why are they given these powers? And the drafters of the Constitution knew this. Why do they give these powers to the legislature? Because if we come back to the previous chapter, we have selected them to represent us. Okay? We have given them the power to represent us. Therefore, they represent us, and they're supposed to represent us in reviewing the conduct of the president, deputy president, and state officers. Do they do that? No. As soon as we elect them, as soon as we give them the power to represent us, they turn against us. They regroup and turn against us. But why do they even regroup in the first place? Because I go back to chapter 6. We missed the points. Leadership and integrity. Look at chapter 6, what it requires. It sets very, very high standards for leaders who are supposed to be leading Kenyans. It sets very high standards. And therefore, sometimes we let them skip some of these standards, and we let them know because he's Babu Owino, no, because he's who, because he's so and so, no, let's just allow them. Let's just allow them because no. Those points that we miss, that is where the rain starts beating us from. That is where the problem starts. Okay? So if you look at that hierarchy of the Constitution, it is not by chance that happened. It is not by chance that the legislature was given the power to oversee the president, to review the conduct of the president. And if the legislature was working in Kenya currently, the president should have gone home kitambo. He has literally contravened every chapter of this Constitution. In fact, he has contravened every chapter, and he is now contravening each and every article one by one now. He's done with all the chapters in general. Now he's doing it one by one, step by step, dragging our Constitution in mud. But who is to blame? We are saying Parliament is to blame. But who put the members of Parliament there? We were given the chance to select those who are supposed to represent us. But we gave the wrong people the opportunities. And that is why we have the problem. And I'm not going to continue blaming us, because we are now woke. And that's why this movement arose. We are now woke. And therefore, step by step, we are educating each other through these spaces, through any other forums. And as we continue educating each other, let us, moving forward, not have any sympathy to someone who is supposed to serve in public office. Let us become, for the first time, become very selfish with decision making when it comes to representation. Let us do that. Let us not care who we are, even if this person is not known as popular as who, but we know they meet all the requirements of chapter 6. Let's give them a chance. Any person who does not meet requirement of chapter 6, they will always have a problem. And integrity is a key issue. That is the key issue that we are suffering in our country. As I yield, the most, and one of the things that we are being treated to right now, and we have also some of previous speakers have talked about it. I'm seeing the judge security being withdrawn, things like that. It is so wrong, and we should not condone that. But the judiciary also should eat their skunk. In one way, they make rulings that do not really go well with the people. In the other way, they make rulings, then they cry foul. They should eat their skunk. Thank you very much.
Haya, huyu ni the real Joe. Mesikia vile amewaka moto. Twende kwa Sesco alafu tuje kwenye Ulamu. Naona amenyesha mkono hapo sana. Cisco, you can proceed.
Manisikia, give me 100 nione kama mnanisikia. So
Yeah.
really, the real anaongea kitu na make very good sense. Napenda the real venye ana reason out. When we come to voting, I don't know what happens. Hii ufala ya kusema tutapea mtu wetu, it will always fuck us. Kabisa. Some of these people, they don't know even what you are talking about. Sijui chapter 6. Kuna wao my MPs, they don't care. They don't even know what is that chapter 6. I don't know what happens ikifika time ya voting. People goes there, mtu anaenda pale anaangalia naona majina hata anaona acha nipee mtu wetu tu. Because either way, hata tukipea huyu ataenda tu kufanya mambo yake. So that's the selfish part of it. I think ndio inafaa tunaangalia. But what I'm more into, it's about venye these people who are not talking about this whole thing. Mi nashindwa, where do people get peace? Sai help imekuja venye imekuja ndo inafanya watu wasiende kwa street. I wonder. Services za help ni kama favor hawa watu wanatufanyianga. If you get a problem, even ya kuchange email yako kwa hiyo portal ya help, you must go to the lazima uende kwa offices zao huko Tower University Towers. A very simple thing yenye unaweza ifanyia kwa simu yako. Wewe ukitaka kuchange email yako kwa simu, you can change right now. But ya help, a very small thing, lazima uende huko na upange line na mkoa watu kama dhao, mpatiwe mpaka ticket numbers, ndio mngojeni. Yani inakuwa process nyingine hata it makes sense. We have a lot to deal with in this country. I wonder why people even have peace in this country. Vitu kama za Adani, mtu hata ana adabu. If anaweza enda hadi aanze hiyo story after watu wanaomboleza mpaka saa hii watu wenye wamekufa. Anapata audacity ya wapi kuna kukaa chini kufikiria mambo ya airport. Watu wakiwa na huzuni, watu wamekufa. This man is something else. What you're supposed to be doing now ni strategy tuko tunatafuta na tukue unity. That is one thing that I'm preaching about. So that 2027 ikifika ikue whatever we've been doing now imekuwa na fruit. Either way we will be talking here, but 27 ikikuja vitu zinaenda mrama. Friends.
Yes, nakusikia bro. Cisco, endelea, umemaliza? Haya, twende kwa Nyolamo. Nyolamo, tu.
Hey. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for giving me this golden chance. Look, I just wanted to piggyback on most of these speakers here. Everybody seems like is saying the very right thing. I really concur with what the real said. The real really hit it. I couldn't agree with him more. Now just to piggyback on him, he talked on one thing here that we needed leaders with integrity. I do say we need leaders that has duty and integrity, because duty to me is doing the right thing even without being told. Now we have a bunch of fools as MPs there that really go in there, and when you see them in the crowd, they are either dancing. It's nice to dance, but they dance, they show us the skills on how to dance. But when it goes into parliament, none of them even propose anything. Nothing. Nobody leaves that place with a legacy. Nobody even says, I pushed in this thing here, and now this bill is into action. Nobody. I have an MP who has never done anything. So, yes, duty and integrity really matters a lot. I like Babu Owino. I used to like Babu Owino, but what the real say there is tainted. Guys, any single time you want very good leadership. Leadership, what is leadership to us? To me, I feel like leadership is having the skill to influence others to do the right thing or to do what is right without even following them. Basically, trying to influence people, to be in the right shape. Now, if I have a leader that can easily pull a weapon and kill somebody or shoot at somebody, let's say not killing, now, and goes through without even going through the normal law channel and being found guilty, then I think that is not a leader to me. That is somebody who is influencing me also to get into bad habits. You see this? And also start doing this and creating a more chaotic environment. So when it comes to leadership, let's vet. Once you've been found with corruption, our laws should be, I'm sure, tailored well to stop those people that have been found with corruption not to be our leaders anymore, especially looking for the top office. Sorry to say, the guy we are fighting right now for all these years was found with so many allegations. You know, he even went to The Hague, he even came back, he even was found with so many land cases which were found not, acquired in a very unusual way. But just because he could say something small and people wanted that, he got elected. While technically, the law should have stopped him from doing that, because all those things he was doing, well, he did them, but he never did them as the president. So he should have been blocked from even contesting. So as I hear many of these things coming up and all kind of these things here, they really cited the chapter 6. I urge each and everyone to be looking at these things here. When Mandamano started, Genz were on the right track and Ruto was succumbing to all the pressures. Guess what happened? We were told that MPs that voted for the finance bill were going to be recalled, especially in the ODM side. None of them have been recalled. Instead, some of them even went back to, trying to get to bed with the corrupt government. So it was just kind of like to calm people down. It was a way to divide us, and they managed to divide us. And now that's where we are. So we are kind of like, oh, this and that, this and that, this and that. If you look at the current problem in the central area right now, everybody is now trying to be divided that let's go to Kindiki. Kindiki was fired for incompetency and rehired for his incompetency. Now, Kindiki is being looked at to kick Rigathi, even though I don't like all of them, to kick Rigathi. And guess what? People are buying this. People are like, oh yeah, I see how people are arguing. Like, I think Kindiki is better, or I think Rigathi, even people that were supposed to be tribeless, I've seen them trying to take sides. These are all tactics to divide you, dilute your brains, dilute your vision right now for the 2027. And then before you know it, we are voting in people with immoral characters, people who are corrupt, people who are doing the same things that we are trying to fight for. And Kenya is not going anywhere. And by the way, we talk of our laws. Personally, I think Kenya has got no laws. Why do I say this? We inherited the laws from the British people. We should have tailored our laws, like Tory just abolished the laws and said, we are doing away with our constitution and we are going to write a new constitution. That befits the Kenyans. A constitution that is based on our practices, a constitution that is based on what we believe in. We are just doing the amendments of what the British people did at that time to put them into power and make us be slaves there. And that is what we are doing. And right now, you even go to the village, they still believe that a white man still has the best skills. A white man is still this and that. A white man is, because their laws really undermined anything black, but gave a lot of praises to anything white. And we keep on working on these things here. You see us running to the West, doing all these things. Anything we want to do to the government, we are running to the West. We need money to do this. We are Adani's case here. It's just a few billions. How many billionaires in Kenya did you see the other day? Even though they got them in a corrupt way, how many billionaires are existing in Kenya? Even Ruto himself, he could have taken that, given the air, whatever, JKIA, that loan, and then get the profits back, rather than now trying to give it to an Indian way, because you know why? They're investing through that Indian guy. So they are bringing in a foreigner to take it up, preparing for their retirement in future so that they get their residual from the Indian guy. So I think we need to nail this down like yesterday. These guys are going to put us in a ditch that we will never ever. And you guys are very bright. You guys came up with an idea. It was almost there. But then everything just died. Why? Because of the division. They know how to play their politics because we are based so much. We are so much buried into tribal. So much buried into ethnicity that once you bring it, then that's it. The low people, many of them now don't see any reason to even try this because they have just been given something very small, a minister. A minister's made a community just to be like, I'm not bothered. And this is not doing anything. The ministry thing is just helping Mbadi's pockets, Raila's pockets, Ida's pockets, nobody else. It's not bringing anything. But guess what? Just because that alone, it's a name. A name is not anything to bring on the table. Bring something that we can actually look at. What are you doing? You know? So I totally agree with all that has been said. What the real said, I think, is very, very practical. If we start looking at, even if it's your brother, and you know your brother is a murderous guy, don't elect that guy. Even if he's giving you money, he's helping you, don't elect that guy to be a leader. Just tell him, I love you as a brother, but if you're going to be a leader, that you are wrong somewhere here. You need to start pointing wrongs even to your own mom, the person you love most. Because if you love her most, then let her know where she's wrong at. But if you're letting her go wrong just because she's your mom, and no matter what, she's my mom, just tell her, Mom, I love you, but here you are wrong. I think then Kenya will start going somewhere very far. That's all I need to share now.
Meongea fit sana bro. Tuende kwa Hussein, alafu from there tuende kwa Hana. Hana amekaa muda mrefu sana hapa. Hana naitwa Hana Nderitu. Hussein, you can proceed bro. Hussein, are you there? Okay, huyu ni kama amedrop. Hana Nderitu, are you there?
Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you very much. You know, we women, we are always multitask. We call it multitask. We think of so many things at the same time. And I've been listening to you guys since in the morning. I was there for another thing the other time. Yesterday, I've been always around. But I think now it's time where we stop complaining. Tumefika kikomo. Because yesterday I was talking to my dad, very old mzee, and he likes what we do. But the problem is, sasa consistent yenu ni nini mumefanya? Okay, I understand there are those who are doing civic education, and that is good. But we need a concrete project. As per now, the only concrete project we have is JKIA. We can do the other things. I'm not saying we cannot do the other things. But once we have launched a project with the Adani, with the airport, itaendelea. Kuna watu watakuwa wakifanya behind the scenes some other things. Yani tunapanua mabawa. For the moment, kuna mtu mmoja tu ndio ameongea juu ya hii story, ni Farah, about the consortium. And I don't know how far Farah has gone, and nobody has taken him serious. Actually, I think mali amefika ni mali the whistleblower alikuwa amefika. Yani anasema something, but we are not taking him serious, or we are taking him serious, but we do not know from where to start. So I think this thing has to be done. Consortium has to be put on. I've looked at the information. It's not that complicated. And we start start chipping in. Once it is done, itakuwa very easy to save that JKIA issue. Hata tuseme tunaweka pesa yote na tuwapatie hawa wase wenye already wako JKIA, they deal with the problem and they do themselves the whole thing. Ni pesa tu tunawapatia, let them do it. Hawezi iba kwa sababu kama ni kitu imewekwa kwa mchanga, kuna vile tutakuwa tukisema wanasema pesa inatolewa kwa sababu hii nani contractor huyu, hao ndio watachagua, watajua the right people at the right time, who are they to deal with. We just give them the money, we stop dealing with that bullshit ya Adani, because this thing is killing us. It's overtaking even our memory, knowing that our airport is going to go to somebody who even themselves, the Indians who are in Kenya, the real Kenyan Indians, are not for the idea of it. So seriously, that one we can do it, and then huku kwingine tunaendelea na hizi mambo zingine. Another thing, I was like, okay, kila Sunday tunaenda kanisa, tuende tukakae chini na hao mapasta, tuwaambie listen, after every service, wakati tunakaa chini tukule na nyinyi, we do what? You start teaching this what was the constitution, because they do not know the constitution. Ni nini wanafanya? Hawalipo kufanya kitu kingine. Pesa yetu napotea bure huko kwa kanisa wakifanya nini? Kujenga wall ndio tutakula. Every time tutakuwa tukiongezea watu waambie now you go vote, now you go vote, now you go vote. We vote for who? You have not given us the right information. Give us the right information. The information is in the constitution. Watu wazee hawajui hiyo constitution yenye mmoja wetu hapa alikuwa anaongea very well about the hierarchy from we the people to the last person mwenye tutatakana kumweka kwanza huko chini akuwe ni the president. We do not care, but give us the information. Give those who do not have the chance the information, because they are taking the advantage. Our politicians, they're taking advantage to go and preach to talk to us in those churches. Yet at the end of the day, tumesikiliza maneno ya kanisa, okay, tumeombewa, tumejua the 10 commandment, okay, tumekulishwa roho ya yetu imejaa. Then mnyang'au mwingine wa politician anakuja simama pale mbele anatudanganya na ujinga yake, of which Masi imetoka kutuambia usidanganyane, lakini amesimama hapo. Kwa nini huyo pastor, huyo priest, huyo nani asijitolele hata kama ni 1 hour after the church, and just kipengele moja anaongea juu yayo, all his war, hata kama ni exchange, wafanye exchange. Leo ni wa mama moja mwenye anajua hiyo understanding, asimame aseme mimi I'm going to talk about corruption kwa nini inasema hivi na hivi na hivi. Only kipengele moja, we tackle that thing inside the church where people are, so that ikazi ya KOT na Willy and the others, we can help them in that way, because KOT will not reach everybody, lakini kwa kanisa they will reach if they write to each and every one of them. We say ACK wameandikiana baada ya every mass, wakishatoka tunatoka tunaenda tunakula. We will have a lesson at the kuanzia saa 10 ama saa 11 ama saa 8 hadi saa 10, and this one is all about constitution. These people, we have to give them mandate to do something, because wako idle. The fact wako idle ndio wanaenda kusumbuliwa na mapolitician. Amen to that. Another thing nilikuwa nasema ni hao watu wa Ndudhi, I think hatujawafikia. Na kama bila tujawafikia, I think most of them have the Twitter thing, but hawako very much into it, because maybe ni wakati wao ni wako kwa barabara nini. So what we do, if I'm not wrong, tununulia hao watu Bluetooth inaitwa Bluetooth what? Bluetooth speaker, na ikuwe na mmoja wao mwenye at least tunamweka anakuwa anashikanisha Bluetooth yake na speaker wakati wako kwa ile mlolongo ya kukaa mahali pamoja, yani pale parking, wanaweka Twitter, wanasikiza what we are saying. I think we will touch them more, because watakuwa wanasikiliza, Bluetooth itakuwa imewekwa imeshikanishwa na nini, mmoja akienda huyu mwingine au wengine wamebakia mpaka wasele wakati watatoka. Yani ikuwe ni something yenye we are reaching, we are spreading our wings, but hiyo yenye tuna expect only one person atisaidia kwa matatu, kwa basi, kwa train, kwa ndege, utaeta ushike wale wenye wanajua, lakini wale wenye hawajui, of which we are not supposed to touch them, we are not going to touch them. Another thing is, nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu yayo ya tak pasta ndudhi consortium. Yes, kuna hiyo story ya corruption. Mimi, I'm supporting. There's a letter that kuna lawyer na mimi tunangangana kutengeneza. Yo itakuwa ni ya ku explain what it is about corruption, because me, I want people who are working, who are really doing something. Easy zenye tunaongea hapa ni mzuri, lakini each and every one of us has to do something. Jitolele, chukua kipengele moja, fanya nayo kazi. Mimi yangu nimeweka ni ya corruption. Mimi nimesema I will with some lawyers we will deal with it, and then tutafute a whole document, just one document, which will be very very well nicely done with law and everything. Kuna mtu mwenye ninajua mwenye ataipangia ya ku spread it with the help of KOT and the rest, of which nitaongea na nyinyi very soon, don't worry. And then pia nataka graphics. Mtu anajua graphics mwenye ataniongelesha, tutaongea na yeye, tutajua vile tutafanya. Tuende kwa hizi ma police stations tuweke this is a zero corrupt area, because I think the fact that tutakutana na watakuwa kiangalia, hata mwenye anaingia na iona anajua okay, this is a zero corrupt area. So hata ule mwenye ako hapo ndani anajua okay, nimewekewa hapa this is a zero corrupt area, and the document will be put in that place, so that kama ile picha Ruto inaekelelewa pale juu, your document itaekelelewa hapo, so that people can be aware of what they are doing, because they thinking giving and receiving bribe is just giving and receiving because unataka kuharakishwa. I want this thing to be put in all the governmental area, private practices area, so that watu wakiwa nayo even in their phones, they will know there's a document yenye liniambia offering, promising, giving any gratification to any person for doing something for me or anyone in a matter of transaction is a criminality. Soliciting ina nini? Na agreeing to receive pia ni criminality. Kwa hivyo mimi ni mwenye ninatoa na mimi mwenye na ule mwenye ana receive is doing something wrong. So it's a criminal and it's offensive to the law, and when you are being ukishikwa unaweza condemniwa for more than 6 months in prison. So this has to be put inside the mind of people, and the person has to also have the document in it, and that's why I'm also saying this thing has to be the wings have to be spread even in the church, so that you can touch so many people at the same time. For me, I will leave it to that. I will talk about the German thing. Me siko German, but I will say one thing about the German issue. What the president did was not correct. Actually, ameharibia watu mambo mingi sana, because we are very much appreciated here. Because the number of people that are the number of Kenyans are in the European Union, they are not many. Those who are here, watu wanafanya job sana. Tunafanya job. So the thing that I was talking about is that document that he was given, it would angeipata online kama angekuwa ameongea na ambassador. I do not know why he had to spend so much time or so much money to go and cross the globe just to get that document. That document, apart from hiyo yenye namba walikuwa wamesema sijui 2500, it is not new. Everything there is the same old thing apart from that one, and hiyo ya kurudisha watu nyumbani, because sasa amesainia watu kurudishwa nyumbani. One thing you have to know, the embassies, they do not have lawyers. So and another thing is, those people who are going to come, they're going to come for a period of a maximum day, a number 2 years or something. Once those time imeisha, hiyo document inasema unarudishwa nyumbani. So wale wenye wanafikiria kukuja because of that, they have to know they are coming for a period of 1 year if you're a student, student 2 years maxi, and those who are coming for work 2 years to 3 years maximum, and then you are being taken back home. Lazima urudishwe because Monene amesign sasa, lazima utarudishwa ukikosa time yako ikiisha, ama tunaambiwa in advance ile time unarudishwa na unaambiwa ununue tikiti haraka haraka. So lawyers, they were supposed to be, I think lawyers, they are supposed to be in those embassies so that they can take, give these people, the Kenyans who are in diaspora, the reasons as to how the law here works. But now there are no lawyers. Ndio maana unaona people cannot go to embassies for refuge or for any help. So me, I'm still also going to still advocate for that. Lawyers have to be put in the embassies for all the reasons possible. Vitu mingi sana zina change in this world. Not all of us are in very good in good situation. When you are Arabia, they need lawyers. When you are Qatar, they need lawyers. I think it's very ignorant to think that those people, they're going to be helped by those people who are there because of just roho safi. Roho safi inafikaga, tunasaidiwago ndio, but inakuaga na limit. Kila mtu anachokaga. Ndio niliona kuna Mkenya anasema ati people in Europe wenye Wakenya wako huku nini majuu hawapendi kusumbuliwa. No, it's because tunaweza wasaidia but to a certain point, mahali roho yetu hata si roho, mahali mfuko yetu imeisha na mahali understanding yetu haifiki, we cannot do. So you feel like nimeenda mahali ni Wakenya wenzangu hawakunisaidia. No, it's not because of that. Ni kwa sababu hata sisi tunaweza jipata tunakusaidia, and therefore tunajipata pia sisi tumejiweka kwa situation mbaya. So that's why I'm saying the lawyers have to be there, and if there is a possibility of huyo Roslyn Njogu kufanya that, it would be nice. But anyway, hiyo ni Kenya na Kenya ni yetu, and kila mtu lazima respect Kenya. Amen to that, and I leave it to that. Thank you very much.
Wow, asante sana Hana. Twende kwa KD, alafu turudi kwa who is this? Andrew amesubiri sana. Kati ya Wanyama, hebu nisaidia hapa kati ya the Duke, KD na Andrew, nani alikuwa mbele? Hebu nisaidia hapo.
Just let them go before me. I'll come back like in 5 minutes, please. I'm not in a good place at the moment.
But tuanze na the Duke, tumenyesha mkono, and then from there tuende kwa Andrew, then KD. The Duke, you have the mic.
Asante sana Prince Prince na Wanyama and Kotsonko. Mimi nafurahi sana the way you guys are hosting these spaces to emancipate us on what is happening in our country and what we can do, what are the possibilities currently to try and get us out of this place. I would want to start with something from chapter 1 of the Constitution, where it says, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. Only in accordance with this Constitution. And then quickly to chapter 6, that is Article 73. It says, authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust. That's what I would like to underline. Public trust, only exercised in a manner that is consistent, obviously, with the Constitution, and then demonstrates respect for the people. Respect for the people. From chapter 1, from the sovereign person, again, here we come and find that the power exercised by William Ruto by Kindiki and every other person in this government is donated power that is only there to please the sovereign. It is these fellas are there to respect us. But see, they are not doing that. And someone already mentioned that. They are not supposed to rule. That again is in this constitution, chapter 6. That they are only to act on our behalf. It's a social contract that we entered into with these people. So there's nothing. So for example, talk about the opposition. The opposition currently is unavailable. And this is an open secret. A few weeks ago, or say a month ago, we had people talking against the government. But today, even the fellas who just joined government are its strongest supporters. Today I was listening to Opio and I defending Adani and saying that Adani has got easy vifaa za stima and power generation that is much more than Kenya's capacity, Uganda's capacity, Tanzania's capacity combined. And so he's saying they are good people. We need to give them a chance. So in other words, there is zero opposition except you and I who are looking from the outside. But again, it's not a guarantee. There's no guarantee that you and I, given an opportunity to enter that government, that we shall refuse, or we shall enter and do the right thing. I mean, right now, everyone in our country is trying to look for the next client to steal from. Everyone is trying to con someone. It's just opportunity that is lacking. So, but the few of us who could maybe have the guts to do the right thing, please do not stop. Do not stop, because everyone else is a thief. And if you join, we will not even have a minority. I mean the minority good. Something that I wanted to ask us, there's this issue of Adani and the CS refusing to hand over documents or to disclose documents. I wonder, I don't know what chapter 12, which is public finance, it talks about public finance, those things of procurement and what have you. I don't know what it says about public procurement. This is my thought. What is the role of NDAs, those non-disclosure agreements, when procuring in the public space? Why? Because this thing, the airport belongs to all Kenyans. Why should someone enter into a contract and hide the details from Kenyans? Is it a private property? Is it? So what this teaches us is that these politicians both from the government and the opposition, are just cousins, united at the hip to steal from Kenyans and, protect each other. Protect each other like blood brothers. So mtu amesema, hata kama ni relative yako umemuona ako on the wrong side of what is supposed to be, you're not supposed to fear them. Hata kama ni babako, sister yako, nani, mwambie, this is not how things are done. Because at the end of the day, it's the good that will count. Niyo kidogo tu, that grain of hope, a grain of a good thing. That's what we shall rejoice and maybe, urge one another to follow. Alafu hii kitu ya Kindiki na Rigathi, I think it's something that is manufactured to divide and divert our attention, so that we start now debating between who and who is good, who is a lesser evil. You remember during elections, the debate was never about issues, because essentially these guys had copied manifestos from each other. So it was very difficult to tell who is telling the truth. So what people went for, ilikuwa tu, huyu ni mwizi lakini anakula na sisi, huyu ni mwizi lakini is a lesser evil, huyu sijui ni nini. So at the end of the day, the whole debate, the whole conversation about good leadership and good governance is lost. So hata hii mambo ya hawa vijana, hawa Kindiki and Rigiji, ni kitu tu ika hapo. Today I saw them, having tete-a-tete. So there's nothing going on. And then lastly, I see churches have fallen back to their, wameanza ku-entertain politicians. They've started entertaining politicians. I don't know why. At the heat of the Gen Z demonstrations, most of them toe the line. But today, I'm sorry guys, we are back to square one as far as churches and maybe integrity is concerned. Thank you so much.
Prince, you're speaking? Toria, is Prince speaking too, guys? Okay, let me just sort out this issue. Can I have Free Mind 254?
Hello, guys. I hope you guys had a good day.
Yeah, sure.
Good. Yeah, and keep on doing the spaces. Keep on educating each other. That's a good thing. It's a good move. From my side, I would like to talk about whatever happened during the weekend when Ruto was in Germany. So basically what happened is Ruto always uses diversion tactics. So this guy, when he went to Germany, actually what he went to sign is the pact that people are supposed to be deported from Germany, back to Kenya. So that is the most important thing that he went there for, and I believe he was paid for it, because as everyone knows, we have a very big problem with immigrants in Europe right now, and they are looking to send people out of their countries. So there is no way they will tolerate 250,000. That is not even mathematically, it does not make sense, because how do you send like a whole Lamu province to another country? Who will accept that? Nobody will accept that. That one can change even how things are done in a country, because you imagine if Adani would come to Kenya and bring to Kenya 250,000 Indians, or Chinese would come to Kenya and bring a workforce of 250,000. That's a very big number. Actually, the biggest number that we have of Kenyans in abroad is USA, and the USA basically they have like 150,000. Yeah, for the longest time we have 150,000 Kenyans in USA, and you imagine the size of USA, it's very big. So saying you will take 250,000 Kenyans to Germany does not even make sense to somebody who will sit down and just think about it. So that was a lie from the word go. And the number has been changing. Since the Chancellor was in Kenya last year, he said 250,000 people from different countries. But Ruto changed that to 250,000 Kenyans, which is mathematically impossible for a country to accept 250,000 people in their country. So anyway, I believe whatever Ruto went to Germany to do is to sign that agreement where they need to deport Kenyans from Germany. And mind you, it's only Kenya that has signed such a deal. There is no any other country in Africa that has gone to sign such a deal. So I believe that is what Ruto went to sign, and I am very sure he got something out of it. That is, Ruto will do anything to benefit personally. There is no way Ruto will go into a deal that will benefit others or Kenyans and not benefit himself. So what Ruto is doing is just hiding whatever he went to do by just giving you a good number, so that he knows Kenyans are always excited with numbers. So every single time you hear Ruto talk, he will talk and give out numbers. He knows people will be very happy. He talks about giving jobs in I don't know, this affordable housing. He will flout numbers. He will say we have given jobs to. If you interrogate those numbers, you will tell it's not factual. So he lies a lot, and he uses diversionary tactics. Right now, whatever diversionary tactics he's using in Kenya is that he wants to divide people, and that is only how he will be able to rule. Because if people come together, he will lose his power. So he gets power through division of people. So right now he's trying to divide Mount Kenya people, and that is a diversionary tactic. This guy Gigi and this other guy called Kindiki, those are just friends, political cousins, and they are just politicians like any other. So let us look out for these tactics that they are using. Let us not get into their traps, because those are traps that they are setting us. They are setting us up for us. So let us be focused in whatever we are doing. Let's keep our eyes on the price. So that way we will be able to move forward. That way we will be able to push our agenda. That way we will push them out of office, all of them, because they are all rotten. All of them, they are rotten. So I wish and I hope that the next election we will manage to push like 90 or 100% of all politicians who are holding office right now, so that we can do an overhaul of the whole government and start a new thing. And I believe if we do that, we'll have to jail a lot of these politicians once they get out of office. Anyway, that's my take tonight, and thanks for the time, and enjoy.
Okay. Thank you so much, Free Mind, and yeah. So, can I have Nyolamo?
Oh, I was to go next.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Thank you very much, KOT, and everyone who is able to contribute in this forum. Me, I'm a realistic person. Mimi ni mtu ambaye huwa na gonga ndipo, sipendi kuenda kona. Maoni yangu kwanza kabisa ni Wakenya tunajua shida ambayo inatukumba. Sisi wenyewe tunajua shida ambayo inatukumba, lakini tunajaribu kutafuta vijisababu kwenda huku, kuenda kona, uende huku, lakini we know the problem that is ailing this country. Problem ambayo ail this country is the big man himself pale juu. Hiyo ndio main problem ambayo ina ail wa Kenya. Na tutakubaliana wale ambao tumezaliwa huku ushago. Ukiangalia zile maboma ambazo mababa wa hizo maboma ni mapyuni, Andrew Kiba anaitanga mapyuni, wale ambao take responsibility za familia zao, unapata kwamba hizo maboma zimechanganyikiwa. Watu wanafanya tu vituko zao, watoto ni walevi, mama pia anafanya vituko zake. Leadership mzuri ya nchi ama familia inaanzia kwa baba. Baba akiwa ajiwezi, watoto pia watafanya vituko. Nchi kama president ajiwezi anafanya vituko, watoto obvious, ama wananchi obvious watafanya vituko. Watakuwa wezi juu wanajua pale juu baba ana support ama ajali. Unaona? So nchi ya Kenya tuko na shida, na shida ni president ndio ako na shida jameni. So mimi na kitu ambayo nataka kuambia KOT na wote ambao wanaorganize hizi forums, tafadhali sasa tubadilishe gear jameni, tubadilishe gear, tuanze kuchukua actions, tukue na strategy. Tutarant hapa sijui Ruto must go, sijui nini, tutaongea hapa sijui Adani, tutafanya nini. At the end of the day, huyu jamaa atakuja na strategy ya kuangusha, kushika watu kadhaa, kufanya nini. Na mimi napenda kupatiana example. Watu ambao tumekulia ushago, kuna zile ndogo zenye zinaumanga huku chini buttocks. For example, tukiwa watoto umekaa chini mnakula pale, mmezunguka ugali, alafu hii kitu inakuja inakuuma. Ndio itakuaffect, lakini haitakuaffect sana. Unaweza amua kuikanyaga uiwe ama uichukue utupe nje, haitakuaffect sana, wewe utaendelea na shughuli. Hizo ndio vitu zinafanyika saa hii Kenya. Hizi vitu tunajaribu kufanya, sijui nani afanye nini, sijui nani afanye nini, unataka kufanya haitasaidia. Kitu yenye iko ni Wakenya tushikane, tutafute solution vile tutatoa huyu jamaa tuweke jamaa mwingine. Nchi ya Kenya saa iko kama vile Amerika imekuwa juzi kwa presidency ya Trump. Wakati wake pia Amerika ilikuwa na shida. Kitu wa Amerika walifanya ni walishikana, wakaungana, wakang'oa huyu jamaa. Hawakujali kama ameenda one term, waling'oa yeye, wakaeka Biden. Na Amerika iko sawa. Wenye kulia watalia tu, lakini Amerika iko sawa for now. Unaona? So Nchi ya Kenya saa hii iko ndani ya darkness, na darkness inatokana na ule mkubwa ambaye ako pale juu. Mkingangana mumoe huyo jamaa, basi sasa mtakuwa mmetengeneza maneno. Lakini hizi vituko mingi, sijui kuongea hapa, kurant hapa, sijui Adani, huyo jamaa anaweza amua hiyo kitu na assign hizo ma contract huko chini ya maji. Na siende na control media, ambie media nyinyi mkijaribu hii hatutawapea hizi matenda, hatutafanya nini? Mtafanya nini kama wa Kenya? Ndio tunasema constitution inasema sisi ndio tuko na sauti. Lakini jameni, hii power tumepatiana kwa president. Na kusema ukweli, president ndiye ako na powers ya kufanya kila kitu. At the end of the day tutalia, tutarant, tutafanya nini? Tutajaribu kitu tutafanya. Yeye akitaka kucrash, atakuja crash, atumia akona polisi, akona resources. Jameni wa Kenya, tukue na strategy, tuanze kuwa na strategy. KOT please, kama unaweza nisikia, ungana na watu like minded, kama mtu kama Ukio Mtata. Jameni, Ukio Mtata anaweza kuwa president mzuri sana, anaweza rekebisha hii nchi. Jameni wa Kenya, tujaribu vile tunaweza weka Ukio Mtata akue president pale na tuone mabadiliko. Lakini hii mambo mingi yenye tunalia, jameni, tutalia mpaka tufike huko penye itafika. So hayo tu ndio naweza sema. Asante sana for the platform. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. We had.
I think I was next, right?
You are next, or Nyolamo?
KD.
Okay. Yeah, 3 things I would want to say. Number 1, kuna wase wako kwa hizi spaces wanakatisia tu sana. This space, I think, is more than 9 hours old. But I can tell you who has been here since it started, when it dropped, who came back, and who wasn't here. But kuna wase wanatoka spaces zingine, unakujapo unachukua mic, unaongea, alafu unatoka, unaenda space zingine. And whatever you're saying only creates a lot of mayhem. And then you leave the house on fire, you run away. I was also not intending to talk, but the reason why I spoke is because we are losing this fight for one reason. We are dividing ourselves amongst ourselves. I know better than you. I know more than you do. I can tell you I can tell you're wrong, but I'm right. I just picked up this mic to say on something Redemptor has said that is really, really reasonable and made a lot of sense. If fight tunafight sahi ni ya 2 factions, them against us. We know who them are. It doesn't matter kama wako na miko, ama ni majembe, ama wana magari, ama ni whatever, we do not know. There are some people who are on that side who have our interests. It would be so wrong for us to go ahead and say, no, those guys are not part of us. There are some Gen Zs who are not seeing what is happening in the country. They say the government is doing the right thing. Are we going to say we are going to take all Gen Zs and bring them together, even those who are fighting against what is happening on the ground right now? That is not what she intended to say. Akasema vizuri kwamba hata kuna wale mapasta ambao they are against what is happening in the country right now. We just can't get ahead and say all churches are wrong, all clergy sleep with the government. The same way we cannot say all Gen Zs are not corrupt. Ama tuseme all Gen Zs are for the movement. We know there are people who are not for this movement. And what she said was, it is better for us to just look within the elderly, because we have been fighting a very big generational fight here, ethnicity, corruption, and all that. Let us not bring another fight in between us. Hannah has come and said a very good point. Tukienda church, we should let our clergy get to talk to these elderly people. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but I'll tell you one thing for free, just from what I've learned in the last 3 months. Every time we leave a space unoccupied, they take over. Every time we come back, they go away. So we cannot mix. Sisi nao ni kama maji na mafuta. When we said occupy churches, they did not come to church. And I think it was for like 2 or 3 weeks. When we left the church, they went back to the church. The reason why our parents are very vulnerable is because we have left them to these elderly. I mean to the politicians, sorry. The politicians will go where there are masses. So ukifika mahali useme mimi ni millennial, mimi ni Gen Z, au wazee walipigia kina Ruto kura, and then they decide and say, okay, we are going to vote for those guys because the Gen Z said they don't want us. Who's losing? How are we going to win this fight? It is nobody who's going to laugh and say we won. We are giving them leverage to say we are better than these kids who do not know anything. At this point in time, it is only wiser for you to look at the demographics in the country right now. Fikiria ule mzae akujui. Fikiria huu mtu wa ushago mwenye hajui mtu wa kumuongelesha. Fikiria huu mama wa mboga, the 70-year-old woman who nobody talks to, and think of how you can change their perception. And Redemptor is older than me, than all of us, from just the way she spoke. I would urge you to go and not tell them, but listen to these elderly. Catch a teaspoon of their brains and see how you can modify it to befit the fight you are fighting right now. Otherwise, if we say, this was a very good parting shot, if we say we are going to win against this government as the young people by ourselves, we are living in a very big dream. We just need to sit down and look for like-minded people, not to give them power to be the next ones running after office, but to work together towards eliminating the common enemy, which everybody is fighting against, which I think was a very valid and affluent point that we all need to look after. So, point number 1, si lazima uongee kwa spaces. And if you really have to, at least take like 30 minutes to just get to know the flow of what the topic is. Otherwise, you coming in and then just raising your hand, getting a mic, and then blah, 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 and you're out, you're just deconcentrating all the forces and creating more mayhem. This space was very good 1.5 hours ago. It lost its direction after Farah spoke. Everything just went haywire. Not to say the guys who've spoken haven't made sense. There are so many good points, but now everything got jumbled. Everything is just mixed up. So my plea, don't just get on the space and jump on. I've been on this space since, I think, 9 o'clock. Imekatika, ikarudi, and I was just like, it was very captivating. Guys are talking a lot of sense. I was so happy with what is happening, and it's actually absorbed me. And that is why I've been able to put my mind together and say, maybe it's good if I share my 2 cents to make some sense to them, some of us who may not understand what is happening. I will not speak on the German issue because I do not have any knowledge on it, but I have learned so much just from listening to the people speak, especially those in the diaspora. Now, pangu mimi nikiulizwa, shida iko Kenya saa hii is not even, we are putting so much load on these, our mama wazee, our baba wazee. Rightfully so, but they shouldn't take all the hit. There's a certain clique of people in Kenya we call the middle class, and somebody mentioned it, that I think we really need to take heed and look up to. When Adani came after the airport, what happened? KAA wali strike, KAU wali strike. And in a span of less than 9 hours, the government felt the heat. They had to actually do what everybody did not expect. Now, sai tunaongea, the kid who went to the church with the flag saying, reject finance bill ameshikwa, they're all quiet. Life is normal. Judge onaniwa amechukua security yake, tumechill too, everything is okay. Like, the point of getting to realize our strength is only as much as how many of us come together. That is when our voice gets heard. This middle class are the main problem and solution to our problems. Imagine walimu, madaktari, nurses, our to our airport, the transport sector, all of them decide to say, enough is enough, we are not going to. They are the ones who lubricate the economy of the country. this country would not run for more than 2 weeks. They would feel the heat. And we'll actually get to revive everything and get back to normal. But as long as it's the Gen Zs who come on spaces, it's the elderly ladies who go to church, it is the politicians who speak politics, it's the rich people who think of how to make the next million, and then the people who make everything works normal just take everything as okay. You're Netflixing, you're eating popcorn, you're living in those big mansions, Nyayo Estate, South B, South C, whatever. There's no way Kenya is going to move forward because everything seems okay with the country. So as much as we speak of sensitizing the country and getting to share this civic education with the elderly, go and think of your brother who works for these middle-class companies, the people who run the economy. Wasewa Buru, Wasewa Adams, Jamhuri. These are the guys we need to make sure they don't vote. I used to live in Nyayo, so I know what I'm talking about. We don't do anything because Nina Ford, Stolz Mob Tao, Nizao, they're the guys who go to Bangkok, Thailand, and etc. etc. We need to get these guys involved in politics. They need to be on these spaces. If I talk anything ill against anyone, I stand to be forgiven. But if you look at the middle class, it cuts across all generations. Kuna Gen Z, kuna millennials, kuna Gen X, kuna the boomers. Everyone is in that whatever. And that vote is very big. That, if you combine that and now for the Gen Zs and those who haven't gotten their voters cards put together, it's very easy to turn this country to the right direction. But let us stop having this thing of saying, no, I'm right, you're wrong. No, you're wrong, I'm right. No, I think I should just come on this space and light a fire and then run away and leave people burning, and then you're not doing anyone any favor at all. And I think it's a very wrong attitude. I don't want to mention names, but if you've been on this space, you'll know the persons who are here and those who have left. And we had a very good conversation going on up to a certain level when everything has just, people are talking a lot of sense, like it is so jumbled because everyone is coming in with their own points. I want this, I want this. We are all mixed up. So Ada ni vizuri kuja ukae tu kwanza usikize, like even 20 minutes, get to know what the direction of the conversation is all about, and then now you can get the mic. But just don't jump on because you feel I'm so intellectual or I can speak and anyone can listen to me. And sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings, but I just say it like it is. Thank you.
KOT, who was the next speaker? Was it Ogola? Ama Fundi?
You can just send over to anyone. You know.
Okay, Ogola, proceed. Ogola.
Hi everyone. Okay, me, my word on this government is that it's an already failed government. We are dealing with a maniac. We are dealing with someone who doesn't care. We are dealing with a ruthless man. And this ruthless man doesn't give a damn about what we think about him, or he doesn't give a damn of what he thinks about us. We are common citizens to them. And these politicians are doing so hard to group themselves together in a way that they will not be fought by the citizens. Because, one, they control the money. Two, they control the voices. Three, they even have the power to jeopardize the economy in whatever option they want to, you see. So what we need to do as people, we need to come up with ideas that are really there. We need to have people at the forefront, true real people, like KD is saying, true real people at the forefront. We need to
Oh my God. Prince, is it my network or what's wrong?
Hapana, mimi sikuwa naongea, ilikuwa ni Ogola naongea, alafu akakatika tu. I don't know what happened.
You know, the same thing happened to KD, then I had to drop nikidhani network yangu ndo iko na shida.
No, same here. I couldn't hear him.
I think his network sounds like his network because he just dropped abruptly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Fundi proceed. Tukimngojea.
Hello guys, good evening. Nimewasalimia nyote. I'm so happy that I'm here today. Now we are having this conversation. Nowadays, watching news, going through the socials, ni stress. Kama leo nimeona like Adani sijui na AFDB taking wamepewa is like they've been contracted mambo na power, and I'm like, who is Adani? And why is the government so obsessed kuwa nao watu wameingia Kenya? Ruto is a mistake, to be realistic. Ruto is a mistake, together with Gachagua and the whole team, tukiongeza na Raila wote hapo ndani, because wakati watu wanaandamana like we don't want this guy, but they insist like huyu jamaa wako. Muliona juzi Senate questions were being raised like mbona hii kitu ifanywe, ni kama ifai kujulikana. There are no direct answers, meaning hao watu wamekula pesa mingi. That's the reality of things. Na leo nikisoma about the mambo na power, I was like, we are doomed. That's the reality. Na the government has seen maybe we are tired, hatuwezi demonstrate anymore, because time ya Genz matusi ilitoka kwa wengine, walimu wakaingia juzi. Juzi tumeingia mambo ya airport, and life is still going on. Ruto ameenda Germany, amerudi na stories zake za jaba. Mumeona response mingi hapo, that's a lie. A whole president, you lie on an international platform. It left me wondering like, for sure, who is Ruto? I voted the guy, but currently siwezi understand huyo jamaa kabisa. Yani hata nikiulizwa Ruto ni nani? Ni rais wa Kenya, but who is he? What does Ruto want? Because kama ni mali by now, I think Ruto akona pesa mingi sana. Every deal in the government ni yake in direct. I think that's why even at the moment wamekosana na Gachagua ni juu ya hiyo pesa. Muliona juzi Western Hotel ndio inachukua pesa ya serikali. And according to the law, I think that should not happen. But Ruto doesn't give a damn about it. Abductions zinafanywa, Ruto anasimama anaambia watu such things are not happening. And you wonder like, where does this guy even live? Yani huyu jamaa ana utu. Mimi Ruto nimeshindwa naye, hana utu. But I hope we rise up and realize that 2027 tuko na kazi kubwa. That's for real. Mimi nowadays I pray that hao watu waendelee tu kupigana vita zao. How I wish 2027 Gachagua vice for presidency. Wamekosana kabisa. And then tupate mtu wetu, tuache ujinga mingi, who can be neutral. We go for them. I wish we could go the Senegal way. We have a youth. Fadhali tuwe na youth kabisa, millennial ama Genz. Akiharibu tujue ni youth ameharibu. Ruto amezeeka. That's the reality. Currently, Ruto is focused kuachia familia yake mali kwa wingi. That's why unaona sijui ni George amepelekwa kwa transport. The lady anaitwa nani, Shalin is everywhere. It's like if Shalin was a guy, I think ule demu ndio angekuanga mbaya sana, ndio Ruto angeachia next. So mi kitu naweza sema tujipange, tujue like we are not fighting kitu rahisi hivyo tu. We are fighting a wall. Na ukipigana na wall, you know the repercussions, but we have to get ready. Watu tujihami, me I'm sure 2027 hii kuanguka nayo iwe real. Number one, let's make sure no MP anafaa kurudi. Mimi kitu narudia tu, si eti ameperform. If KOT can perform, it means Wanyama can do. Kuna ile kitu Wanyama anaweza fanya yenye fundi sijafanya. Hii kitu nasema eti Grace amekuangia MP alifanya vizuri, tumuongeze tamu moja. That's why we are fucked up. If we can manage kunyanganya Ruto ma MP wake wote, even if he becomes president, atakuwa tu ceremonial president. Hiyo ni let's just bank that. Kama tuwezi mshinda kwa president, let's make sure we defeat him number of MPs kwa parliament. Kama uko na guts, vai. Alafu mambo ya pesa tujitolee tu. There's this thing niliona Morara akisema like weke baso. Nataka usaidizi wa pesa, and then we start fighting. 2027 wale watu watanyesha. Make it rain. They will rain money. Wameiba pesa mingi na watazidi kuiba. Mumeona leo is like 129. Something like that. Niona even not 200 plus. Ruto creates a problem na anataka kuisolve so that it becomes a hero. Who does that? Eti leo kama saa hii KOT amwe nataka kucheza na network kidogo, tuseme nini and then unajua penye uliguza and then uirudishe poa. And then we applaud you. I wish we grow up and know that no politician does Kenyans a favor. But mimi kitu narudia tu, tuko na vita kubwa sana kwenda mbele. Not even a joke. When I saw that guy, Omondi ameshikwa. Just being in church, kuambia watu, Kenya inaenda to the dogs. And he is arrested. That's even abduction. Where is he? A whole acting IG, not even an IG. Anakuwa summoned 7 times na koti anakataa kuenda. And then there's a ruling 6 months. Mwenye make that ruling ananyang'anywa security. Are we for real? What does that mean? Ule jamaa akitaka kuniua leo, there's nothing we can do. Tutaniua tu na live itaendelea. Because nikiangalia like even that judge wakiamua leo kummaliza watammaliza. Because that's what they telling Kenyans. Where jamaa, how can you rule against the government? So we can do anything we want. Hauna security kuanzia leo. Maybe they can even decide we're not paying you. Maybe they can dig even the past. Waleta ka kesi yenye make sense. Wamfunge yaishe. Na hakuna kitu tutafanya. So tuache ma excuse mingi. Tujue Kenya ni yetu. And if we can't make it the way we want to make it better, mazee hatuna future. And I don't think the future generation will stand a chance to fight. Hii vita venye ilianzwa, we need to finish it. When? 2027. Nisiongea sana, nimeona Grace ameinua mkono. Thanks.
Okay, thank you Fundi. Lakini umeongea poa sana, lakini kusema tukunje mpaka 2027 hiyo naona mimi ni mbali sana, kwa sababu huyu jamaa tukujia moja. Kwa wale tulikuwa kwa hizo protest tulikuwa mstari mbele, hatukujia moja na tunaona ni mambo zinafanyika. So we need to do something. As for me, I'm ready to hit the streets as soon as tomorrow. If I have to give my life for a better Kenya, then so be it. Like, what have I not seen? What have we not seen? Nini mjinga hajatuonyesha? So saying what I did to 2027, my friend, kwani uko nchi gani? Anyway, Grace, go ahead.
Prince. No, Prince, before Grace ingie. The problem with Grace.
Okay, I wanted to say this, like, Fundi, you just said, like, even if we're not gonna beat him in the ballot, like, we occupy the parliament. Do you know this man, or he's capable of changing, like, we don't vote anymore. He runs like the Moi era. That's why we want to get him out by all means. We should not even think about giving him a second chance in the ballot, please.
That is exactly my point. We have to finish whatever we started. That's all. Grace, go ahead.
First of all, I want to tell you that we as youth have the power.
Prince, you come Grace alimaliza, but what I was saying, sometimes there's kuna time unafika you go back to the drawing board, you strategize. Huyu jamaa kitu alifanya akaona ametuweza kabisa, and of which I can say alitushinda ni kuita Raila. The problem with some of us, we worship that old man. Hiyo ni ukweli tu.
A point of correction, bro. A point of correction. Huyu jamaa after calling Raila amjoin, hakuwa ametushinda. Kitu ilituanza kutusumbua ni moja. Kugawanyika. Tulikuwa tumeanza kugawanyika.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Grace, proceed.
Yes, let me proceed. I was saying, I think population among the youths in Kenya is very high. So if we decide as youths to act, we can show this government that we are the majority, because that is the truth, we are the majority. Another thing, personally, I'm a Luo, and when I had an MCA talking on a national television and saying, ati we Raila vile sasa umeshapea Ruto ukishapeleka baba AU sisi tutakupigia kura Wajaluo wote. And I was wondering, anaongea about Wajaluo wagani? And who even gave him that mandate at the end anafaa kutuongelelea? That is what I asked myself. So like seriously, tushaongea ya kutosha. As in, we've been talking, this government clearly is not listening. Na wale tena nataka kuongelesha kila mtu kwa hii space. Au wenye wanasema ati sijui wenye walivotia hii government, sasa it's your turn. How can you put us in the fight that nyinyi ndo mlijiweka? Jua kama huku vote ulisaidia Ruto kuwin hii presidency. So don't act like it's not your problem, because it is your problem. You are among the people who made Ruto win that presidency. So mi kitu na urge the youths, lazima tushikane pamoja, na hii maneno ya kuongea kwa space, I think tumeongea sana. We all know whatever is happening, we all know where the problem is, and we all know how to fix the problem. Na saizi tunaweza fanya everything, because mimi hata nakumbuka niliota jana, and I believe in my dreams kuwa Ruto ata shut down internet, na tena itakuwa for a very long time, because si ati hawajui hapa internet ndo watu wanaongea, they speak their mind, they know it very well. So they are planning things that you won't believe. Sasa mimi na urge to the youths, let us, kama hata tumesema tuna boycott vitu, let us do it, because it will work. It will work. Kama tushasema tu sisi kama youth, na tena hao wenye wako na big wigs, tunasema sisi tuna boycott Safaricom because hiyo ndio inasaidia government, that is what will boycott. Kama unatumianga JKIA kupanda ndege na unaona ni kitu ya government, tumia Wilson, there is nothing wrong with it. Kama unaona ili government feel the pain, but hii maneno tu ya kuongea na bado tunaacha watu wanaiba pesa. Me actually, when I see the kind of corruption that is in this government, mi hata saizi nikionanga Ruto akiongea kwa TV yangu nazima. TV is mine, I'm free to close it. I close it because I don't want even to see that man speak. Nimechoka to that extent. Na ukiangalia vizuri saizi the system of education ni ujinga tupu. Ukienda health, saizi hata naona ati health peke yake billion shillings ati kumanage mpox. Hiyo ni ya kazi gani, ama hiyo ni wizi? That is clearly theft. How do watu wana plan kuiba? Ukiangalia saa hii ati sijui wanataka kuimplement CBC, mara wametenga pesa ati sasa wanataka kujenga grade 9. Unashangaa fine, mnajenga grade 9. Form 1 classes zinataka kuenda wapi? Is the government planning on how to deal with these Form 1 classes that will be empty, ama hiyo ni wastage of resources? Hiyo ni education sector. Ukiangalia kitu ina happen among teachers, you will be shocked. Some of them are employed to teach music and they did English literature in the university level. So you wonder what kind of education are we nurturing for our children? You wonder, hata hawa walimu wenyewe, imagine somebody is paying you 17,000. Me, I have teachers who tell me they literally streamline YouTube and leave those children music for a beginner, YouTube. And that is what they are learning in school. So sincerely, we have a problem, and hii kuongea na hakuna action haitatusaidia. And if you know you are a big wig na huko hapa, in fact mi hata ningekuwa niko big wig saizi, ningekuwa, I think I could have been doing a recommendable job. Kama tumesema we are boycotting, saizi mnaona hata tenders zote zinaenda Western Hotel. We have been complaining about it. But kama saizi tunafaa kukua tunaangalia kama hii county hii kazi inaenda wapi Western Hotel, mnaanza kuongea about it. Mnaenda kuuliza mpaka county yenyu, kwani hakuna hoteli kwa within our county, mbona mbaki pelekwe Western Hotel? Those are the questions that you should be asking yourselves, because the moment hiyo pesa imepelekwa Western Hotel from Machakos County, inasaidia nani? Inasaidia watu wa Nairobi na wenye wanaiba pesa za serikali. Na hii maneno ya Gachagua out. Because hata wakati tulikuwa tunasema Ruto must go, it was Ruto na huyo Gachagua wake waende nyumbani. Mimi hata sijui kwa nini watu bado wanaongea about Gachagua. We just want this government gone home. Because sincerely, if we give this imagine kama hii ni first term na Ruto hajafanya kazi. Sasa hebu mpeni second term, ataiba Kenya mpaka malize. Thank you. Nimekasirika hata sitaki kuendelea kuongea.
Thank you so much Grace. And you are right. Vile tunaongea hapa kuna hiyo vibaraka za hiyo bucha. Wako hapa wengi sana. Wanatusikia nini tunasema. But hatufai kuogopa. Tunafaa kama kwenda mbele, tunaenda mbele. Tuende kwa head boy and then Toria. I can see your hand too. Chief what? Utafuata chief economist. Tuende kwanza head boy, then Toria, then chief economist. Head boy.
All right. Hi everyone. Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kwa space, so I'll just try to make it brief. One, for me, I'm happy about what is happening in the country. Why? Because now people are upset, but ni kama hatujafika ile point ya we are going to do anything. Tuko upset in cocoons. Tuko upset ile mtu atasema napenda vile Genz wanafanya, lakini utaendelea na job yako. So I think as a country, we are not upset enough to take action. And that is the reality. The fact that unajua kwa wife yako napigwa, kuna wale wasiwata. Why I'm happy is because the truth about the political class is coming out. I was never pro Ruto. I don't think I'll ever be pro Ruto, and I have my reasons why. Nilikuwa nasema, for me, coming up to 2007, for us who are the millennials, kama umse kulikuwa na hizo incidences za Kiamba, kulikuwa na the fact that because of an election, you decide to rise up and kill people. It means that even whatever is happening now is not new if we base it on that history. Whatever is happening now with the politics, when people protest, watu wanauliwa, it's the same thing that happened to witnesses of ICC. So there's nothing new. And if we don't change our strategy, then we are going to be beaten because we are doing the same thing again and again. So my view is we need to prepare. We may say that 2027 is too far. It may be far, but how prepared are we? Leo tukipatiwa hiyo uongozi, nani atakalia? How will we have peace in the country moving forward? My view is, yes, we want an overhaul of the whole system. For me, I'm for it. Wacha kila mtu atoke. Kama alikuwa mzuri, kama alikuwa mbaya, wote waende home. Wacha tuanze afresh from MCA. Nikiwauliza nyinyi wenye mko hapa, and I just challenge you, other than the presidency and the governor, can you remember who the other people you voted for are? Can you remember who you voted for as an MP? Who you voted for as a women rep? Who you voted for as an MCA? So part of the problems we have, sisi ndio tume-contribute. So we have to sit and think, sisi ndio youth, we are the bigger generation. Sawa, tunataka kuichukua hii kitu aje. Tunaanza kutoka grassroots. Ma MCA tunafagia wote. Why? Because tuko na issues even at the county level. Na vile hata Eric Omondi anasema tulidevolve to corruption. So we start from the county level, tujue nani anasimama MCA area. Sera za huo msee ni nani? Tuende kutoka MCA tuende MP, sera za huo msee ni gani? So that if we are going to change things, we have to start with the right foundation. And maybe this is in God's way, he has given us this time to prepare. That means hata vile wanakuja na wanashikana na nini, wanatuonesha tu their true colors. Because yes, if we look at even who we had at the ballot in this previous election, it was either of two bad choices. That is the truth. Wakati tulikuwa na good candidates wanasimama, tulichoma. Wakati PLO alisimama, hakuna mtu hata alimpatia kura. Na sidhani PLO atawahi simama tena. So even the people who have a heart for this country, we have punished them. So even for us, tukianza kusema, na mimi si ati nasema kwa baya, before we go back to the street, what is our strategy? Because if we don't have a strategy, tutapigwa face down. Lazima tukue tunajipanga, tujue na ujue pia wasewa who are pro-government are in these spaces. So tukisema tunarudi kwa streets, wanajua. So by the time tufike kwa streets, washatuingia. So we have to be smart and say and look for, okay, what are the things we are doing? Sai tutapigwa.
Unakatika tafadhali, unakatika sana.
Sorry, mnanisikia? We have to have a comprehensive strategy, because if we don't, we are running around the same thing. Kuna hizi inasemanga, unajua, there is this saying that says kuna hizi mwanga inasema afadhali uchukue 8 hours.
Black, can you mute your mic kindly? Black, okay. Can you mute your mic? Thank you. Head, you can speak.
All right. Nanisikia?
I'm sorry.
So there's this thing that says you'd rather take 8 hours to sharpen an axe to cut a tree than to go start cutting a tree with a bone. So kasa hii tushikane kibizani, okay, strategy yetu tunaanzia wapi na tunamalizia wapi? Ndio kama tunasema tunaenda kwa streets, na vile watu wamesema, unajua tutaenda kwa streets tutachoka. The first time we went to the streets, watu walikuwa wengi. Then people started dying down, right? Because when something ceases to be effective, hata si wenyewe tunapoteza psyche. So utapata now in that fire there are only a few people who are coming. Na kuna wenye walikuwa na come na ni cosmetic, but it made a difference when we came. But right now we don't have things that have angered us enough to go back to the streets. There's no way. It does not make sense for us to expect our president to say the truth time and time again, that he will not say the truth. So kwanza ku-expect ati sasa alienda Germany atakuja kuambia ukweli, hiyo ni kujidanganya. And if you think about it, mtu mwenye ni mwizi anaishingi na uoga kuliko ule mtu anaishi maisha ya ukweli. So even for them, they are scared. That is a fact. And because they are scared, then they put all these measures in place because they want to protect themselves. Utapata kama ulikuwa unaishi kwa street, ulikuwa unaishi maisha comfortable. The minute uanze kupata kamali, unaanza kuona wacha ninunue lock ya hii mlango kwa sababu mtu anaweza kuja aniibie TV. Wacha niweke alarm kwa hii gari juu mtu anaweza kuja kuniibia. Lakini ile wakati haukuwa na hizo vitu, haukuwa unajikinga. You are living a free life. So even for us, we are shackled by our own opportunities. We are shackled by our own wealth. We are shackled even in our own mindset. So we have to find, even for these guys, remember, mtu mwenye ameiba ako na uoga kukushinda. Na wasi kwa sababu wanaiba hii pesa na sio halali. Niko sure huko kwa manyumba za Ishungwa ni masefu wako nazo ziko na pesa. Nyumba za hao ma MP wote ni masefu wameweka pesa. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu hawezi banki hizi pesa. Kwa sababu hii pesa sio halali. Unaona, na hii pesa itakuja na itaisha. But kama mlisikiza Okiya Omtata akisema leo asubuhi, alikuwa anasema on Spice FM, alikuwa anasema revolutions die. Juu kama ni students, mkifunga shule, students wataenda home, revolution imekufa. Kama ni watu wameandikwa job, mkiwafukuza job, revolution imekufa. Lakini the minute you as the peasants, you as the people take up arms and you say enough is enough, that is the only time we'll be able to succeed. Ule jamaa alikuwa president wa Romania, alikuwa na fly kutoka keja yake, alikuwa anaenda parliament. Wale wase, the people who have put him in power, namwambia hawa watu hata ni sifa zako wanaimba when people were protesting. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wanaona watu kutoka helicopter. So akiona mikono juu, watu wanamwambia bedhe si wanakusifu. Ile kitu iliwastua ni ile wakati parliament ili burn down. Ndio akajua ni kubaya. The same thing happened in India until not India, where is this place? Until that revolution took that next step, it was all the same. When people stormed parliament, that is when they made a difference. That is when they started to listen to people. But remember, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So our president anajua hakuna kitu mnaweza do. For him, when he said he was playing to the tunes of the masses. But what was he trying to do? For me, ukiniuliza, anajaribu kutengeneza a government like that one for Moi, where you as the president, you're not ceremonial, you're a person who has the power and you control power absolute. So sahi mtaenda kuongea, hata makarao wanajua ni nini mnapigania, lakini kuna kitu wanajua, lazima wafuate sheria of whoever is in power. So even until these people own the revolution, until this police also own us, and by the way, he had to find.
Headboy, just a minute. Headboy, just a minute, please, bro. Blackie.
Sorry?
A minute, please. Black, listen, please, worldwide. Hebu mute your mic. Thank you. Okay. Headboy, proceed.
So until we all come together and we say we are speaking in one voice. But the challenge is we will never speak in one voice. Say utasema, jamaa alisema nini kuhusu Wajaluo? Who is he to speak for Jaluos? Haya, mimi kama mtu wa huko kwa mlima tutasema wamekuja wamewinda jamaa yetu. Until you change that mindset, it will never change. Sisi tukienda chuo, hatukwenda chuo Mjaluo, Mkikuyu. It's not like vile mapero wetu walienda. Because our parents grew up in the tribal cocoons. That is what gave them security. As we grew up in the cosmopolitan. Kwa hivyo mimi najua hata boy wangu, hata sijuangi kwenye kwa huko unless tunaenda Marurashio. So until we get out of that mindset of even in ourselves dividing ourselves, hatutasonga. Lazima tushikane tukue kitu moja. And that means we have to have some form of structure. We have to have some form of leadership. Say ile wakati tunaongeleshwa history ya Germany, tujue kuna watu watapigana hiyo vita. lakini huku nyuma tunajua behind the scenes kuna watu wanapanga maneno ya grassroots. Ndio tukifika tuseme labda tumefika hiyo wakati wa election, tunajua ba hivi ndio tunapanga, tunajua tunaisweep. Why? Because if you look at hata siasa yetu, tukiangalia tu just some of the things that have come up, kuna mashule zilikuwa polling station na hakuna shule hapo. So it means that our elections were flawed. Ni shule ngapi kama hizo ama ni polling station ngapi zilikuwa namna hiyo? Because the difference between the number 1 and number 2 was not that big. That means wote elections zao zilikuwa flawed. Ukikuja mahali unapata kulikuwa na 100% turnout, 110% turnout, na ingine 110% turnout. Inamaanisha election ilikuwa flawed. You know, and our elections I don't think have ever been credible since 2002. Because 2002 hata wangejaribu aje ama aje kuiba haingeibiwa. Why? Because again it was the majority that voted. So until we have overwhelming presence like that during an election period, manze tutakuwa tunazunguka hapa, tuna mark time for some time. So the fire is there, but let us also have a plan. Tujue by the way, hapa tunajipangaje, sawa? Mimi sijui maneno ya Kericho. Nani anajua Kericho? Wewe panga watu wako wa Kericho who are good leaders from that area. Na si ati lazima uko umefanya kitu kubwa, but you know people who have the heart of the community. Because yes, sawa, tunaweza mtoa leo, but then we will end up like countries like Somalia, where kila wakati kuna vurugu. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wale watu wako na pesa watalipa watu. Sahii unapatanga ukienda ma demonstrations kuna goons wanalipwa. Ama goons ni youth. Hatuwezi enda kusema ati hii ni generation ya kina mzae ndio wanakuja hapa kwa streets. Ni youth, ni sisi. So it means we are still for sale. And until that changes, we are not going to be able to change the country. So even for us, we have to change our mindset if we want to change the country. And we have to put a plan in place. We can no longer shoot in the air. We have to put a plan in place. So.
Thank you so much. Toria, proceed.
Okay, I wanted to talk something that Grace talked about, and it's this thing of Baba betrayed us. Actually, I think the first day people went in the streets, people were taken in the streets because of the oppression you encountered and how you felt the bill is interfering or oppressing you or affecting you. So we should put in mind that despite that Raila Odinga went ahead and had a handshake with William Ruto, or they went in bed with the government for his own reasons, we did not choose him to be our leader. So it should not affect us in any way, and we should not divert our movement just because of mere and petty issues like this. They are trying to divide us using any way possible, because Ruto knew very well that Raila has a large followers, and through him he can attack or make us divert from our main agenda. It's the same way you see people on social media now. They are saying like, the moment Raila this, the moment that, no, let's stop that, let's come together, forget about this tribal thing and anything else. When we put these things aside, I'm sure we're gonna achieve our goals and we're going to make it. This is the only way we can conquer and recreate that scene of 25th June. Large numbers in the streets, no tribal. Okay, we are tribeless, partyless, leaderless. That's the only way we can recreate that scene. And through that, you'd see large numbers of people availing themselves to go to the streets because they know we are all being affected the same way. No one is special. Even the so-called the police officers who are trying to counterattack us, they are also affected. Their fellows are in Haiti. They have not been paid. The government was issued with the money, but the money was pocketed by some greedy individuals. They should take that as an example and join us and know that you're not going to be discriminated by the bills which are going to be passed just because you are a policeman or you are a politician or what, So guys, let's keep aside this thing of Raila this, Raila that. No. Raila is not our leader. If we know very well, like in every movement, we always have snitches, like there are betrayers, and you betray us, we keep you aside, we keep moving, we keep marching. We should not let the government see this as our weakness. We keep going forward. Now as you're talking, I've seen like Mukuru Kwanjenga is on fire again. Sakaja is there. Nothing has been done. They have vehicles to go after innocent people at their homes. They have that fuel, yet they can't afford fire brigades to go and shut down the fire. I don't understand. Like, they literally want to see our country burn down. And you know what? We're going to help each other overcome these tribal clashes by one thing. If you tell your parents, your grandparents through the vernacular language and make them understand how these things are affecting us as a country as a whole, and why we want good governance, why we are yearning for good governance and rejecting the bad governance, why we are against this bad governance abducting us. They will truly listen to us and they will understand why we are doing this, and they will support us, because hakuna mzazi atakwambia don't go to streets yet mtoto amekufa. That pain of a child, of losing a child, only the parent can understand. Na ukimweleze in deep the way we are going to be affected, because everything since 25th June, it changed totally. Kabisa, let me tell you guys. Ili change kabisa. Juu ndo maana unaona, like, because these MPs saw that they are capable of being bought, they are being given money, and we relented on salimianing them. Tuliacha kuwasalimia wakaona, so the storm was only for once and it died. So we need to bring the storm back to assure them that this power belongs to us and you must respect us. You are our representatives. You should do what we want you to do. You should present what we urge you to do there. Those are the things we need. Like, to educate huyu mzazi wangu, like me, I told my grandma, hey, shosho, unajua nini? Unaona ile ng'ombe yako ati utakuwa unaifunga pampers. Ati saa hii hiyo mahuti unaokota huku nje ndio utengeneza manua. Utakuwa unalipia license. Nikamwambia, shosho, can you imagine unafaa urudi kwa tumbo ya mamako uzaliwe tena ndo upate ID kama utaki kurenew ID at 10 years. Then my grandma was going crazy, like, kwanza hiyo part ya ng'ombe I knew nikimshika hapo nimeshika the spot. So alikuwa crazy, ako like, Ruto, this, and I felt so good because niliwakisha fire nyumbani na nilijua akienda kwa inaitwa chama ataenda atete au mama wachangie, and in using that way utapata tuna spread civic education kwa watu wako huko ndani. We can only make this work by emphasizing on civic education, guys. Unaona venye tunakuja hapa, you have very, very brilliant ideas, but not everyone is on these spaces. So tuko hapa tunasema hizo brilliant ideas, let's apply them on the ground. Tusizieke hapa tu kwa space pekee, ama tuziseme hapa ziishia hapa. Ukitoka hapa, enda kama ni simu piga, mwambie iko hivi na hivi na hivi. Press, keep pushing, keep putting pressure. They will understand why we are doing this, and we are not relenting. Bro, if we relent, let me tell you one thing. Relent kidogo, Leonie Collins, just because of raising a flag and advocating for good governance, amefungwa. Kesho ni KOT, kesho hiyo ngine ni mimi, kesho hiyo ngine ni wewe. And kindly, if you see a poster of one of our own ameshikwa ama ameenda missing, please shout as much as you can. Hata kama uko na 2 followers au 2 followers wakiona, tukiamplify, let's make it trending. Tutasaidia huyu mtu. Sahi, we don't know where Bob Jagi is. For Christ's sake, na bibi yake amejifungua tu juzi. Can you imagine bringing up a kid? Na hujui hata utaambia mtoto babake alienda wapi. That's the crazy government we have. I'm seeing like it's crazy. Naona sahi ma bodies zinafukuliwa ama ni kuchimbuliwa Kitengela, like literally you don't know even where you are standing. There might be someone's body down there. Oh my god, like it's crazy. This government is really crazy. Oi, where mi kama uski umejam na kama uoni sababu ya Ruto kuenda, and I don't know those people from Meru. You saying niye gembe, you're just saying we need to give him 25 years. Are you crazy? Are you out of your nuts? Hey, you know, the moment utaelewa the pain we are going through, the pain everyone is going through, and why we are advocating for good governance. You should know one thing, that there is no justice at all in this country. People's brain were scattered outside parliament. Nobody took care of that. They just went ahead. They saw materialistic things. They are more important than people's life. The highest rate of inhumanity that we have in this country, people being like, unaenda unauliwa then wanasema ni accident. And we know very well that if an accident happens, the police are there. They just pop up out of nowhere on the spot. So, guys, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. I can't imagine the lands that our forefathers fought for being grabbed. I've just seen that Adani has just won the whatever, that the power, Kenya power, whatever, wame win. Why are we giving foreigners the mandate to come and control us in our land? Don't we have people who are capable of running these things in our land? We have engineers, we have people who have done masters, PhDs for these works, for Christ's sake. Why would we accept like scammers, thieves, criminals to come and control us in our land? Mind you, those people will be employing their own people. Hey, Ebo reject Adani. We need to go back to the streets. The streets are calling us. I think the only language this government really understands, it's the street method. And to go to the streets, they are abducting us. What the fucking hell does this government want? You know, guys, you guys, hey, unalala, umejam, unaamuka, umejam, unatembea, umejam, guy fafa. Hey, hey, Ruto must go. Just come here, fuel, and use that fuel to push that information to your people down in the ground. Start with your family. Let them understand why we are doing this. Even if they say you are crazy, like you are involved in politics and they're not gonna help you, let them see you are crazy. But later, they'll come to understand why you are pushing this. The moment they see the benefits and the fruits of what you are doing. So I've just seen like, I don't know. Yeah, we say civic education. Machakos, like for Christ's sake, Wavinya being welcomed like Jesus has come to from heaven, just because she stated that she went and opened an hospital in the UK for Machakos people to go there to be treated. That's crazy. You must be running out of your nuts going to celebrate such kind of a person. Can you imagine? Who will... You need a flight, you need a ticket, you need a passport to go to that hospital. Who will be accountable for all that? Who will pay for that? At the same time, you are sick. You go there, they won't treat you without money. Maybe even the hospital it's a private thing. But let's open our eyes, guys. I'm so frustrated by these people of Machakos. Oh, fuck, no. I'm going crazy. Chief, everyone get. I'm going crazy. Prince, your mic has issues. Tafadhali, ebu fix it.
Hello, am I audible?
Prince, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Tori. Aki umeinject, umenibamba. Yaani kila mtu angekuwa na hasira kama yako, nadhani kesho tungekuwa kwa streets. Na hivyo ndio tunafaa. Shida ni watu wengine wajinga kidogo kati yetu ambao ni wapumbavu. Kama tu vile umesema, hiyo issue ya Machakos. Imagine mtu aiwebedo hundreds of millions. Aende aweke abroad. Halafu arudi mpigie makofi mshangilie. Are you guys out of your minds? Haya, hii issue na hii abductions. Okay, kuna entry nimepewa leo lakini sitaki tweet kwanza, nataka kwanza verify. Nimeambiwa ukiangalia site za uko Juja sini wapi kuna increase ya hyenas kwa streets usiku. Inasemekana wale watu wanauliwa kwa sababu ile nani historia kwa red up dump site ile is eyebrows sana. So nowadays what they do, wakishakuwa wanakufeed to those hyenas ku conceal evidence. Halafu mnaona bado tuko na nchi hapa. Guys, we should wake up. Mtu kama Bob, mimi mwenyewe nimeadvocatea Bob for his release, like hatujui ako wapi. The only mistake we made maybe ni kuchelewa ku amplify. Labda tunge amplify mapema vile inafaa, maybe angekuwa na sisi hapa nje. Maybe angekuwa bado wako huru kama wengine. But as up to date, no one knows where he is. No one knows whether he's alive or dead. Hata kama sio basi wapeane hata mwili. Familia yake kazika, ujue alikufa mara moja. Mbona upoteze mtu apotezwe kabisa? Juzi alikuwa mwingine, the other day was me, juzi ikakuwa ni Buka Airport, jana was Collins. We don't know who's next tomorrow. So hii ni shida ya sisi wote. Tunafaa kuamka sisi wote, tushikane mikono, tunafaa kuingia streets. That's all I can say. Like hakuna solution. Solution is streets. When ambia Adani amepatiwa sio ati tender ya 169 billion ya Kenya Power. For what? But why you need 50 bob? You know kitu tunataka jamani? Tafadhali na waomba tena sana. We need to do something as soon as yesterday. That idiot must vacate that office soonest possible. Mwingine achukue mic. Chief Economist, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince. Asante sana. Toria, that was injection full dose. Sijui yaki mtu aseme nini after that. But the anger is everywhere. Yani, our country, just check each and every corner. Something fishy is happening. Not from Adani. And you remember that story of Ruto telling us that issue yake ya kwenda US, there are some people who have contributed towards his journey. Kumbe, it's Adani. These are the same people who have like wanauziwa each and everything. These are deals that are being made in boardrooms. Sahi nasikia kuna public participation on Ketrako. For what? The deal is already made. Adani washaanza kuhaya. What can you say as the public to change that? So the issue we are facing as a country is a very, very big issue. And that is why I always say that we are not only dealing with this regime. In some way, we are also dealing with ourselves. Because we have been brought up, for example, my generation, we've been brought up in this environment and this mediocre society where politicians are gods. These people are gods. Look at what happened between the political maturity from colonialism to now Africanism. Our politics has never ever matured. The same things that were being done by Kenyatta are the same things that are being done by Uhuru and are currently being done by Ruto. Yani it's the same thing. So we are not only dealing with this administration, we are dealing with this mediocre society of people who wanasikia unaenda maandamano and they ask you, why are you going to risk your own life? But these people have risked their own lives with poor amenities for more than 60 years. It's time we change this. And most people will say that our movement is dead. But let me tell you guys, June 25th was a very monumental day and a very, very monumental pivotal moment in our movement. People were able to get out, no matter the tribe, no matter the age, no matter the social status, and went out and called for a reject finance bill. and it happened. And most of you will say that since then, our movement has gone down and has died, but it has not died. We are sort of getting this thing done in phases. We had the pivotal movement, now we need to chart our way forward. And the issue of leaders and watu kusema ati we are supposed to have leaders, June 25th, and Boniface Mwangi said this thing cannot happen with leaders. It will happen with a movement. So our biggest priority and our area to work on should not be on these politicians, should be on ourselves, should be on civic education. We should not be looking at what these politicians are saying. Right now, go pay any politician to say nonsense. They will basically say that nonsense. Look at what Caleb Amisi did. This guy was for Mandamano. What is he speaking of right now? Is the exact opposite. These are people we cannot change. These are people we need to act out. We cannot go to negotiate. We cannot go to talk to Raila and tell him, oh, you know what, you did us this and this and this. Watu wanakuanga hivyo. Na wamekuwa hivyo forever and ever and ever. And by the way, guys, don't play into this politics of tribes, of what is happening between Gachagua and Centro and wherever. Isn't it games these people play each and every year to make sure that minds zetu zimerudishwa basically to yani you basically don't think about progress. You think about the past. Because if right now you think of yourself as a Luo, you think of yourself as a Kikuyu, that's where we are losing the point. We should not think of ourselves that way. We changed that on June 25th. Hakuna mtu alitokea ati Juyeni Mluya, hakuna mtu alitokea Juyeni Mjaluo. We went out because of our own issues. So we have so many areas in this government that are not working. Ruto alikuja akasema bottom up. And basically bottom up, 70% of what bottom up is supposed to do is transfer capital from the owners of capital to the people. Now, how does the Adani deal meet this end? How does the Adani deal in Ketraco meet this end? Kwa sababu it's basically the same. Maybe a group of politicians will go negotiate outside. They get a deal. They sell us our souls off. That is what basically they do. Ruto went to Germany and signed a deal claiming that he will export Kenyans to employment in Germany. Which European country right now, even the US, and actually the moment Donald Trump is elected, things will be very, very difficult. Which country right now, a developed country, that is pro-immigration? Which country? Just tell me one. Germany, basically, what they did, they made it formal that Kenyans who are not formally in Germany will be repatriated. This is what Ruto signed. This person is signing our souls each and every day. Kila siku. And scandals are in each and every corner of the government. It's only that we don't have enough people to uncover them. We don't have enough people. Morara can't do it alone. And if you hear that young man saying that we need to have sort of an organization, it's because of what he has seen. If Morara was to start unmasking all these corrupt deals each and every day, even if he does 50 in a day, it will take him even more than a year to uncover all of them. This government is corrupt to the core. If you're only looking at Ruto only, that's where we miss the point. We need these people, everyone to go home. We start on a new slate. we need to start on a new slate. Because if we don't do that, and if we continue waiting for 2027, nothing will happen in 2027. You all know what happens in Kenyan elections. All of us probably here have voted either once or twice. And the systems will always have issues. And the person who wants to get into power will still get into power. We wait for 2027, there's nothing we are doing. What we need to do right now is act on some of these things that our key people are saying. If Morara calls for an organization, why don't we set up an organization? Look at what the Black Lives Matter movement did. Black Lives Matter started in 2013. Its pivotal movement was in 2020. And back then, what they did, I don't know if it's possible in our country, even registering a political party is a problem. But what they did is, they established a central organization, not basically with so much concentration on leadership, but so much concentration on what this organization is doing. They started taking people, training these people on how to even do protest. How do you protest? What do you do in protests? How do you engage with media? Because a media person can come and ask you a very, very simple question, but they need to change the narrative. And we have seen this happening. These are sort of the organizations we need. And the Black Lives Matter was very, very successful in its time. These are the things we need to work on. We need to have people on the ground. The BLM movement still had people on the ground, each and every county. Actually, the BLM movement, they could just wake up a day and hear that a state is actually protesting. They did not plan for it. The people there planned for that. Come to our situation. We have this man, this Sugoi thief, walking in each and every county, each and every village, talking about fake promises. We have people on the ground, people who can stand. Actually, this is the most pivotal sort of action we can do for our movement. We have people who can stand up and say, Mr. President, you're not going to talk to us. Take your lies somewhere else. Peleka huko nje ya nchi. Don't come and talk to us about lies. They take him to account on things that he promised and they were not done in the same constituency. Alikuwa Nyeri. We have the issue of Endarasha. People did not ask the president, why didn't these people respond on time? Why haven't we seen the Ministry of Education being overhauled and people going home and others being charged with murder? Because you can't be given a portfolio to manage and you basically do a shoddy job. Ule jamaa akona meno kubwa, kazi yake tu ni kuweka meno kwa screen. He's still in office right now. And Ruto is talking about compensating. How can you compensate for lives? Huyu mtu anatubeba ujinga, but the main problem, sisi pia tunajibeba hivyo. Why would you let a whole Kimani Ichung'wah come to Central, talk to people and talk about ethnic politics? Why would people let Gachagua do the same thing? I think we are not angry enough. And if we need to be angry enough, we need to take this movement to the ground. We need to speak to elders. We need to speak to mobilizers in counties, in sub-counties. This is where the movement should be. Ruto will be in maybe in Kisumu next week. We are very, very sure that the people of Kisumu will speak in our own accord, not going there to cheer. The thing that happened in JKIA is not something even to talk about, even to laugh about. Having an MP, a governor, talking about his own family and how he is committed to his own family. And how he is committed to God. Tukatai God ako, lakini si God alikuvote in, bro. You need to take task and make sure that you are answerable to Kenyans. There is a guy there who is doing a very, very good job unmasking each and every project that this lady is surely doing. We need more people. We need more angry people in the villages. We need more angry people in all social media platforms. Facebook sahi akina Terence huko tu ni kudance juu na nini. We are here trying to fight for our country, but you have people in TikTok doing nonsense. People cannot take even a moment to talk about our own country. These are the things we need to do. If we concentrate on so much on politicians will come and go. Kesho Raila ataongea kitu ingine ushangae. Huyu ni yeye. Sifuna ataongea kitu ingine ushangae. Guy. Hii ni ile fala ilikuwa inatuambia sijui nini hapa hadi na tupigania huko nini. These people are the same. It's only for us to change. If we change for the better, this country hata haitafika hata hiyo finance bill next year. Actually, finance bill next year should not find Ruto in office. He should go. Because that's a very pivotal moment for us. If we don't do that, 2027 does not mean anything.
Thank you so much. And I really think that these people need to give us manifestos which are realistic, not to tell us that you're building gorofas which ain't realistic. Like this nigga, for instance, when he was vying or doing this political shit, that nigga said, I will employ, I will do this, I will do this. Then all of a sudden you come in the television and say, when I got the seat, you were jobless. What the fucking hell were you promising us? Empty promises. Can you give us realistic manifestos that can be achieved within the period of time you've stated? Not this bullshit of I'll do this, I'll fly, This nigga, instead of, he has never even stepped in his office. He doesn't know whether it's still there, it exists. I don't know even if he knows the direction to the office. He's back on vehicles. It's like a campaign mode has been installed in the country. We are here. So guys, let me tell you, we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do. If we say we wait for 2027, I want to remind you one thing. The person who is in control of everything as we are talking now is William Kipchirchir, Samuel Ruto. The three arms of the government, they are being run by him. That's why you can see that a lawyer, a judge like, or a magistrate like Lawrence can give sentence or can sentence someone from the government and he's threatened, like his life is in danger just because of stating facts. Lento, journalists, they don't have freedom at all. Where the hell did freedom of speech go? Freedom of expression, our rights, where are they? Like our constitution is being violated day and night, hour after hour, like on daily basis. They don't follow the constitution at all. So we are here trying as much as we can to follow the constitution to fix this nation, but they can't see that. Those people we are fighting for, like they are there trying to tear gas us, kill us. Have you forgotten about the poisonous gas that we were sprayed on the streets? The water, poisonous water, and you just sit down, you want to relent? Have you forgotten how kids have been killed? Like nobody, I'm so sad, like the Endarasha thing, we have female representatives in the political class. These ladies have given birth, they are mothers, they are grandmothers. Nobody even for a single day stood up and said, we need justice, we need to hear about these kids. We know very well that William Ruto leads by blood. He is surviving because of shedding and sacrificing people. That's the reality. But we are not going to allow him to do this with our kids. 70 kids, for Christ's sake. Tanzania, that rumors were saying they are in Uganda. Nobody went ahead and followed whether the rumors are true or they are lies. Nobody is confirming anything. They just let it be as it's as if it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. People burning, people dying, people disappearing, like we are in hell already. Oh my God. Like these leaders, I really support the referendum Eric Omondi is running. Like, we don't need women reps at all, because if not even a woman, for Christ's sake, even you as a man, you took part in creating that child. Why don't you stand up and feel that pain of being a parent? Ask, question, where are the kids? Nobody's talking about it. They are assuming. What do they expect those parents to do? Like, you take in food as if these children have died because of food, like they have lacked food. Like, we are led by crazy people. These people in this government are really crazy, starting with William Ruto himself and his entire regime, and holding up non-constitutional seats. Mudavadis, they are squandering our money the way he wants. Yet we are here. Taxes are being raised. Now they have been dealing with the Adani thing as a deal. It's going to benefit some people. They're going to grab our lands, claiming that they want to build hotels for whatever. I don't know what they want to build. They bring their people from Adani to come and rule. Can you imagine yourself being searched by an Indian in your own land? For Christ's sake, they are controlling. We will be opening gates for colonial period. We will be welcoming back our colonizers. Are you ready to go back in that life of living as a slaves? We are living as tenants in our own land. Hey.
Thank you so very much, Toria. Actually, here in Etonga, maximum injection. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that this movement needs numbers. Let's follow each other. Like, tunafaa kufollow kila msee hapa. Kwa sababu without numbers, we are going nowhere. Okay, Tito nani? Nilikuwa nimekuwa naponyesha mkono. Tito Boraicho. Go on, then from wewe itakuwa Namnam. Namnam, mute your mic. Tito, proceed. Hello Tito, uko hapo ama umelala? Okay, Namnam, take on.
Hello, unanisikia?
We can hear you, bro. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, like mimi nilikuwa nasema, hey bana, tumechoka na huyu msee. Like tunge saka tu any means zenye tunaweza fanya, like tumtoe kwa ofisi kabisa. Hiyo ndo njia pekee yenye tunaweza shida hii kitu. Hiyo ndo nilikuwa na. I'm done.
Thank you bro for your views. Na njia tu ya kumtoa pekee jamaa sahi ni streets. There's no other option. Njia tu pekee yake ni streets. The question is, are you guys ready? Because as for me, I'm always ready. I was born ready and I'm always ready. Mukisema ngwe wani sikoni ni kesho. Dr. Towe. Dr. Towich, are you there? Huyo ni kama amelala. Kenda, can you hear me? Kenda.
Nakusikia vizuri sana. Okay. For me, mimi naweza sema kama kuna connection ya kunifanya nikuwe Muslim, tike faster man, mimi nataka kuwa Muslim juu venye kunaelekea bana. Hii Christianity, au ma Christians, au ma pastors, sijui ni waite maumbo ama, because hatuwezi kuwa tunajenga inchi na wewe unapatiwa 10 million inchi yetu. Sisi raia tunaambiwa ati hatuna pesa, na 10 million inapatiano ijenge churches.
na saa hizo kuna mse ako sick in hospital bed, ati ana kitanda kwa huku Kenyatta Hospital, hizi hospitali zetu bigi, ati hazina space, ati ndio upati, yani mgonjwa wako apate kitanda lazima abook. Yet tunaambua hatuna do, na 10 million Ruto amepatiana sijui 10 million kwa church gani hiyo inajengwa kwa Harambee. Rigiji akapatiana millions bado. Ndio hiyo Waiguru alikuwa ametumwa apatiane sijui 2 million na president kwa Harambee fulani alikuwa. Pastors, mnafikiria aje? Tunawalisha na sadaka, mnakula sadaka yetu, alafu after kukula sadaka mnakuja kupatiwa 10 million ndio mgonjwa ako hapa ako KU, yani hadi apati facilities, yani apati medication enough. Tunaambiwa madawa hakuna, na wewe kazi yako tu ni kupewa milioni 10 kuliko useme hii milioni 10 kuliko tujenge kanisa. Kanisa yezitibu mgonjwa, kanisa yezifanya hii barabara yetu hapa nje imeharibika sijika nini itengenezwe. Kanisa sahii tu ni mingi hadi zinatuamsha usiku jia venye wanapiga kelele. Kaa uko na connection ya kuwa Muslim bana, tunifanye tu Muslim akina imam, niko ready. Mi kwanza yangu ni by faith. Alafu tena
wind up bro, wind up please, Kenda wind up.
Sa alafu tena historia ya Russia. Kenyans tuache kusahau haraka. Kenyans afadhali, mimi nawaombea tu tuweze kumemorize hizi vitu zote zina happen, zitufanye tukue na hasira. Angalieni ile story ya Kware, ule jamaa alishikwa hivyo akatoroka police station. Hiyo story
proceed. Austin, hebu mute up. Please mute up. Thank you. Can I proceed?
Okay, hiyo story ya Kware, huyo mse alihepa police station. Hiyo story iliisha hivyo. Hii ni Russia. Tunaambiwa ati watu 70 walipotea. Hao watu 70 walipotea na shots na ven. Hao ni brothers zetu walidejia huko, na tukanyamazia hiyo story. Sasa kwanza tunafaa kuwa vigorous vibaya sana. Tutoke kwa street. Kila msee atoke kwa street venye tulifanya ile 25th. Na itaishi remain history kwa hii country. Aja nipe next speaker. Asanteni.
Okay, can you guys answer me? I have a question, and it's if you saw the cop, Shakur the cop, the moment that man displayed his placard, no, he was taken action against and harassed, and even went ahead. They went ahead to follow him, trace him, that they wanna abduct him. He went through a lot, and he was even, I don't know, to kind of suspended from his work. After that, things went on. He even was taken to the court. Later, nothing. We don't know anything from there. But now we have the Inspector General Masiangeli here. He has done whatever he has done. He has even ignored and taken for granted the court orders and the court calls he has ignored. And he is still acting to an extent that he has the authority to withdraw the security of the lawyer who sentenced him. Like, can you make me understand how these things relate? Because hii Kenya bana, mambo inachapwa design ingine mi sielewi. He should be suspended his duties as Inspector General the moment he was taken to court. Yeah, Real Joe, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Toria. Can you hear me? Okay. So basically, Toria, what you're asking is about Masengeli. Number one, what you should understand is this is just impunity at its best, being displayed right in front of our eyes. We are being shown what being in purportedly power is. This is not even an IG. This is an acting, and he has even authority. I don't know where he gets his authority from to just skip sermons. Number one, to just do whatever he's doing. He must be acting it must be acting on orders from somewhere above or something. We like saying orders from above. He's not acting on his own. So he could be working for other people. And this is what Toria I might have mentioned earlier, that you know what, if we have a parliament that is functional, parliament should review conduct of state officers. He's supposed even to be vetted, and you'll find that he'll be vetted maybe later on, and he'll even be given the job. This is someone who is supposed to be right now conducting himself in the highest professional standards as possible, because he needs the job. He's not yet having the job. He needs it. But what does he do? He has skipped sermons. He is then ensuring that this judge is going after the judge by withdrawing security. It is illegal. It is illegal to do that. It is only in Kenya. And this also boils down to what most of us have spoken about in these spaces, even previous speakers. We have allowed these kind of things to happen to us in this country. We have allowed these people to do this right in front of our eyes. We have allowed them. We have allowed them. Why am I saying you have allowed? Actually, as I answer you, let me also just give my submission within the answer. Let me tell you, Toria, we are not supposed to love our leaders. The people we have given responsibility to represent us, the people who are there in public service, we are not supposed to love them. Let's get that notion out of our head. We are not supposed to love them. It is the other way around. They are supposed to love us. Just by the mere fact that we have given them the opportunity to serve in those offices. So they are the ones who are supposed to love the people, not the people loving them. No, we should not love them. We should be there questioning them. We should be there putting them in check. We should be there ensuring that they work. They should be there working. They should be there ensuring they are the ones who are supposed to love us, not we loving them. And therefore, but what do they do? What do they do while they are there? They just display arrogance in our faces. They show us the mtadu. This is someone who is supposed to lead a police service. A police service. But this is someone who is being questioned on matters, disappearance of people, not goats. You know, if my chicken disappear from my house, I'm sure someone has eaten them. But these are human beings. Human beings don't just disappear. Human beings don't just disappear. So when you are asked about disappearance of people, you don't show up, you don't come to court, not once, not twice. Then when you are sentenced, it just serves you right. But what do? You want to show that you also have a position. And therefore, you can also use your position to intimidate others. Then who has failed? The person who has failed is the person who should be reviewing all the conduct of the state officer, the parliament, the members of parliament. What do? They are there over the weekend talking about deputy president this, deputy president that, politics this, politics that. They do not do their actual work of representation, representing the views of the people. The views that we have here, these are the views of the Kenyan people. When you find kila mtu anakuja hapa kwa space to talk about how they are disgruntled with the ongoing Adani deal, they don't like the way the government is treating them, they don't like the way the constitution is being handled, those are the views of the people, and that is what should be expressed at the legislature. But is that what is going on? No. And therefore, as I yield, I still go back to my previous point. We are supposed to be very selfish moving forward with our choice of leadership. We are supposed to be very selfish moving forward. We do not need to be very generous with positions of leadership. Those positions are supposed to be treated as sacred offices. Those are supposed to be leaders. And we are supposed to ensure they are people of high level of integrity, professionals. Okay? We are used to, right now, I am supposed to choose between Keoti Sonko and Didmas Baraza. I will never even subject myself to, I know Didmas Baraza does not deserve. Keoti Sonko deserves more than a million times. Didmas Baraza does not. But someone atamonea huruma because he has been a lead. You are unaonea mtu huruma, someone who will go there, and after ameenda hapo, he will display for you choppers and he will tell you, you know what, we members, you are giving someone an opportunity to go and earn more than 500,000. Money that where you who is giving this person an opportunity, you are not earning yourself. You're not earning that money. So you're not supposed to love that person. That person is supposed to love you. That person is supposed to love you. So these leadership positions, let us be very selfish with them. When we are giving out leadership position, when we want to select those who want to represent us, because it starts from representation. The people who we have chosen to represent us, those, if they don't represent us and they don't represent our views, everything goes wrong in a country. That is why we have CS Chirchir as a CS, someone who has been named in corruption before. That is how we have William Ruto, someone who has been mentioned in corruption. Do you know, in the build-up to 2022, William Ruto was named the most corrupt politician. He was. His wealth was questioned. He had issues previously of cases in ICC. They were not cases of chicken was killed or what. No, there were cases of people killed, people burnt in a church. And we still went ahead and selected this leader. Are we not seeing people being killed aimlessly? Are we not seeing today a grave in Kitengela? People, 7 people have been dug out from a grave. Yes. Why? Because we gave someone an opportunity who had history of killing people. He does not care who dies. He said it on national TV, on an international TV. He was asked about peaceful protesters. He said that, the police have their job. The police have a role to play. Which role do police have to play? Shoot protesters who are carrying flags, water. That is the role of the police, to shoot them, kill them. No, that is not their role. But he said it. He gave them that role to kill people, because that is what he does. That is what he does. If you elect killers, they will kill people. They will not work for you. They will kill you. If you elect a thief, they will steal money. That is what they do. There's nothing else they do. That is why they are pushing deals. I'm telling you, these people are pushing deals here and there. There's nothing going on in this country that is not a deal, that does not entail a kickback. This Adani we are complaining about already, they were given months ago. Saindi watu wamegundua hiyo. No, months ago they were given the power line. The 440 kVA and the 220, they were given already. Karibu 90 million, another 150, they were already given those ones. Watu wameshakula kickback hapo. Hiyo imeenda hivyo hivyo. We are going next. So there's nothing that will ever come out from this sort of leadership. And I'm very sure that right now Kenyans have learned, and we are not going to complain about the mistakes we have made in the past before. Of course, me, I've never voted for William Ruto. I've voted twice for the other person, Raila. Not that. And right now, I would never make that mistake ever again. If I was supposed to be reversed, I would never. But we cannot go back to the past, and we cannot say those who voted for William Ruto are the ones who put us in these problems. They have learned from experience right now. What do we do moving forward? Let us be selfish with selecting the people we want to represent us. Let us be selfish in selecting leaders. Let us select the most blameless person. We have denied very brilliant people in this country leadership opportunities. The guys like Ekuro Aukot, we've denied them opportunities because they were not popular. Me, I voted for Raila because he was popular. I've known him ever since. But we've denied people but we've given people who have history of corruption leadership position. And therefore, we should be selfish. Moving forward, let us be selfish. Let us not repeat these mistakes of giving these crooks opportunities. Let us not do that. Let us be very selfish with them. And we will never see someone like Masengeli, just an IG. Huyo anafaa kuwe gereza sahi, anafaa kuwe prison. He should not be then withdrawing security for an High Court judge. An High Court judge of all the places. This is just dragging our constitution in mud. In fact, it is stupidity in the highest order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And let me tell you this, never allow a word regret in your dictionary. You've injected very well. But let me tell you this, as far as we know very well that we are voting or we are blaming ourselves for having voted for Ruto, we all know that these people, they don't follow what we've done in the ballot. We all knew very well that Raila Amolo Odinga was the one who was leading. But when things turned out there in the Bomas of Kenya, Ruto was announced as the president. So as far as we are talking about voting or IEBC, we need to consider a way that we can make sure they don't tamper or interfere with our votes from the word go, from the ballot to the counting to the announcing of the results in the IEBC in the end. Actually, that's where we were messed up. And now it's not high time we blame or we regret. No. Put that aside, focus. We all learn through mistakes. It's high time we rectify our mistakes and let them be lessons that will keep us moving forward. Thank you so much. So, Prince, are you there? Prince?
Yeah, I'm here, Toria. Talk to me.
Okay, nice. So you'll go after Nam. Oh my God, Nam.
No, wait a minute. There was this gentleman by the name Tito Boraicho. I saw him raising his hand, and he was not given a chance to speak. So maybe after Nam, then we go to Tito Boraicho. Is it okay? Okay.
Okay.
Nam, proceed. Hello, Nam, are you there? Nam, can you hear me? Nam. Okay, we go to Tito Borito and then to Austin. Tito, are you there? Tito Boraicho, can you hear me?
I think Nam's mic is on. I don't know if Nam, can you hear us? Nam.
Maybe he's having network issues, maybe.
Okay, Tito, are you there?
We go to Austin then. Then from there, I think Nam atakuwa amesoti issue yake network. Austin, can you hear me?
Yes. Actually, I'm Austin, yeah, and I have some issues, maze. You know, in Kenya today, like we youths, we don't have freedom, like Sai it is hard in Kenya as their youth, The things happening in Kenya are not what we expected. So it is hard. You hear this and that, it is so hard. So what I can say is we youths, we can make this Kenya to be good if we unite together. Let not youths from Nairobi do demonstrations and this machinani youth, they just listen. Let's unite them together. Youths come together. We speak one language so that we can press these people outside. We expose them. We do what we can do to them. Sai we fight. There's no eti sijui unafuata sheria. Sheria sai hakuna, unaona? Hakuna sheria sai. Sai it is freedom. We fight for freedom like before. We fight. The people will die to die, which remain and go continue good Kenya. No. But for now, Kenya is pathetic. We unite together as we youths. We press these people out. Hata sai JKIA inauzwa manze. Naona vitu kama hizo sai. Where will we go? So what I can say, let's unite as youths. We come together. We make even a very big part so that we can press these people outside. It is pathetic, Mazi. I'm going.
Who was next, Prince? Nam, you back?
I can see Namnam's hand, so let him proceed. Namnam. Tito, Boraicho. Tito, Boraicho. Twende kwa Kenda basi, tukingoja mwingine. Kenda, endelea, naona umeonyesha mkono sana. Endelea Kenda. Kwani leo ni ile.
I think
almost everyone,
network issues. So guys, we are around 100 people and we have only 15 reposts. Kindly, can you repost? Take a minute and repost the space. At least what we are join. We want all of us to have one voice. We come together to skizane bana. At least repost the space. Kindly, just a minute. It will cost you nothing to repost the space.
Alafu after we repost, follow everyone who is here. Yours truly, Upper Principal speaking. Follow me, follow Toria, follow KOT, follow the real Joe, follow everyone. Like this fight needs numbers. We need numbers. For us to win this, we have to have numbers. Please, Dennis, you can proceed. Dennis Sandaski.
Okay, mi nilikuwa tuna jambo dogo niongezee tu hapo. Ni mambo ya kuongea social media sana na kwa ground hakuna kitu tunafanya, itatu waste. Unajua kuna msemo inasemanga the best means of defense is to attack. So tukikaa tu tunaongea social media 2027 ikam hawa watu bado wataiba kura. Saizi hizi ID zimekuja mpya, hatunaenda ku register line, unasikia hati hiyo ID kuna line ilisha registriwa. Hii inamaanisha aje? ID zimeshachukuliwa, yani ni kama zimeprintiwa mara tatu, zimetengenezwa mara tatu. Juu yangu yangu nasikia sijui Caroline Mutoka ndiye ako nayo. Vitu kaa hizo. Bana 2027 tusidhani ati itakuwa rahisi. Hawa watu wameshajipanga. Hawa politicians wote wameungana na hiyo 2027 tutaona moto. Kama tujajipanga, hiyo ndio ukweli. Tusiongee tu hapa kwa social media alafu kwa ground tumenyamaza. Action speak louder than words, unaelewa? Hawa watu tukibonga tu sana kuna kitu watasikia. Lazima tuingie kwa ground tuonyeshe. Sawa, hiyo tu.
Thank you so much. Kindly ukipanda hapa juu, if you wanna talk, please when you are called, respond as soon as possible. At least kama uongei, we drop. And okay, ama you drop yourself so that we can accept new speakers. We wanna hear people's view. Our today's topic is Anguka na Ruto, #Ruto must go. And remember, our host Mabonga is using data, so we have data support number there. Kindly, let's support our own Mabonga so that we can keep the space running. Thank you. Prince.
Yes, can you hear me? Toria, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think from Dennis was African. African, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, proceed, bro.
Thank you so much. I think this is my first time sharing on this space. KOT, you're doing a good job, and I salute the effort of revolution that you have put in place. And everyone else. My name is African. Orkan. I want to share about mambo ya Adani. Yeah? I think guys tunachukulia kitu lightly. Ni kama ile Occupy JKN will happen last week. That was the end of it. We need to make the government officials aware that we should make them aware that we know where their properties are. So if anyone who is able to make zile flyers Occupy kitu kama nitwaje Weston, inafaa we rally behind Weston. Tuseme if JKA is given to Adani, we occupy Weston kama mbaya, because JKA belongs to Kenyans, but Ruto wants to make it a personal property. So if he's going to give away what belongs to us, we have to make sure we deal with what belongs to him. Because if we continue taking things lightly hapa, we are selling our future. You know, Ruto and co, they're already done. Like our jamaa wamefika ma 60s and huko. Most of us are either in our mid-20s or mid-30s, early 30s. The future is ours. We are the current adults of this country. Na tukiendelea kuacha hawa wazee wenye wanaenda kukufa even after 30 years. Unajua hiyo Adani deal ni ya 30 years. After 30 years Ruto will not be there. If we allow these people to give us a future of slavery, tutajilaumu sisi wenyewe. We have the energy, we have the numbers. It is time tuanze commercial wase. Tusiongee ni kama vitu ni normal, because what I hear wasa wanaongea tu is like vitu ni normal nini. History ya JKA should be the start of the second revolution. Now this time if kama kuna msee wa KAA mwenye anawaka hapa, mwenye ako kwa group, hawa jamaa wa airport, this time mkianza hiyo story ya occupy, msikubali story ya mnaambiwa let's go and have negotiation. We know what the government did last time. Wakati walisema okay, Genz tumewasikia, we are having give us time, tumewasikia. What did they do? Walirudi na wakafanya the same things we told them not to do. Hata JKA Sasa wame strike last week, wameambiwa mnyamaze kidogo, we are sorting out, alafu nasikia ni kama Adani pia wamepewa mambo ya Kenya Power, all those things. And we are quiet, guys. Tuna allow wase wenye watakuwa up in the next 30 years could destroy our 30 years huko mbele. We should not accept it. We should not accept it. We should not accept it kabisa kabisa. Mimi naomba wase wa graphics waanze kutengeneza flyers za occupy hizi properties za jamaa. Kama unajua property ya mtu yote, a politicians penye iko, hizo flyers zaanza kutengenezwa, occupy Weston, occupy Manifest, hizo magari. So that they know we are not joking about this thing. It's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of life and death. Kama kina Dedan Kimathi wangenyamaza, yeah? Kama wangestuliwa na wazungu, yeah? It was only a few guys huko Central waliamua kuungana and they liberated the entire country. Hata kama watu Eldoret wata to join kwa hizi maandamano, watu wa Nakuru, if all of us who are in Nairobi can bring our efforts together and hold this government at ransom, we will liberate this country. Because mtu asikuambie tunangoja 2027, bro. It is over, man. It is over. It is over. Mtu asikuambie tunangoja 2027. Mtu asiwaambie kitu kama hiyo. By 2027, we will not have any capacity to bring any change. Most of us when wamekuwa kwa hizi maandamano, watu wanashikwa. Yeah? Saizi naona tu wasa wanashikwa, but we are not, you know, we salute us when wamekuwa kutengeneza hizo flyers. Tunawasalute sana. And we urge you guys, unajua nyinyi ndio match yetu ya internet, like you're the ones like who speak the digital language. So tukisikia tu mse yote ameshikwa, kama anasikia anaitwa nani Njagi hasa Kitengela, right now inafaa tuko tuna push hizo ma hashtag na hizo ma flyers na tuseme our next maandamano tuna combine occupy JKIA na free sio wenye wameshikwa. It is not fair at all. It is not fair at all. Na tusikeni kama things are okay. Tusikeni kama things are okay. Tusikeni kama things are okay. At kila siku tunakuja hapa tunakuwa na nitwaje easy joint conversations. Kila siku tunakuja tutaongea the same things. Tunaongea the same things. No. Inafaa tukimaza kama hii conversation ya leo, hizo flyers zitengenezwe. Free somebody, occupy JKIA, occupy Weston. Hizo properties zao wase watasikia uchungu sasa tumeanza kushika vitu zao. Cause hata hizo vitu zao wenye wanasema ni zao, wamenunua na pesa zetu. Those are our monies wase. Those are our monies. Sasa hizo una struggle kufungua biashara ku make profit because even the sellers ama the buyers unatarajia hawana cash flow. Hawana cash flow kwa nini? Because there are few people in government wamehold pesa. Na hizo pesa zinafaa zikuwe zinazunguka. Vile Morana alikuwa anasema jana, unaenda bank kuitisha do, huwezi pesa kuna
unakatika bro. Hapa ni mimi pale na sikusikii. Toria, can you
sorry. Unanisikia?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Nilikuwa nimepigiwa. Sorry, someone called me. So nasema right now inafaa kuwe personal. We start focusing on attacking these guys. Digital wise, you know, we just mess with their mentals. Digital wise, kama msea anajua kuhack systems za jamaa, we start hacking those systems. Like let us cause terror in their lives. Wasikwe comfortable to move around. Unaget? Hata kama mtu anaweza kaamua ana book, mtu aende kuamua na book Weston, ama someone anaenda kubook Weston as a guest, naenda cause fracas huko. Kwani iko nini? We cannot be quiet wase. Tusichukulie hizi vitu lightly. Mimi nawaambia tu, haiwezi kuwa ati mababu zetu they fought for our freedom so that our current leaders can sell us back to slavery. That one cannot be our case and we should refuse. Mimi nawaambia wase wenye wako below 35, anyone who is below 40 here, our future is being sold back to slavery. Vitu yenye nafaa tukue tunapata kwa bure in the near future, tutakuwa tunalipia vitu kama education. Education is supposed to be free. Tutakuwa tunalipia vitu kama healthcare. You know, NHIF ndio imeuliwa. So that hizi vitu za shift tukue tunalipia a specific individual. Mwindi anakuja hapa kutu control na amekataliwa even in their own country. Adani hawakubaliwi huko. Australia imewakataa. Yeah? bank za intwaje huko Europe, bank za Europe ina freeze ma account za, alafu sisi tunakuja kuziwa hapo uongo ati Adani is a good thing, they have the capacity, they want to control us msee. Hapana, it cannot happen. So I'm just urging all of us, tusiongee ni kama vitu ziko sawa, and let us not be comfortable just coming here tunaongea tu vitu hapa every day and we're not seeing anything. Let us use this platform. Najua ni kazi, but I believe everyone amepewa call yake hapa. Mse kama KOT naonanga nitengeneza hizo flyers vizuri sana. Don't burn out. And I pray that God will renew your strength and renew your focus. For this struggle, mimi naomba wasee sisi wote. Mjue as much as we are in this struggle, God is with us. Mtu asiwe danganya ati tunafanya peke yetu. God ako na sisi. And I'm praying for everyone that we shall not grow weary. We shall not grow weak. That our strength shall be renewed every day until we liberate this country. We are not too young to win this war. We are not too weak to win this war. So, tushikane wase, and let us keep that focus. We have to liberate this country no matter what. Right now, twende personal. Tuanze occupy properties wase. Wherever they are, they should not be at peace to move around. That is the only way they'll know that we are serious. But tukiendelea tu kufanya tu hivyo, tunaona tu sasa ati tunangoja because wamesema we have to form a committee, tunangoja wa form committee. No. They are joking with our properties. And it is time we start joking with our properties too. That is period. Hiyo ndio mimi nasema. Asanteni wase. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so very much. Actually, you are very spoken well. We go to Honorable what? Mwangale Agneta. Are you there? Honorable Mwangale?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mama.
Thank you for this. This evening, I'm a very disappointed Kenyan youth. Like, the information at my desk, I'm very sure most of you have gotten this information about the new funding model in universities. You know, I'm a student, and of course, it really affects me. Like, it really pinches me, you know, getting to know that everything that is being done in this country is a scam. Now, it has been gazetted that the committee that must go formed had proposed that it will be formed to review, to discuss about the new funding model, so that the students should ease the protest. What happened? Of course, we were having some series of meetings with the PSS, the CS. Even we had a meeting at KICC with the president himself. And what he said, like, I'm very sure that man has no good intentions and has no intention of changing anything that he has started. Like, he's a very determined man to do what he wants, like what he really thinks he wants to do, and what he really thinks it can happen the way he wants it to happen. Then he has no intention of changing it. If he had decided to list that JK, it's going. And he's not even backing off. So imagine some students, like, maybe if I would be very comfortable if I'll see, like, all universities have been represented equally. But now, shockingly, we have some very notorious student leaders across universities that are being paid to do what they want them to do. So they're the same people who have been constituted in that committee. And what I'm expecting out of that thing is that they are going to accept that thing in totality, and they're not going to reject anything. And of course, as you've been seeing us everywhere saying, reject this new funding model, because we have seen and we can see how bad that thing is. It's a monster that is going to deny us chance to, be in university once again. Like if you're thinking to take a second degree or anything else, or you're thinking that your kid will be in university, it's going to be a dream that will never come true. So, like,
please, just a minute.
Now,
Madam Wangali, please just update. Attention everyone. As you can also see that ni KOTM host space na hatumii wifi juu haiko kwa nyumba. Anatumia bundles. Namba yake ndio hiyo hapo, tafadhali naomba tumsupport. Anything 10 bob, 5 bob, 10 bob, 20, 50, 100, 1,000 bob, anything. You can also buy data direct to his number. Number iko hapo juu tafadhali, so that we keep this thing running. Juu data yake kisha so tutakuwa hii space information itaisha. So tafadhali tuanguke na yeye kwanza, alafu tu proceed. Mwangali ukiendelea, the rest of us, let's do the Lord's work, please.
So, like, I don't even kwenye alikuwa nimefika, but I'm telling you what has happened, and that's what's been happening, and I don't know how we are, I don't know what we are thinking, that you're just being told, you know, you wait, I'm doing this so that he can accommodate 1, 2, 3 things. Na tunajua vizuri tunaenda kuoshwa, but we are silent about these things. Now see what has happened. In fact, it has been gazetted, like it's on public domain. And these people, they're saying they're going to review, or but let me confirm the exact information about this thing. Like they're saying, the National Working Committee on Review of New Education Funding Model is hereby established, that the committee shall comprise the following 4 work streams and subcommittees. The work stream or the review and refinement of the new funding model for university and technical vocational education and training institution, that is TVETs. The work stream on appeals arising from categorization of students into various eligibility bands for allocation of scholarships and loans. The work stream on structures of student loans, and the work stream on the review of the cost of university academic program. Like, we should not even be thinking of reviewing or renewing or remanufacturing anything that is punitive in this country, because as we all know, the whole CS team was pulled. What happened? We saw with our own eyes that you cannot trust anything in this country, especially what our president is trying to tell us. That the committee has been formed to review, to see now, you know, people in a wrong band, to be placed in a different band, you know. These are students who were never involved in anything to do with funding model. They've just been brought in when everything is a mess, and they want to also include them in this mess again. So, like, I'm wondering, what is the meaning of the word reject? Like, if there are students, and of course, I'm very sure there are people in this space that they're listening and they're pro-government, and of course, there are even some who are in the same committee in this space. When we said we don't want that finance bill because it could not even, like, we cannot even afford to like, I don't know, like, kama tumekataa kitu, if we don't want something that is not working, we should not even think about reviewing or doing anything about it. It's tunaanguka nayo, that is it. So you will see by tomorrow, I'm very sure it will be all over news everywhere. Wherever you see that thing, we don't want review. Mimi, I've posted on my handle on my X account, we don't want that thing. Totally, we don't want it, because it cannot be even reviewed, because we have had more than 5 meetings, and there is nothing, like, they cannot even, like, they don't listen to advise these people. They cannot be advised. In fact, when you try to advise them, you become an enemy. And when you become an enemy, now they'll start hunting you. But you're just telling the truth. and what you feel. This is a free country. This is a democratic country. Like everybody has a right to speech and expression. So like, what are we going to do really? If all these things, the model, the CSG, like everything is going amiss in this country, what are we going to do as a young nation, a young generation? What are we going to do? Now that we said, now the Adani thing, the Adani thing is bad, so they went ahead and told us, we're going to do some, public participation and what. Like really, we know it's a scam that is not going to happen. There is nothing important at the workers to wait. There is something, there are some consideration of being made. Where? We know they are not. But next time we should not listen to all these committees and this nonsense. Tukisikia tu ni story ya committee, just know it's bullshit. Your committee, you are not even going to be part. In fact, you won't know who are the people in that same committee. And of course, they will choose whoever they want to represent us. Like, for example, we youths in this country, the same person that we never wanted him at all because he was underperforming and he was doing just nonsense in the position of CS, was brought back to even be our own representative. That is more common. Like, kitu amtaki ndo mnapewa. Like, for how long are we going to accept all this nonsense? And we'll always come here, these people are bad, these people are bad. So they are bad when we know they are bad, they can do nothing to help Kenyans. Then what's the next thing what's the next thing that are we supposed to do so that all this shit can stop, like, once and for all? If it's to occupy their homes, I don't know, but now we should think on how we are going to work and come to counter such things, because it's really pissing off. And of course, it's a song that now they've reintroduced to people. Mtambiwa tu, hey, teachers are striking. Ebu ambie we are forming a committee to do this. They will form that committee na watu wenye wanajua huko hivyo. Then they'll come with some other lies. In fact, even they won't even complete what they started. They go there, they get paid. They even forget what they went to do there. Like, seriously? And we just hear, the government is bad, but now, by the end of this phase, I don't know if I should request, but anyway, let me be courteous enough to say, by the end of this phase, but now, apart from talking about Ruto must go, we should have those timelines. We should have also the objectives and the resolutions on how we are going to work on this systematically, because this is too much. It's too much. So imagine, like, around 50 students who are going to represent the whole population. In fact, utapata, like, private institutions are not even being represented. Alafu watu wamechukua ni watu wenye watenda walipo huko hivyo na wasahau hiyo story. Kenyans are going to suffer a big number. Like, it's going to be, you cannot even afford. I said when we were with the president, I told him, like, how comes the 12% of the whole population of the students who are joining university are the ones who are regarded as poor, yet we have the whole 85% there? Do you mean these people are rich? Then he confidently told me that, you know what, that's why I want to bring more teachers so that they can teach those poor people to also join university. Not all that, man, that the students in university who are in this public university are rich. In fact, those people who are rich, they're in private university, and most of them are even outside this country. Ukipata the kina UN, the kina KU, the kina Egerton, kina Moi University. These are very poor students. When even they cannot even, most of them, they pay and eat Like everything is depending on their help. And you want to tell a parent to pay 90,000 for a cause in education, like, you know, education arts. Enye akishamaliza shule, akaenda nje huku kulipa 17,000. Akisha deduct all these taxes, ni 12,000. Like, is it worth? And we're just silent, you know. Unajua president amefanya, so what can we do? Tunyamaze tu, sasa tufanye aje? Tulie tu. Unajua president amezoea kuwa muongo na the whole system. It's our life, bwana. We have more than 40 years to live in this country. Some of those people are even less than 10 years to live. I don't know, God forbid. But they want to make everything very hard. By the time tunafika that age, yenye hata pia sinafaa tupeleke our kids to school, we cannot afford. Where will they be? They won't be around. And of course, they would have already made sure their families are comfortable, and even they're not even around, especially when they get done with their terms. They even move out of this country. You won't find them. You will be the ones here who will be suffering. By the time our jamaa wanatoka kwa serikali, at this rate yenye wanaiba, mtapata huko hivyo, there is nothing even to start with. At least they got some few billions, I don't know, millions. You will get nothing. Poor health facilities, poor education, wherever, like everything will be messed up. Where will you start from? If we are not going to do something, like if we are just going to keep quiet, keep silent, everything to happen the way at tunajambia hata tumezoea nini? Bana, come on. Our future is being ruined, like, na tunaangalia hivi in our sights directly. We should be doing something, bwana. Mimi, like, I'm a very disappointed person, bana. And maybe I can't just wait. I can't just watch all this happen. Of course, when we will unite, when we decide to do something, bana, let's wake up and do it once and for all, because there is nobody is coming to do it for us. In fact, wakishajua tunajua ukweli, now they'll start hunting one by one, kidnapping them anyhowly. And of course, they'll ask you, Ebu, tell us, where did they go? In fact, hata pia si tunawatafuta. People are being killed, are being kidnapped day in, day out. Tunaona di kwa news hivi, like, we are ameenda hivi. But there is nothing we can do, like, we are helpless. Then how tuna expect nani akuja tusaidie? If we are not going to wake up, youths of this country, the young generation of this country, if we are not going to wake up and say that we are used to this nonsense, to this shit, we are going to suffer. And let me tell you one thing that you don't know. Maybe you know, but you want to pretend that you don't know. These people want to lead a very foolish population. That's why they are frustrating everybody. And if we're not going to look and see something to do much better so that we can improve, we can salvage the situation, then they're going to succeed in what they're planning. If they're not going to pay lecturers, kuna notice ya strike on Wednesday. If they're not going to pay, if they're going to introduce CBC, wakose kui-manage, kui-run the way it's supposed to be. If they're going to make education that expensive, Abu, tell me, how many Kenyans are going to go to school? And by now, kuna watu wenye wanasoma bado chini ya miti in those marginalized areas. Now unataka ku increase fee, like, where do you want these people to go? Surely. Like, kuna venye this country wanataka kuishape into. These people want to grab everything so that you can just remain helpless to beg them. And they now can rule us the way they want. Like, you don't have any option. When they come with that 50 shillings, you run to die to get that 50 bob. And that's where they want to get us. But we are a learned population. Thank God. We can reason. But let's reason and get the solutions to these problems of ours, because we are the only people who can solve this. We cannot even expect those people from West to come in, because there are even people who are contributing to our even bigger problems. So by the end of today, by the end of this night, before you sleep, bana, think about like, wait, lala tu ukifikiria. I know there are people who can really think and get solution. Maybe I cannot be that person, but you can be that person. Think about something. Next time when you come to such spaces, and I thank God because, you know, my good friends are always trying as much as they can to host these spaces so that Kenyans can always share ideas. But find time, get ideas, research, do read, and everything. But next time when you come to such spaces, let's share ideas on how best we can do this. And see kushatu anyhow, because the same people to not criticize, they're here, they're listening to us. We are not hiding anything, because a space you can join, like anybody can join. So we really need to be smart, because these guys are 2 steps ahead of us. In fact, venye tumeongea hivi, now they're going to tap into our information, then they're going to restructure it to suit them. Utasikia kesho anasema, oh, you know, some other students are saying, oh, they don't want the committee to look into. So what do they want, bana? We don't want that thing. We don't want it. Let them make some, maybe, you know, rectifications to rectify the past funding model, so that kama kulikuwa na issues, they sort it and tuendelee na hiyo, than introducing every new thing. Usishangae hadi kwa hii funding model maybe kuna muhindi ile tu baada hatujajua, and it's very possible in this country, na tutajua tu na tutanyamaza tu juu sasa tutajiambia hivyo. And we really need to do something, bana. Kenyans, bana, we should not fail. This is our country, and we are not willing to move out. Personally, I don't want to go out of this country, because there is a lot that I enjoy in this country that I can't get in those other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Your Honorable. Ni Honorable what? Mwangale. Okay, guys, Principal speaking. Allow me to repeat myself, as I said earlier. Kwamba tuko kwa space imehostiwa na KOT. Toria is a co-host, and then there was me, lakini nimedrop in juu ya network issues. So KOT hayuko kwa nyumba, mali yako anatumia bundles, ameweka namba hapo. Please, let's support him, because we need him for this space to run. We need him actually. So please, just send anything, 10 bob, 50, anything. You can also as well buy data to him direct. You don't have to send him anything. You can just buy him data direct to his number. Namba iko hapo juu, alafu tutakuwa sawa. Alafu kitu kingine nimesema, this struggle needs numbers. Sijaona watu wakinifollow. Like, guys, I need followers. We all need followers. Let's follow each other. Let's follow everyone. Like, mukinifollow kufollow back. So we need numbers for this fight to keep on. Okay, niona Toria. Alafu kulikuwa tuende kwa Anton Omoro. So Anton utachukua, wait a minute. Anton mute mic. Okay, utachukua after Toria amenyosha mkono pale mbele. So after Toria is done, then we'll proceed. Sawa?
Okay, guys, I wanted to say this, like, you know very well it's bad hours in East African time. So kindly, when you come here, use the shortest time as possible so that people cannot sleep listening to you. Take at least 3 minutes, talk, drop, come back again. The mic is open until morning. We support KOT to keep the space until morning. So kindly, 3 minutes each. You drop, you come back again. Alafu Binti, kindly chukua mic. Binti.
Anton, now you can proceed.
Asante sana host KOT, co-host Toria na Prince. Nashukuru sana kupewa nafasi hii ya kuchangia mjadala wa leo. Nimekuwa kwa hii space kwa muda sasa almost 6 hours na nimekuwa nikisikiza kwa makini zote ambazo washiriki wanachangia. Ningependa kusema tu neno moja kuhusu submission ya aliyeongea mwisho. Hii ni kuhusu the new funding model, na alisema angependa sana kupata usaidizi ama idea ama mwongozo wowote. Hii funding model ina affect organized institutions ambazo ziko na student populations, ziko na unions, ziko na structures zote. Advice ya pekee ile ningepeana kuhusu hiyo ni student unions hold wote wamesikia announcement ya President John ya leo. Let them meet, let them discuss, let them resolve, and then we shall get a feedback from them on what their thinking is on this one. Otherwise, hapa kwa space hatuwezi kuitatua kwa njia ile iko external.
Anton, are you there?
I think I also lost him. I can't hear him.
I can't hear him too. I cannot hear him too. So who was next? Guys, itisheni mic bana, alafu
Able to hear sauti ya a lady now. Pauline, hi.
Hi. Hear me? Awesome. So, for me, I haven't been in here for a minute. Sometimes I do take time to unwind, to reflect, and then come back to see how my Kenyan people are doing. So today I was so pissed off because I saw our president. He was in Germany. He signed the so-called bill or treaty with the German government. Their aim is to take all the educated Kenyans from home, bring them to Germany, and deport all the quote-unquote uneducated folks back to Nairobi. Back to Kenya. So I was like, what in the world? You're ready to sell your people out, all the young talent, to a foreign country to benefit foreigners. Whereas back home, we need this young talent, but since you've killed the dreams, the wishes of the young population, you are not tired of continuing to cripple a country that was once so great. Even the shells of what we're standing on, he's trying to crush that with all that he can. And my question is, as Kenyans, until when will we allow these people to continue walking all over us? We saw what they did the other time when we had the finance building. I always say as Kenyans, we need to take the mantle. The problem is people give up quickly, and it's tiring, and it's devastating, and it's frustrating. We go to these marginalized areas. Those people are the most affected because they don't really know what's going on back out there. Maybe people in the urban centers, they have a clear picture of what's going on. But when we go back home, back in the villages, back in those marginalized sectors, and that's where we have so many of the people, of the Kenyan population, who contribute largely to voting, to enabling these leaders. So my 2 cents for tonight are, if we can try to deplatform all these politicians, I keep on insisting, I've always said, we need to deplatform politicians because trust you me, they don't mean well for us. They like Ruto said, they're probably in here. We're not hiding anything. They know that we don't like them. They know that we're pissed. So they will try anything they can to walk all over us. But we cannot allow these people, because it's us as a people who gave them this power that they're uselessly misusing it and using this to push on bills that only benefits the few individuals at the expense and the
Pauline, are you there? Pauline, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Prince.
Proceed.
So, I see there's someone who has her mic on. I think it's horn something. It could be interfering with the entire thing. So, so my point is, as Kenyans, we really need to deplatform this politician, because that's the only way we can. But then at the same time, if we deplatform them and they realize that we are against them, how will we be able to what is it called? I can't remember the name. Dissolve parliament, because these are issues that we need to tackle, to look upon. We have a lot to do, but the first thing would be to deplatform these people everywhere, to create a very volatile ground. Because of course, if the ground is volatile, there's no way they'll have that platform to go speak, to air their nonsense agendas, you know. So the most important thing, we should not be cheering these people wherever they go with that damn microphones, trying to sell their agendas to other people. I'm like, why do we even give them an audience? How can we be puppets? They are already puppets outside here. So we cannot allow ourselves to be puppets, their own puppets. They always come with agendas. Oh, we divided. These people dying together every day. And they air this agenda like, oh, we're not together anymore. And as Kenyans, we buy into their bullshit. That's why we are here. So the point will be, I always say, deplatforming politicians. And they know that the ground is volatile. And we should not be standing up with these people. Anyone who is standing with them, it's a betrayal. It's so bad. I don't even know what to say. But all we can do as Kenyans is to continue deplatforming them, continuing to do civic education to our individuals. 1, 2 people, I don't know, slowly, but sure. By the time, even if it does not mean, even if it reaches 2027, we will be able to have, at least we did something. At least we will have leaders standing, amazing people willing to take our nation to a different path, you know. People who have the mindset and the interest of Kenyan people at heart, but not their own. So the point is deplatforming them, because if they don't have a platform, who will they speak to? Who will they go to air their bullshit agendas to? That's the main point. No one wants to be told to reduce price ya unga, to reduce price ya sijui fertilizer. Who fucking cares about that? At this point, that's not the topic we need to be discussing. Real issues should be taken into account. So, but then they won't listen to us. So we won't listen to them either. So deplatforming them, because that's where they get their strength.
Pauline. Hello, Pauline.
I'm here, Prince.
Umedrop. Toria, ulikuwa unamsikia ama mimi pesa nimsikia?
Amedrop, hata nisiko namsikia. So kindly, umemaliza, Pauline? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I mean, ni kama mlinipoteza, but I really don't know what happened, because I can hear you all very clearly from my end.
Okay, it's kind of, you're talking, at some point you break, you come back. I don't know. Maybe check on your internet. So, Mkenya, hi.
Mimi itabidi mute kidogo nikiongea, because kunaweza tokea feedback huku na itakuwa mzuri sana. Okay, thank you. Prince, just a minute to alafu Thank you Kioti Sonko. Najua ulijaribu kwenda offline nikakwambia tafadhali. Guys, mimi mkiakisha mic nikiongea mnaharibu because italeta feedback. You get. So kindly ngojeni nimalize. I was trying to switch to advice that works well, but pia nayo naona iko na maringo, but it's okay. I don't know what's happening to my Twitter account today, but that's unnecessary. I know Kioti Songo nilikulazimisha utoke. You wanted to take a break, but nikakwambia rudi hata tuwastie spaces because guys, I don't know how guys you are remaining sane because a lot is happening and this guy is not stopping. First of all, you need to know that deal ya Adani ya energy sector ni ya 30 years. Hii ingine ya airport pia ni ya 30 years. Energy sector ishauzwa for 30 years. Hata hatukuwa tuone. Haya, sasa now the energy sector nazo mnasikia power lines ndo hizo zimeuzwa pia for 30 years. When you look at that contract, it's for 30 years, guys. So we need to wake up and make more noise, and when we are waking up and making more noise, kitu yenye mimi na I'm insisting on civic education. Let our people mashinani understand that wanaibiwa. That's one thing that you guys need to know. And guys, take whatever action that you can take. Usifikiria ati you are playing a small role. Hapana. Hii civic education stage yenye imefika ni ya kila mtu. Tunataka the next moment we are waking up and going to the streets. We just want everyone to be there with us. There was a lady who was here, her name sijamget vizuri, anaitwa Pauline. Na namba mnisaidia namba yake tukitoka hapa. It is purely for civic education purposes. But you know, all that aside, it's because a lot is happening. Our country is being stolen left, right. And I want to tell you the genesis of everything. The genesis of everything happened from 2014. And how they did it, they've done it so systematically. When you look at the constitution, what they did even to the borrowing, how they've been able to steal for so long without needing kuona na most of us knowing. What they did is, Duale will introduce clauses that enabled Kenyans to have other extra accounts for borrowing because Kenya had A and B. Yeah, it was purely for development. No, they introduced another one called C and D. All this constitutional amendment was done to be able to do that. Kinambandi in 2014, they were the one who approved. I got the minority leaders. They approved for all these. You get, it's not something that has happened now. If it has happened from 2014, you get, I'm working on something on it that exposes the anatomy of Kenyan's problem and how each and every step has brought us the problem that we have in right now. Then what did they do? Now they proceeded to start borrowing through his account. They proceeded to have easy projects zote zenye mnaona Morara expound sahi, because what they did with that is that you can't trace easy projects. That's what they did. So they were borrowing in a way that you can't be able to trace. And this is a big scheme that is not just masterminded by them. It's masterminded by banks like kina JP Morgan, kina Chase, kina all those banks. You get, something it is bigger, but we need to wake up. Hatuwezi kuwa hizi mediocre yenye tumekuwa nayo. And if you're part of Twitter right now, just know you represent, like, I don't know whether it's 10% or it's what percentage, because it's 4 million out of 54. So out of that, remember, you represent a small percentage. And that percentage, tunataka kuitumia to make sure that everyone has the same anchor that we have on Twitter. Most of the people kwa ground education iliyofikia, umeona what has happened with Wavinya Ndeti. Ameenda huko anastash pesa, the son is still held na 791 million ya Machakos County. Akirudi analipa watu kutoka Mlolongo, tuko hapa. Leo nakuanga na makastoma wangu wa chapo, leo sijui wapata wote wameshalipwa so moja wenda wakashangilia Wavinya Ndeti is coming. Guys, these people need to understand what is at stake, and our country is being auctioned by very few people, and you'll be surprised. Do you know how many people are eating our country? They are less than 2,000 people. Okay, count from MP to the MCA, they are less than 2,549. That is the number of the people that are eating our country at the moment. Aundo watu peke yake wanakula. We are around now over 54 million. We are projected by 2027 to over 60 million. And imagine now we let this ruling, this political class to continue stealing from us. One thing is, take an action. There is an action that I took explaining the Kenyan debt. The Kenyan debt is a project that I took, the pioneer of it. What I'm doing is, we are trying to translate the Kenyan debt into all the local languages, 55 of them. We want everyone to have an understanding. We want Kenyans to have that anchor. Alafu, the only thing we are requesting, the only support I'm requesting, ni ukipatana na the videos zenye zimekuwa translated, because we are releasing the videos pole pole. We've done like 7 languages now up to date. We have done Kichaluo, we've done Kikamba, we've done Kiembu, we've done Kitaita. I've shared just some of them there. We are doing 3 videos. We are translating the 3 videos into local languages each. We want Kenyans to understand what is at stake. Nyinyi kazi yenu, chukua hiyo video, tuma huko kwa WhatsApp group. Usichoke kurepost some of these videos. I've made those videos to be downloadable. Ukipatana na ile language yenu, kama ni ya Kitaita, download, share na Wataita. You get, wacha wa understand. To make a subtitle, I'm working with a team of 63 translators, and ndo wananisaidia. Then my team at the company ndo ina do the videos and such things, to make sure that the subtitle equal the language, the video is in the local language. You get, so we want them to understand. Wakenya wanafaa understand wanaibiwa, but saa hii that's unaona Kenyans, they haven't realized ni kina nani wanakula their livelihoods. I love, guys, once you get an opportunity ya kuinject, translate it to people. Let people make the nini consumable. Ukikuja ntitu tuambie 11 trillion zimeibiwa, that's something that we are going to understand. But ukikuwa kule home, just show them au kitu kama mafuta taa, wanaweza nunua mafuta taa like petrol na vitu kama hizo at 60 shillings, at 70 shillings, because all the money that we are paying right now, it is going to an odious debt. It's going to a debt that is non-existent. That's something that I want you to understand. And you can't do this kama haujajitolea. Just take it as a personal initiative. Easy initiative ingine. The only thing I'm begging, we are not begging for money or anything. We are just begging for you to take the videos and translate and share them. You get, and anytime you get an opportunity to talk to your people, if you are a camper, to talk with your camper guys, show them what's really happening. You get, you kitu yenye mimi na insistia. There is no Kioti Songo huwa time yenye huwa wanapanga kwenda kuinject kwa trade. You think that they think they are bigger in this movement. No, it's not that they are bigger in this movement. It's because they have realized there is no any other people to save us. The political class is ruthless. We also have to be ruthless in our approach. We have to make sure that each and every day we pass this information. You get, that's one thing that I'm begging you guys. Usiseme your contribution is too small. Your contribution is not small. The moment ukichukua some of these videos that we've made na tukazieka hapo na zieka kwa WhatsApp status, utaona the way Kenyans will be interested. They want to get this information, and these videos we are making them into local languages. And like in the we've done like 30 over 40 local languages. That's where we are heading pole pole to, and I know by the end of next week tutakuwa tumereach the milestone of 10 local languages. So guys, keep on pushing. Nataka muendelee kupush. Msianze kufikiria your contribution. Ukiamka wekelea stop Adani, stop Ruto. Kama unaona unakosa materials, pigia Kioti Songo, mwambie must supply me enough materials. I don't want to sound bogus. Nipe material yenye nikishare ni something very interesting. Otherwise even Kenyans should reject all these things. You get. So guys, there is enough, kuna enough material. Na kama haitoshi, tutaendelea kupump the materials with the little resources that we have. You ndo kitu mimi nitaendelea kuinsist on these spaces. Ukikuja kwa hizi spaces guys, kama you don't have enough information, panda hata kwa space, ulizeni guys, naona hii na hii inaendelea, nini inafanyika, kuuliza si ujinga, usipate umeachwa nyuma in anywhere, because you need to be well equipped so that you take the role of educating the other people. Hii information usiache tu nikina Kioti Songo ataongea about it. Unafikiria Kioti Songo atafika Sekuru kweli? It's my responsibility mimi kama Mkenya daima kushare this information in Sekuru where I come from. It's my responsibility to share this information in Kitui, and it's the responsibility of everyone, because guys, what is at stake at the moment? We are at that point whereby the country already shakuwa auctioned. You get, sahi tunangangana turudishe ile kidogo that is there. You get. So guys, mimi I'm going to beg you, and every opportunity you get, tafadhali, just know we are dealing, tuko ini masaa ya lala salama, washauza inchi, and usifikirie nao walikuwa waanze kufanya hizi vitu za ujinga, then we start another election cycle and evil. But right now tuko at that stage whereby we are fighting to have our country back. That is the stage that we are in, and that's why I'm begging everyone that is here, usijali, we will try as much as possible to provide more material, tutafanya kila kitu. And nini, because I remember juzi when I was on my flight from Mombasa, from Diani to Nairobi, I used that opportunity because nilikuwa nisha print material za Occupy JKA. My mission was I will fly from Mombasa nilete JKA, but waka paralyze all the planes. Nilikuwa nimeprint bahasha zangu over 100 or almost over 300 posters, if not 400. Nilikuwa nazo za why Kenya should reject Adani and stop Adani, but wakasema flight, hakuna flight yenye inaenda. I went all the way from my dad's place in Mombasa, nikaenda mpaka Diani, nikapanda flight from Diani, nika distribute the nini hapo on the nini, nika inject kidogo on that flight back to Nairobi. Kufika Wilson bado nikapeana, nilifika Wilson around 5, bado nikapeana hizo posters za why Kenyans, na zenye nilikuwa bado nimepeana on my flight back. So guys, like every opportunity you get, ukiwa mahali na uone hauna materials enough, wewe piga simu, we'll organize venye utafikiwa na material. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye nilirealize. I was in Mombasa, nikapigiwa duka akaniambia materials ziko ready, kuja mtu hapa chukua if you are flying back to nini. So mahali popote penye huko, all these infographics, all these materials that we are making them to make sure that everyone gets this information. Don't worry about how this information itakufikia. Itisha kina Kioti Songo, if it's the translated constitution and everything. There are so many upcoming projects that we are doing, and we must explain the Kenyan debt in all languages, because the Kenyans need to understand mali pesa yao inapotea. I know nimeunganikana jirudia, but mimi ni kuwa insist too, let's do this. Again on this, the translation that we are doing, I have 63 translators that I have on board. If you might want to support those 63 translators, because they do them through volunteer, and once they submit their translation, sometimes I support them with something. Unaweza kuja DM, and we can keep the good work that we are doing ya translations and everything yenye iko. Remember to support pia with data hapa kwa KOT Sonko, and these vitu zote ndo zinafanyanga like we keep going. So if you would like to support our 63 translators that when wamekuwa kidu the good work with the translation to local languages, just come to my DM na tutaendelea tu kwa support. Hiyo ndo kitu yenye nitasisitiza, but the biggest support yenye unaweza nipea kama Mkenya daima ni to make sure the videos that I share zenye zimekuwa translated into local languages umedownload na ukarusha kwa WhatsApp groups za uko nyumbani, za ukarusha kwa nini. Don't be afraid to tweet that content. I-download, i-repost. Usikuja hata usinitishe permission. No, I've made all that material. Hakuna copyright infringement, hakuna upuzi kama hiyo. I've made that material to be downloadable, and I have made sure that anyone can be able to share that information. So usiogope, you are a Kampa, you are a Taita. Video za Wataita, za Kiembu, za Kijaluo, hizo ziko ready jameni. Zitafute, chukua, share. Download, post it as your original content. Usidishe permission for anything. Kama uipati kwenye ziko niambie nikutumia. Hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nataka insist guys. So that's all for tonight.
Well, thank you so much, Naima. As you guys have heard that only civic education is gonna help us to overcome this storm that we are experiencing. Educate people in your or vernacular languages. Make sure you dive in the community or in the society. Make them understand what we are against. That is the bad governance. Our airport is being sold. Like literally, the whole of Kenya is being sold. We are sold. We are living as tenants in our own land. Like where? Tuko. So thank you so much, Mkenya Daima, for the work you're doing. We appreciate each and everyone's contribution and support in this movement is highly respected and appreciated. Usifeel vibaya, like just because you have maybe 2 followers ama nini, you feel like you can't amplify that information. It's possible. You amplify it, the 2 followers, they retweet, they that way we grow, you know. They retweet, and that way ndo tutafikia watu wako pale ground. Most of the people by the way wako Twitter. Facebook watu wako Kenya yao. Instagram watu walirudi maisha normal. They are like life is normal to them again. It's like nothing is happening in our country. They don't care. That push that was at first when we started with reject finance bill, all people relented. And I'm sorry to say this, but most of the celebrities that appeared during the reject finance bill and thought that the work has been completed just because it was withdrawn, but it was the start. We were we are heading to the bigger part of it. So it will be nice if they come back and join us to amplify our voices, because musicians, all artists, spoken words, you play your part, help people understand, inject wherever you can. It will help, because KOT ataenda Mombasa, arudi aende kunaitwa aje, aende Kisumu, aizi jigawanisha. Hii mambo ni kusaidiana. KOT akienda Mombasa, Mkenya aende Kitui, Nyolomo aende Saga, sijui wapi, tukigawana tu hivyo si wote, ndo tuta make sure sisi kama Wakenya wote understand one thing, like we are talking one voice. That's what we are yearning for, and that's good governance. So kila mtu akielewa what we are talking or what we want, it will be easier for us to unite again. So Prince, kwako.
Asante sana Toria. Mkenya Daima, kwa nataka kuongea nawe kidogo, ndio maana nimeonyesha mkono hapo. Actually appreciate whatever you're doing. Umesema kitu kingine mzuri sana. Na hata mimi I come from Kilifi. Mimi ni Mijikenda. Specifically I'm a Grema. Na Grema is actually the biggest tribe in kwa hiyo Mijikenda. Na kwa hiyo Mijikenda tunasikizana sisi wote. Mdigo akiongea nasikia, mimi naweza mwongelesha Kidigo, Kigiriama na yasikia, Mchonyi, Mkauma, like we understand each other. So for the good work you are doing, nimevolunteer pia kujitolea. As in, I want to volunteer myself also. I want to join you so that it translate pia kwa Mijikenda. So umetaja Mtaita, but Mtaita ni coast, but si Mijikenda. Also the Mijikendas hatuwezi ongea lugha na Mtaita, labda tuongee tu Kiswahili. So ningetaka kuvolunteer pia ni translate kwa Mijikenda, so that Mijikenda yote ukianza hapo Kilifi kwenda yote huko paka kila mtu akwa anaelewa. Nyanyangu Ushago aelewa what is happening. Yule nyanya mwingine mwenye kupandeli pia ajue nini inaendelea. So tafadhali follow back, ninge DM tuongee bro, tafadhali. Asante sana, unafanya kazi mzuri bro. Keep it up. Sasa hizo ndio vitu mimi nataka kusikia. Wote tungekuwa na hii spirit huyu jamaa angekuwa hapo hili. Mtu akisema hapa sijui 27, like are you stupid or what? Unataka tuendelee kuuliwa 27? What if wote uliwa mwingine? What if ndo next uliwa? Wewe bado umekaa hapo mkalisha mataka ngoja 27. Are you serious? We have to get serious. Kwenye Daima, thank you so much bro. I love what you are doing. And I'm ready to join you so that tuendelee hiyo kazi mzuri. Thank you so much. Who was next? Was it Vikel? Vikel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Proceed. Kurudia tena. Kiotindo. Anatumia bundles. Baki kwa hapo juu. Si lazima mtumie do. No, tumia tu bundles. That's what he needs. Bundles.
I do top up at times when I can. Good evening, Kenyans. Leo sina ile energy yenye nakuanga nayo sana, but I just wanted to air something in regards to Starbucks. So like 2 months ago nilipublishing kitu kwa wale yangu ya about Starbucks, venye Starbucks iko Mali ni ya Ruto. That time ungeangalia ownership ilikuanga nini under Ruto. Then juzi Maverick Oko mentioned something to do with the Starbucks. Ukiona to boycott, hakuna kupeleka gari huko, mkunywa mafuta and what not. So I opened again the Starbucks International. I guess mliona kwa page wenyewe huwa mnafollow Maverick Oko. I know sometimes she talks vulgar, sometimes she has facts, but mtu tu akue, you are who you are as a Kenyan, to ensure that we are on our way to claiming our freedom back. So niliangalia ownership tena ya Starbucks International, everything changed. Ruto is busy changing his ownership of property. Starbucks ukiangalia sahi it's owned I mean it's a Ugandan based company but established in Kenya. I have screenshots of na nilipost juzi after kwa hiyo nini ya Maverick Kaoko, someone called Andrew Masika and NIS, fuck you and shame on you. Wewe ni security, I don't care where you'll get me, I don't care, but uliingia kwa inbox yangu, you know what you wrote and what not, then you can block, and he was still trying to reach me but he will not get me. So nika publish nikasema this guy is busy transferring ownership of his property, ndio kakinuka he will have nothing to lose. So Ruto is the person he is. He's not changing. There's nothing he's going to amend. Nothing. And let me tell you guys, I'm not in Kenya. I actually left a day before ile nini Occupy JKIA. I won't say where I am specifically, but hiyo time nilitoka kuna Shalin Ruto, kuna biashara anafanya na hii, she's an ambassador for the blood bank. Kuna biashara wanafanya na hiyo damu. I've not been able to find out properly because sometimes nashikika na job and what not, but there's just some business they are doing with the blood bank. I don't know who can be able to research deeper, but I've been trying to find my own sources and trying to analyze and fish out information, but bado sijafanikiwa vizuri juu ya kazi. And when mko home, msidanganywe na mtu huku majuu kuna jobs. The jobs are very tough. We all want to come back home. We really want to come back home. Na wengine wetu watu kutoka juzi tumekaa, like wherever I am, I've stayed outside Kenya for more than 8 years, and it's not easy here right now. Even securing jobs here is very hard. Jobs zenye mnaekewa huku ni za kuosha watu wazee, kurun hizo clinics na whatever, but you'll not get credible jobs. Umefanya IT, umefanya nini? Kenyans got brains. Wherever we are, Kenyans are managers, they're directors and whatnot, but hakuna venye una-expect mtu wa UK atakam kuripot kwa Mkenya, ati anakam kuripot kwa manager Mkenya ama director Mkenya, anakam kutake orders from here. These people always feel superior, so at the end of the day, bado we are second in line. So I don't see why we are also even trying to entertain this Adani and whatnot. I just think we need to do more. Personally, I've been trying to support even these people who are printing placards, wakeka manamba huwa narusha. That's the much I can support with. And like for example, venye nani KOT sahi maybe anaran, I mean venye sahi anaran hiyo space, ndarusha once in a while. Wase wenye wasi kaula mse mwenye alikuwa tao juzi anasema ukarawa aliniumiza kanivunja mkono na need surgery. That's how I try my best right now. I'm also in a group ya Mlango Kubwa. There's some few guys I'm in touch with. Sijamwona space leo, but like juzi walikuwa wameshikwa, they're having small groups of discussions, how to move things. So walikuwa wameshikwa, so like I sent someone to bail them out. I'm trying from my end. And it's quite insightful to listen to these spaces. And I just want to tell the police of Kenya, as much as you're fighting us, the NIS, mtatuua ni sawa, mtatumaliza hata leo Kitengela miili zimepatikana, and many more are still in city mortuary. Mtatuua, yes, but also remember your kids are growing up, and at some point you'll also be crying for this freedom. Hii biashara ya watu ya mtu wetu inafaa kuisha completely. Personally, I will continue supporting this movement. And I will still maintain Ruto is a fucking demon. Ruto ni shetani, he's a fucking demon and he needs to go. And I will do anything to support this movement to ensure that the parliament is dissolved and everything financially as far as I am. Thank you.
Kelly, nani alikuwa next after Vikel? Is it Joem? No, Joem hayuko kwa nani? Watu
Yolamo, you go.
Nyalam, are you there? Nyalam, ama network issues, naona ame speak on but ongei. Toria, unamsikia? Terrell Joe, unamsikia? Unasikia Nyalam? Twende kwa mwingine basi, kama huyo amepotea kidogo. Twende kwa mwingine. Terrell Joe, unaweza endelea? What is happening? Toria, unasikia mtu yote yule? Mimi sisikii mtu kabisa.
Calm down. Saa zingine atusikizanangi. Na tuna relaxing to just calm down. How are you gentlemen and ladies? Naona mmepanic hapa msikizani kwa space, mmepanic. Ni kama space inaanguka, ianguki. Keutia kuna bundles. He's a rich man, he has bundles, Allah. He's a rich man, he challenged the president. What are you saying, bwana? He's a rich man. Under the microscope of the president. So, hata kwanza co-funded na NGOs hapa nje. Amjui. Don't take this seriously, guys. Me nataka ni deconstruct KOT for a moment because itafika point ataanza kuni deconstruct hapa mercilessly. Anyway, nimekuja tu hapa juu kuwasalimia. Naona wengi wenyewe wanasema I will not tell you where I am. Wewe bana, mkikuja hapa juu kupeana nini? Mkikuja hapa juu kupeana points zenyu. Peaneni points. Acheni na stories za where you are. 10% of people here care where you are. We just want to know, are you with us or not? Are you with the Kenyans in our sufferings or not? That is to watu wenye wako majuu. Thank you very much and thank you for attending my podcast. Ukikuja hapa juu tupatie points zenye zimekuleta hapa juu. Where you are, hizo ni nani issues. The Real Joe, habari ya maisha yako? Natumai uko sawa kaka. Toria, our esteemed co-host. Na the man himself, KOT Sonko, the man who killed a dead lion and stopped the president from yapping on the spaces. Anyway, I just wanted to come and say hi to you guys, ladies and gentlemen. It has been nice. Kuwasumbua kidogo na wacha sasa ni wasikize. Asante sana. Toria, you're doing a good job for co-hosting. Anyway, I just wanted to break the monotony kidogo. So zingine nipo kuchangamsha watu na kusema nonsense kidogo. And then we get back on track. Aya, you can go back to where you are, Toria. Please, drive the conversation. Thank you very much for listening to my nonsense.
Ayo shwandi, ebu panda huku juu kuje uko host hata mimi nikalale sasa. Hey you guys, ebu mkuje huku. Ayo, panda huku juu bana. Asa kusema ati thank you for listening to your nonsense. So guys, huku tunaanguka na Ruto. KOT hataki kupea Ruto njeve apumue. Anataka tuanguke na yeye vile inafaa. Alafu we got a data supporting number hapo 0710452543 Marvin Mabonga, kindly support our G saya yuko kwa wifi, so anatumia data na tutaki space ianguke. Tunataka tuendelee kukas Ruto. Maybe tukimkasa hapa by the time ifike che atakuwa amepass. God atasikia maombi yetu. Guys, kindly request the mic, mkuje mtuongeleshe, mtuambie. We've been going through a lot. It's traumatizing. this government is a hell, man. Kenya has become a hell. Hey, wenye mko Kenya msikuje huku tunachomeka, msijaribu kukuja. But they have seen Mukuru kumewaka moto, guys. Kumewaka moto, kuna magari za kwenda kubeba watu kama kina hayo wakipost Ruto must go, lakini hakuna gari za kwenda kuzima moto. This nation actually, it's disgusting. Inasinya by the way. You come here, you vent. Tulianza like plan ilikuwa bottom up, sahi imekuwa sijui like imeenda tu upside down everything. Leaders wenye tulielect kama leaders wameturn kuwa dealers. You know, tumekuwa tenants in our own land. Tunakuwa tu hatuna freedom in our own land. Ukijaribu tu kuongea tu kidogo hivi unakamatwa, unawekwa ndani. Yani constitution, the law imekuwa ya the weak, wenye ni rich, and maybe the political class, they are above the law. Sisi watu wa katikati na watu ya chini tuko hapa tunasema mtu yetu iko kwa government, lakini iba kuku, jaribu tu iba kuku, utashangaa hiyo mtu yako yenye iko kwa government. Utashangaa ama atakuja kukutetea kama venye anatetea Murkomen akipatikana na do. But alafu munakuja kucelebrate Wavinya. Hiyo kitu inanisinya. Of all the people, and mind you, these people, they employ their family members to occupy those offices there. Ndo wamejaa kwa hizo offices za gava. Wanaiba pesa yetu. Wanaenda kutujengea hospitali UK. Can you imagine sahi, mimi nikigonjeka nitakuwa napanda ndege naenda UK. The government will cater for it. It will pay the bills. Sababu Wavinya ndeti, the government of ni the government ama ni the governor of Machakos County ametutengenezea yako hospitali. We're facing a lot. We have issues with the Adani. We have the diaspora jobs zenye mtua anapanga roadshow ku advertise. And but I really wonder, these people ukiwapigia simu hawashikangi. Hakuna mtu anashikaga simu wao wote. At least hata mtu akuexplainia hizi jobs ni gani. They don't pick up the calls. Wako tu wanarant huku kwa media, tumefanya sijui nini. See, they leave these offices and they go abroad, they do these jobs zenye wanatutafutia. Sipia wao ni binadamu kama sisi wanaweza work hizo jobs. Ama ni wapi kuliandikwa like, and I've just seen like, I don't know, ni bitalk, something of the sort. Atisai ID itakuwa inatoka na 10 days and passport 7 days. So their aim is, they want us to travel, like, ni kama sahi wamechangamka. I remember in the last month, they were saying like, the ID machine has broke down, IDs cannot be released, whatever, blah, 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 a lot of issues. And now, within 10 days, you'll be having your ID. Within 7 days, you have your passport so that you can fly. Like, they know these are the main documents that are required for you to board a flight. You can't board a flight without a passport. Yeah, wako tu ile serious, ile tu extra serious wanataka tutoke Kenya bana. Tutatoka Kenya tuende wapi? Kenya ni home and home should be respected. We stand to fight for our land, for our country, for wherever it takes us to. We will. We are ready to die for our country. And we want the best. Tukinyamaza bana, tutakuwa tunakuja kukaliwa ukoloni na Waafrika wenzetu, watu weusi wanakuja kutupiga, kutukolonize in our own land. Turudi kuvaa zile kipande system. Do you want to go back in those days? Actually, nobody wants to go back. We are digital. We don't want to go back in those eras za tene bana. Kuvaa kipande system, it's weird. And we have one problem as Kenyans, like tunataka kufanya Kenya ikwe diaspora, yet corruption it's the leading thing in Kenya. It's like, hey, tumeintroduce CBC because diaspora system yao iko hivi. Tumepaka magari sijui rangi ya yellow, and you don't know the reason why uko majuu wamepaka rangi ya yellow, but Kenya tunataka tu magari zifanane na majuu. Tumevaa ma uniforms za blue, like wastage of our money doing some shitty things while hakuna hospitali, madoki hawalipwi, mamode hawapewi do, like wanalipwa 17k, like seriously, na you have money to build hizo extra classrooms. Ai bana, this government is really fucked up, na mwenye alipanga hizo mavitu, to hell with the plans zake. Voice. Okay. Voice of Tongaren, guy. Voice of Tongaren.
Yes, hey Toria, hi.
Hi.
Nadhani mnanisikia fiti. I don't know if I should say it's morning or what, ina depend uko wapi, but mimi najua ishapita saa sita. So I like what you guys are doing. I like the efforts that you've put towards this struggle that we're having right now. It's a great thing. We should never let Ruto see peace in this country completely. We shouldn't. Because in the first place, we don't even have a country. Whatever we have here in Kenya is a crime scene. That is all I know about Kenya. Kenya is not even a country that I'm proud of. As a parent, as a brother, as a son to somebody, I'm not even proud to raise my kids in this country. I remember there was a time I found myself trying to think how I can get my children to study in another country. But I said, no, this is not the way to go. This is not the kind of person I want to be. This is not the way I want to let my country rot, and I'm not saying anything. So I decided to join the movement. I decided to make sure that if there's a place that my kids are supposed to learn and grow in the country, not outside the country. And that is why I'm committed to fight for the rights of the people. I'm committed to educate the people more about what is happening in this country so that we don't fall in the same trap that we did the previous time we went to election. You know, a lot of people voted on the aspect that they were punishing the former president. But we were actually duped. That wasn't the way to go. And that is the same thing that is currently happening right now. We have a deputy president who is centered to one area instead of serving the whole country. He has forgotten that he is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya and not the deputy president of Mount Kenya or the Murimo, the so-called place that he's always talking about. Those games are always there to make us confused, divided, and at times you'll find people saying, "Oh, Sijimi, I come from Mount Kenya. Sijui, oh, they are harassing Sijui, our deputy president. Sijui, they are doing this and this." They are making us look like we don't know what we are doing. They turn us against each other to make us confused. And that is why we should never, ever, ever, ever let these people come into our minds and corrupt our thinking. Kwa sababu sahi hata tushapoteza watu wengine kitambo sana, tulishapoteza watu wengine kitambo sana. Wanasema oh, sijui mtu wetu anaumizwa, oh, mtu wetu anafanya nini. The goal here is we want a better nation. We want a straightforward country. We want a country that we will all be proud of. A country that we will always, when we think of development, the example comes from Kenya. When we think of leaders who are here to serve the purpose and the will of the people, we are going to get an example from Kenya. Let it be like there was a time when we wanted to refer to a leader who inspires a lot of people. We used to talk about Barack Obama. Yes, that is the kind of leadership that we need in this country. We have a corrupt system that is evident, and they are free to show us that they don't care about anything. Whatever we do, if we want to live on the streets, they are here to say that they don't care. Their life is theirs and our life is ours. That is the message that is coming clear to us. We saw the other day, we occupied parliament, we salimiated the MPs, and then what happened? Leaders who are already in power, actually, they are holding a very crucial office. That is the opposition. They went, they sufficed, and they are outside there campaigning for the seat yenye mimi nataka hata waanguke kabisa, kwa sababu a leader like, sitaogopa kusema, a leader like Raila doesn't deserve that seat. It doesn't. Because there was a time we really needed Raila, and what he did was betray us. Tumepoteza mavijana, watu wengi sana wameumia kwa hii struggle. Hata watu wengine sahi hatujui wako wapi. We have problems right, left, center. Every day tunaamka kuna scandal, kuna disaster imetokea, kuna nini. I was actually the first person to rush pale Mkuru kwa Njenga pali moto imewaka, because I saw it. I was around Maradaima, nikasikia explosion, then nikaona fire, nikakimbia pale. And sometimes mi ukaa chini nafikiria mbona vitu zingine zina happen, because siati
Voice of Tagada kidogo tafadhali bro. Hebu tuambie exactly what exactly happened in Mkuru, please, kama ulikuwa huko. What exactly happened, please?
Actually I just had an explosion na nikaona kuna moto inawaka. So I rushed to the scene, nikapata watu wanajaribu kuzima hiyo moto manually, na hakuna gari ya kuzima moto imekuja. Wase wamejaribu kupiga masimu huko kwa county government ya Nairobi, and there is no response. Later kuna watu wameumia, there are people who have been burned. Unajua tu moto ikishawaka. So the cause yenye inasemekana ni wanasema tu moto, wameona tu moto ikashika, sijui ni nyumba ama ni duka, then ikaanza kuspread. So I think kwa nyumba moja kulikuwa na hizo gas, kwa msee ndio ili explode, yani gas ya kupikia. But the cause of the fire is not clear. It is not clear, but watu wameumia.
Nimesikia Sakaja alikuwa huko. Is it true? Yeah. Nimesikia kwamba Sakaja alikuwa huko, Governor Sakaja alikuwa huko. Ni ukweli?
No, me have not seen Sakaja.
Okay, ningeshangaa kama zimefika huko aje na unasema hakuna gari. Okay, asante, endelea bro.
Me have not seen Sakaja. I've just seen the residents, polisi wakakuja, then some ambulance, Red Cross pia wamekuwa ground, wamesaidia ku wale watu wameumia, wamekimbizwa OC. So but if nikiangalia vizuri, you see that area kumekuwa na conflict for long ya land grabbing. Actually the whole of Mukuru kwa Njenga, hii shamba ilikuwa ya, I guess, ya pipeline, if I'm not wrong. So ni politicians wameingilia, wananyakua wakijenga apartments kwenda hivyo pipeline. So it's maybe, wacha nisiseme ni venye nafikiria, but I know this is what they always do. They always cause a problem and then they act like they are solving the problem, so that they win the favor of the people. Yo happen mara mingi sana time yenye tunakaribia election, kama mme notice. They cause something, then they act ya kwamba they are there to solve that problem. So it's si kitu mgeni. Though wacha tuwache the relevant authorities wakuja watatudanganya, watuambie X and X ama wanyamazie, wakose kutuambia juu hata Endarasha wajatuambia chochote, hand over back the school to the management without anything. Nothing. So hii Kenya vitu haziendi fiti. We should reject anytime unafikiria chochote, we just to reject completely. Na tukue na unity. Tukisema tunataka kufanya kitu fulani, majamaa tujitolee sisi wote tufanye. Kama tumeamua tuna boycott kitu fulani, we go for it. Man. That is the only way yenye tutasikizwa. Tulisikizwa time ya Occupy Parliament kwa sababu hatukuacha any space. Ilikuwa kama ni kusalimia MP, tunawasalimia vizuri na message inafika. Hatuwachi, wakikuja kwa ground tunawa reject. Wakiingia kwa kanisa yetu, ndani ya hiyo kanisa tunasimama tunakataa. Na hivyo ndo tuliweza kupenya some message to these people. But bure tukisema sasa hivi, unajua sasa it's very hard to convince people that we should do something kwa sababu wengi washae kwa hiyo woga. Najua kuna watu wengi hapo wamepitia vitu mingi zenye wakiamua kutuelezea tutabaki tumelia. It is not easy, but that is the only way to go. Ni kiti tuende hiyo njia saa hii, tuumie saa hii na watoto wetu waishi maisha mazuri. Sasa hii tunakimbiza watoto wetu huko UK wakasomee huko, South Africa wakasomee huko, sijui America wakasomee huko. Hizo ni country zenye zishajitengeneza. Hawana hiyo system yenye sisi tunatumia hapa. So that system is the one that we are supposed to fight kabisa iende. Tunataka ile design yenye kukiwa na mtu wako kwa power, hakuna mtu atakuwa na ringa akisema ati niko na mtu wetu ako pali fulani, sijui yule ni babangu ako. Hapana. Hata utaki kuambia mtu ya kwamba you associated with anybody in power. That is how we want to make Kenya. We want our leaders to demand accountability. Ni kitu inakuja kwa wazi, inaonekana. You saw the other day Chirchir anaenda mbele ya committee na nini hiyo agreement yenye wamemake na Adani with some pages missing. Yani yeye hata ajali. Hiyo ni pages amengoa na anasema ati ni confidential, sijui ni non-disclosure agreement. Then if it is a non-disclosure agreement, why do you have it on a public property? You can't have NDAs on a public property yenye iko funded na the Kenyan taxpayers money. Alafu unasema ati ni private. What is private? That is a public property. Yenye Wakenya inafaa wajue kila kitu ni nini inaendelea. Wewe mbona unakuja kutuambia hapa ati ni siri mulimake? Siri mulimake na nani? We are the people who are supposed to make that agreement private. Si nyinyi ati watu wawili wanaenda kwa kona wanaagree wakule inchi alafu sisi tumenyamaza. We are going to reject na tutakubali. Ruto ni muuaji na ameua watu na tutanyamaza na sitawahi nyamaza kwa sababu hata mimi nimetoa watu hapa kwa arena, nimeona. Nimekuwa time ya parliament tumebeba mwili za wenzetu wenye wameuliwa. Na kila mtu inafaa ajue Ruto ni muuaji na si mtu mzuri. That is the message yenye nitawaachia. Hiyo tu. And we should reject by all means.
Thank you sana, Voice of Tongaren. Binti, hi. Kaifafa. Binti. Binti. Oh my God, she's not there. So, mi kitu nitawa urge ni you keep injecting kila kona pali huko, like don't let iyo henga iteremke hata kidogo. Just pressure on daily basis, and iyo pressure pia to apply huko kwa government offices, kwa kila kitu upate hao watu wa gava, they don't have peace at all. Let's keep injecting. Mimi nitawaacha. So guys, keep injecting. Wacheni mimi niende baadaye. KOT and Binti, it's up to you now.
Okay, Toria, good night.
Okay, Toria. You've done a commendable job for the time umekuwa na sisi hapa, and so take a rest, and then tomorrow ama sijui in some few hours we want to see you back strong again. And so we really appreciate your time for being with us on this space. Of course, guys, we've been running this space since morning. You know, we were on Wanyama's timeline, then we shifted after some few hours on this timeline. We dropped some few minutes, we came back. So
we've been here to give you guys a platform to talk about the issues that are really happening in our country. And so, Toria, I do commend your job. Keep doing this. We want to see you coming back in a few hours. So I don't know if Binti is there, but we check her too. Binti, are you with us? I doubt if she's able to speak, and so let me listen to Peter Kebwaro. Peter, had you submitted your...
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning kwa wale ni asubuhi, mwingine pengine ni mchana ama jioni. Nafikiri kila mtu iko sawa. So mine is just to comment a few items people have commented about. Just go through them. So kama hii education model, watu wanafaa kuikataa. The first thing, this one will deny a lot of people opportunities. Then itakuwa ni those ruling class ambao watakuwa na pesa. So watoto wao ndio wataenable kwenda shule so that waendelee continue ruling of us. That makes them wakuwe ni wana rule for eternity. Them and their families and friends. So the rest of us can never reach that stage. So we have to fight it. It is need to be scrapped. Actually, mambo yao wanasema they are going to review. This is a waste of resources once again. So hiyo lazima tuendelee kukataa. Another thing nimewasikia, there is another bill of what I don't know how true it is, but they are going to table it in parliament, whereby somebody will be given the opportunity to control water. So unajua hizi ni resources they are trying to make sure that the poor are getting nothing. So hii ni kitu ingine ambao watu wanafaa tuiangalie what is happening with these bills, because most of these bills that are being tabled in parliament, they are all foreign, they are not Kenyan, because this government is being controlled by the West. That's the first thing. So the policies they are implementing in that parliament, the acts they are bringing there, they are all foreign, aiming at suppressing the Kenyan people, taking away everything from the Kenyan people, especially the common people, whereby we will not have opportunities for ourselves and our children. So hii kitu we have to fight it by all means. Unaona, from land bills ukikuja unasikia seed issues, unataka kunyang'anya usipande. Hasa hii mambo ni ngumu. We have to fight. Na kama hawatasikia, I think it will reach a time whereby they will be forced to listen. And the only way we are going to force them to listen is one. It will be the hardest thing to do, and it will be the hard thing to do, and will be the only way that they have to learn. Tutafanya kama Haiti. That's the only way. Kila MP anapitisha those policies, afadhali tuue wawili watatu, they are dead with their families and they will be scared. So nobody MP will pass nonsense in parliament against the people of Kenya. It will reach that extent. Because wanatufinya too much. It is too much. You cannot come up with bills that oppress the people. Huh? How will we survive in our own country? Because the aim is enslaving us in our own country. That's the aim. Because ukiangalia all these policies ni za kufinya mwananchi. Usipate masomo, usiweze kupanda chakula unataka kupanda, usikuwe na shamba. Hizi manyumba wanasema housing, hizo ni ukora tupu. Kwa sababu at the end of the day, hizi ni shamba ambazo, hizi manyumba zimetengenezwa kwa public land. Whereby the government will come in place, isema mnakaa kwa public land. Alafu mtaekwa rules za kuishi kwa hizo manyumba. So kama we are going to break the rules, utatupwa nje. Na already shamba yako ishaenda. What will you do? Utakuwa homeless. So these things, they are being passed there. Hizi ni vitu zinakukasirisha sana. I'm very angry about this government. The abduction, the killings wanafanya. Ile vitu hatufai kuachilia. Even if they are going to kill, they are not going to kill all of us. Those who will remain, they will continue with the fight. And actually will get the victory. Because mi sioni kitu kienda sana. These guys, they are messing more. And the more people wanakuwa angry, people itafika mahali nasema, ula atakufa, akufe. Ula atasurvive, asurvive. And it will reach there. It will reach there because wao wanaona ni sawa, wako na pesa, wako na kila kitu. But at the end of the day, tutakujia kwa hizo nyumba zao. That way it will reach. Watu wataenda kwa hizo nyumba zao. Hizo nyumba zao wanafikia wataenda hapo, tutaenda kwa hizo nyumba zao. One by one. Hivyo ndio nafikia, because they are pushing at the limit. They are pushing at the wall. Watu wa maandamana kupandisha hizi vitu. Then they bring the same people back. Yani kutuambia mtafanya nini? It is very painful. So you guys, I encourage, never give up. We have to keep the fight on. Push them hard to the wall. And we believe vitu zitabadilika. Sometimes changes has gone rahisi, we have to fight for it. Hakuna kitu kuja rahisi, huwezi beg. These guys, you have to fight them. Huwezi beg, hawezi wapatia. The more we are being soft ama nini, they will not do anything. They are continue to doing anything. Vile wanataka watakuwa nafanya. Hizo unaona kutoka airport wanatuibia, wanatudanganya ati hakuna kitu inaendelea hapo. Unaona vile watu wanadanganyanga, hakuna kitu inaendelea, saizi imelipuka ndio hii wanauza airport. No. Wanadanganya, wanakuja hapo na vitu zingine za ukorokoro. Lazima mjue politics is a way of creating problems. Then you come like you are giving solution to the same problems ambazo umecreate. Hiyo ndio politics. So hiyo mchezo wao kama tutaikata hawatawahi kuiacha, because wakiona the moment MP atakuwa threatened na watu wanajua what policies that's the target. The target should be MPs, because ndio wanatumika to pass those laws in parliament. Those are the people should target. MP mwenye unasikia ametable something against the people of Kenya, that MP should be dealt with. That's where we are going to win. That's where we are going to win. MPs, hao ndio watu wanafaa kuwa targeted, because they are the ones who are wanna table those policies in parliament. They are the ones who are passing them. President anasema ikisha toka parliament, I had to sign for it and haipea hapo. So the people who are supposed to be scared to hell, they are MPs. MP wakuwa wanamulikwa. Ni nani alipitisha hii bili ya shamba? Ni nani ameitable kwa parliament? Huyo mtu asalimiwe. Nani anapitisha hii bili ya university model? Apatiwe kiboko yake. That's how we are going to deal with these people. One on one. Siku ile mtu utakanyaga MP 5 3, kila MP atafanya kazi yake inafaa kufanya. Kila MP atakuwa anafanya kazi yake. Because that's where we have the weakest link. The MPs, they are just passing things wakishapatiwa pesa. That's the weakest link, is the parliament we have. Hiyo parliament we are going to deal with them one by one. Itakuwa scattered. That's the only problem we have. Parliament. The moment we are going to deal with parliamentarian is the changes will come in Kenya. Wachana na Ruto. Because mtamfikia huko raisi, but these parliamentarians was kanyage kwenyu. Parliamentarian, we have to deal with them ruthlessly. Now my MCA huko chini, those are the people who should deal with them ruthlessly, because they are the people who are being used to pass these bills. So MP watu unaona ametable something in parliament ambayo it's against the people, that MP watu wanafaa kwenda kwake. That's the only way. We are going to punish them hard. Hata nchi zingine zimefanya the same thing. They have dealt with the people one on one. So that akikaa kwake anafikia hii kitu anaenda kutable in parliament, does it benefit the Kenyan people or it is benefiting the foreigners? Those CSs, those are the people we should be dealing with. Our CS wanapitia hizo upuzi huko. Itafika mahali we meet them on ground, so that those guys do what is supposed to do. These vitu za kutuletea hapa kutufinya. Wanataka wabaki hao ndio wanaruhusu watoto wetu wakuwe maskini. Hao ndio wanataka kutajirika peke yao. Haiwezekani hivyo. We cannot continue like this. It will reach a time to our face one on one. We scatter their heads. We don't want to scatter the heads of our fellows. It will reach that time. Because even I feel so painful nikiona those guys missing, abducted, wamekufa. Makes me mad. I can't imagine this is a country whereby we should be celebrated. There's a lot of money which is being lost. One year they fund the whole schooling system iende vizuri. So these guys, I tell you, that's where the weakest link is, ni parliamentarians. If those guys were going to punish them real hard, things will change. Because atakuwa anakumbuka, atapata na watu pale nje. Anamuliko ule anapitisha these policies. So hiyo ndio nataka watu wafikirie in that line. The MPs who are passing these laws, the MPs who are passing these bills, the MPs who are passing these policies should be dealt with head on. Hao ndio the weakest links. Once we clean this mess in parliament, nothing else will work, because parliament inatumika kupitisha these policies. The government ina run from parliament most of the time. Things hizo ndio zinapitishwa. Unasikia hao ndio wanapitisha kila kitu. Mtu afikiri, yeye anafikiria okay, wanaona aje this parliament they are going to stay there forever. They don't know they are going out, wengine watakuja. Unaona? So haoni hizo rules za kuja kumaffect in kesho. Mtu wa manufaa kuwa parliament anajua hizi rules zinapitisha za affect mtoto wangu pia in future, because itakuwa ni parliament forever. But they don't think like that. Afikiri hivyo. Mtu anafikiria tu bora apewa 2,000,000 ama 10,000 apitishe tu hiyo bill, does it. Hata isomi, wengine hata wasomangi hizo vitu wajue nini iko ndani yake. They don't know. Mtu tu anakuja pala ameambiwa sign hapa, pitisha hiyo bill, sema yes na ameenda hivyo. That's where the problem is, our parliamentarians. Those are the guys you should deal with. Parliamentarian wakonyo akilete upuzi anapitisha nini parliament, ametable sijui crooked policies. Huyo ndio mtu unafaa kwenda kwake. Atuambie ni nini hizo anapitisha kwa parliament. Hizo vitu, is it for Kenyan people or foreigners? Those are the guys we should be dealing with, because those are the fools we have ambao afikiri Kenya, aweki Kenya mbele. They are not being patriotic. Watu afikiri Kenya, wanafikia tu matumbo yao peke yake. So it pains me. Nasikianga tu utakatakata mtu hapa. Our parliamentarians, they are the worst. They are the worst. So that's the line you should be thinking at. How do the next people you should be pushing so hard? So that's my advice for now.
Okay, thank you Peter. Thank you so much. Guys, please nataka request mic, nataka speakers wengi ile tunaweza pata. Tunataka kusikia maoni ya kila mtu. Tafadhali. Kuna slots kadhaa, unaweza request mic na nitawapea tuwasikie pia. At the moment tuende kwa Pauline. Pauline, are you there? Pauline, good morning. Pauline, good morning. Oni kama amesinzia. Peter, are you there? Kim, 001. Good morning.
I'm here, Prince. I'm not asleep.
Hi. Am I audible?
Who's speaking? Please, who's speaking? Hello? Is it Kim or Anton? Who is speaking? Okay, Pauline, proceed, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Prince earlier had spoken, but I think the audience was not hearing me well. Probably I've dropped several times. It happens. I just wanted to say this. It's a little bit very late on my end. But I just wanted to say this. We should continue to deplatform politicians. Either way, that's the only way we have. And that's the only weapon we have right now. And we should not give up as Kenyans, because so much has been done. There's a lot of damage. And we know as a people, we tend to give up very quickly. A lot of times, many people give up on our agenda. We started this and we've seen, and we will continue seeing a lot of surprises. But my 2 cents is we continue deplatforming the politicians, because that's the only way. We can never go ahead with them being told it's business as usual. It's not. And that's all I have to say. And I keep on saying, for the person listening to this, someone hearing me speaking, you can only, you as a person, be the change that you want. Me, you, two heads are better than one, they say. So we can try to deplatform the politicians. You don't ask, what should I do? Let's start with the least smallest thing we can do. They go to your church, they come to your village, estate. That's all we can. And I will keep on advocating for this, because the moment they realize they're not liked, they're not loved, they will at least, maybe, if they still have a heart, they will try to even keep the seat they want come the next electioneering period. But we cannot allow them to feel like it's normal, whatever they're doing. Because our watu ndio wametuweka in this big mess, and I feel bad because my countrymen, they don't realize what big of a mess it is in right now. Just because we were oblivious and we threw our hands in the air by not caring what was really happening. And so much has been committed, and a lot has been said, a lot has been done by politicians who don't give a damn. And the more we continue to ignore, the more things will go south. And we cannot allow our country to sink. We are sinking as a nation. And it's up to us to take this mandate initiative to do what's necessary. And what's necessary is deplatforming politicians. That's where it all starts. Don't give these people an audience. They might think they won, but they haven't. We just need to strategize. They have the military capacity to kill like the way they want, but they don't have the power in numbers. So that's all I have to say, Prince, and I'll be listening in the space, and yeah, I wish everyone as a Kenyan tujipe nguvu, tusihisi kama tumeshindwa, hatujashindwa na hatuwezi. Pahali pana nia pana njia. That's all I have to say, and let's continue deplatforming and continuing the civic education and pushing the agenda. Hata kama tutabaki watu wawili, at least we say tulijaribu na tutajaribu na tutazidi kukazana. I'll drop now. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much, Pauline. Problem umesikia. Panapo njia, pana nia. Tukishikana, hakuna kitu kitatushinda. Umoja ni nguvu. Meanwhile, mtu anahost space ni KOT na hayuko kwa wifi. So tafadhali tumsupport na bundles kidogo. Juu hatutaki space drop. Tafadhali. Si lazima mtumie kitu, wetu matubundles kwa hiyo namba iko hapo juu. Asanteni sana. Dr. Witt, you can proceed, sir. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, bro. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Proceed, please.
I've had the opportunity to listen to previous speakers, and I can tell you that something is not right in our country. And you'll allow me to speak in Sheng, a little bit in Sheng, because the majority of our listeners are young people, and they get Sheng more than this technical language that we speak in interviews, right? Ubejua nimesikia vile mavijana wamebonga hapa hivi. Na umejua shida tuko nayo katika hii nchi yetu ni ile kuna wasee wako pale juu hivyo. Wanadishi wengine wakilala njaa, unaona? Wanadishi wengine wakilala njaa. Na si ati hao wenye wanalala njaa ati hawana power. Ni ile power yenye wamewapatia ndio inafanya wao wenyewe walale njaa, unaona? Because hii power yenye wamepatiwa hawatumii vizuri, ndio wale wenye wanapiga kura at least pia wasikie kama kwa katika nchi yenye wanalipa taxes, wanalipa ushuru. So unapata mse anatoka shule, una graduate, unatoka kole, hakuna job. Unaona? Unasoma kwa university fulani, unaambiwa hiyo university is not accredited. Na unashangaa mbona hiyo university ina operate na government inajua. Wewe usha graduate hivi, umelipa do, unaambiwa hii shule yenu sio accredited by the Commission of whatever is it on higher education. Hii shule yenu iko hivi na hivi na hivi. So unaenda umehangaika hadi unararua pepa zako. Tumeona wase wengi sana Msee ametoka shule, amemaliza, anaambiwa stories zingine zenye hazishikani. Na anaamua sema meacha sasa nilarue hizi documents zangu. Juu hazinisaidii. So tu katika hiyo country, we are in a country where we are really struggling as young people to get something that we can call ours. And I saw the Gen Z generation, how the uprising was very calculated, and it was timely, because we had a political class that actually was focusing on itself at the expense of the voter. So when the young people came out to the street and demanded a redefinition of our country's ideals and policies, we saw the government moving with some steps to try and bring some changes in the executive, but that was not sufficing because some people are still brought back to government. Some people are still rewarded those positions, and they brought in the opposition that in one way or the other was actually a very strong competitor. So when they bring in the opposition in the government, in a way walikuwa jaribu kuweaken hii movement ya Gen Z. So mimi naweza sema ni vile Gen Z waliamua hii story hakuna mambo na politicians nini na bla bla bla. Mimi naweza tu encourage to wase wa rise up to naona. Na mimi nilikuwa nasema kama wase watakuja na political party, kama kuna party yenye Gen Z wataform waseme hii ni party yetu, then alternatively Gen Z wanaweza decide ku register en masse. You register en masse, mna register wase wengi sana kwa hiyo party yenye ina control hii gava. Naona hata kama ni ODM ama UDA, you register in large numbers, na hii ni one of the methods that we can use to bring change in this country. We dominate the political parties with numbers. So when it comes to election of officials, we find ourselves with individuals that we feel can actually perform their duties, can actually undertake their functions of their offices according to the provisions of our constitution, people of impeccable credentials and high integrity. So if we can take that trajectory, then we may see how it rolls out. But it's one of the ways that we can use to get what we want as a generation, as young people in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. From there, twende kwa Anton. Are you there?
Asante Prince. Nilikuwa nimepewa mic hapo mbele lakini nikakuwa na technical challenge. Hata hivi wacha nitaendelea sasa. Kwa ukweli Kenya tuko katika hali moja ya kutatanisha. Kuanzia tarehe 25 mwezi wa Juni mwaka huu, wakati bunge ilikuwa occupied. Na ukiangalia vituko ambazo zinachibuka kila kuchao ni za ajabu sana. Leo jioni hii Chief Justice wa Kenya alisimama mbele ya Supreme Court kusoma statement ya kwamba wanakuwa harassed na serikali, na ni jambo ambayo sio ya kawaida hata kidogo. Juzi hii tumekuwa na mambo ya Wakenya kwenda Ujerumani 250,000. Isitoshe tumekuwa leo pia na mambo ya Ketraco ya kwamba power grid ya Kenya inaenda na Adani. So there's a lot of things ambazo zinaibuka katika nchi hii ambazo sio za kawaida hata kidogo. Na kitu ile imesababisha hizi zote ni mambo ambayo ilifanyika tarehe 25, mambo ambayo ni machungu sana, ambapo tulipoteza maisha ya vijana wetu fresh, wengi sana maisha yao ilipotea. Na hiyo ni kitu ambayo tusisahau hata kidogo. Sasa kuna swali moja inatakikana wote ambao wako katika hii forum, ni hiki: timeline ya kuwezesha mabadiliko, mageuzi, ni muda ambao unatoshana aje? Kutoka Juni 25 mpaka sasa karibu ni miezi mitatu. Na ukiwa unaangalia mambo ya mageuzi ulimwenguni kote, spaces za hapo mbele zilituambia kinaga ubaga ya kwamba tujitayarishe kwa marathon race. Haiwezi kuwa ni sprint. Lakini kwa hivi sasa, vile nasikia maoni za wengi, watu wamechoka tayari. Wanataka wamalize hii kazi kwa upesi iwezekanavyo. Na hiyo naiunga 100%. Ikiwa tutaweza kupata nafsi ya kwanza ya kuwezesha hii mambo tuimalize, itakuwa vyema tuimalize. Lakini swali la pili ni, tukimaliza kesho ama kesho kutwa, tuko tayari na ile means na njia ambayo itatuwezesha kuendelea mbele? Hiyo ni swala nyeti sana, ambayo njia kuijibu ni kujikumbusha ya kwamba lazima tujielimishe. Civic education ni kitovu cha mageuzi. Na kwangu mimi naona tuendeleeni bado, ingawaje mambo ikichibuka kesho kutwa, pia lazima tu respond kwa njia ambayo inafaa na njia ambayo inastahili. Kwa ukweli, civic education tutaieneza kwa njia gani? Kwa hivi sasa tumepata tu jioni hii university higher education wametolewa a new mashtuko mapya ya kwamba kamati ya watu sijui zaidi ya 100 wataangalia hiyo swala. Vyuo vyetu vya masomo, ziwe za TVET ama za university, lazima ziwe ni outreach centers ya civic education ambayo inatakikana tuisambaze. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu la wale wako kwa hizo vyuo, ambao wako kwa hizi spaces, na sisi ambao pia tuko hapa hivi, kuwawekezea mkazo. Wakifunga shule, wakirudi manyumbani kwao, wao hao ni agents of change katika hii effort ya civic education. Kwa hakika, hata tukichukua muda mrefu kujielimisha kufanya civic education, itatufaidi, sababu wakati ile tutakuwa tumemaliza hii kazi, muda wa kuimplement itakuwa mfupi sana. Hatutakuwa bado ndio sasa tunaanza kujielimisha tufanye hivi ama hivi. Tutakuwa tuko tayari kuendelea na gurudumu ya maendeleo. Ni muhimu sana tushikamane. Civic education, wote ambao tuko katika hii jukwaa leo, sisi wote ni walimu wa civic education. Ukienda pale madukani, ukienda pale saloon, ukienda pale ndani ya basi, ongea na mwenzako kwa kiti, mwambie mambo sasa inaendeleaje nchi hii. Hiyo ni namna ya kuelimisha wenzetu wote, familia yako, iwe ni watoto wako, iwe ni wazazi wako, iwe ni majirani wako. Tuendelee kusambaza mambo ambayo inatendeka kwa nchi, tukifanya bila kuchoka. Wakati utafika ambapo tutaingoa serikali hii, na tukianza mabadiliko ambayo ile itadumu, kazi ya kwenda mbele itakuwa ni rahisi. Hiyo ndio mchango nilikuwa nikitaka nitoe kwa leo. Tuzidi kutia mkazo, tushikamane, tusome mambo ambazo zinafanyika, si mambo za kikawaida ambazo zinafanyika. Jumapili hapa tuliona rais wamesimama mbele ya altari ya kanisa na bishop yuko pale nyuma, na wanaita mwana Kenya ambaye yuko na heshima za kutosha, awe na makosa gani ama gani, anaitwa kama nyoka. Hiyo ni altari aina gani? Hizi si mambo za kawaida, mandugu zangu, madada zangu, wazazi wetu, watoto wetu. Hizi si mambo za kawaida. Kenya iko katika njia panda, na tujielimishe, tusome kila kitu ambayo tunaiona na macho yetu, ambayo tunasikia na masikio yetu, na wakati tunaitwa tusimame, tuungane, ili tufanye kama ni maandamano, tujaribu sana kutoa hiyo support. Asante sana kwa kupatia Mike Prince, KOT Sonko. Endeleeni na kazi ambayo mnafanya, tunawaenzi sana, na nita drop mic sasa, lakini nitazidi kusikiza. Asanteni.
Thank you so much. Umeongea vizuri sana. Nitakuja kuongea kuhusu baadaye. Wacha nipate Mike Nyolam. Naona amenyosha mkono muda mrefu sana. Nyolam.
Hey, asante sana Prince. That's good, man. That guy really knocked it out. No, you know, I think I do agree with what everybody else is saying. And the biggest one that I really concur with so much was the previous guy who said that, hey, now that this thing is getting trapped, ni kama hiyo trap ya waste pipe, you know, hiyo trap ya chini is getting trapped. Best people to deal with here would be our legislators, the ones that we appoint to go represent us. Like what they say, if we get these people, whatever bad decisions they vote in there, which are not for the people, then people go greet them a little bit. I think I really do understand that, and I really do agree that that strategy will work no matter what. Once they start knowing that, hey, people are really serious, when I go back to my constituency, I'm just right here by myself, and everybody else is far away. They don't know what is going on. Na amesalimiwa vizuri, things will start changing, you know. But then one thing that they have always ignored is that they have never known their role. They don't know that they have the ultimate powers to even call down the president, which they really do not know. They think it's just going there, show themselves on Facebook, counting money, and all these wasteful kind of features they do to us, to their electorates, you know. So I personally feel, and I agree with the last speakers, let's start doing some strategy. Let's start it from the grassroots here. Fulani akikuja, he made wrong decisions. He didn't even object. These things like the JKIA, people should ask him, hey, were you there to vote? Because I'm sure state resources can't just be sold like that without going to the parliament to be ratified, you know. So they should be asked, hey, did you guys vote on this? No. Where were you? Were you sleeping, or what was happening? Oh, this and that, then was Salamia. Then I think they will start knowing that they have some brakes to press on. Whenever people like the president are just pushing in stuff, they will press on this, or they would blow some kind of whistle somewhere so that wananchi wajue this is what is going on. But the way, if we keep on allowing them to, you see how Soro is talking, how Soro is kind of like asking people very funny things, very stupid questions. I think Osoro really needs to be visited at one point, just to be told that, hey, the line where you're going to is not the right one. Kuja uto this kind of a line. I think so. I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Enyewe Osoro anafaa kuonyeshwa kwamba the power belongs to the people. Kwa jamaa ufleta amekuwa na mdomo ruzi vibaya sana. Anyway, Ras, the fireman. Good morning.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Pole kidogo nilikuwa sinzia hapa. Yeah, job tu ni. Yeah, mimi niko diaspora sasa hii. Yeah. Niko Germany. Yeah.
Just a minute. Ras, please just hold on, just hold on.
Hello?
Just hold on, please. A minute. Just hold on. Hi, everyone. Please, I encourage you guys to request for the mic. We need to hear from you people, please. Naomba mrequest mic. Nataka nyi wote mpate nafasi kusikize kutoka kwa kila mtu. Another thing, as we all know that this struggle needs numbers. Let's follow each other. You are proposed Prince Baya speaking. Let's follow each other. You follow me, I follow back immediately. We need numbers for this struggle. Lastly, the one who is hosting this space is T Sonko. Hatumia Wi-Fi, hatumia bundles. Number iko hapo juu, and let's support him with anything. Don't send him money, just send him bundles direct. Thank you. Ras, proceed.
Yeah, mimi kwanza na support the movement 100% from the beginning, although most of the time niko background kwa sababu ni kama listener, sababu ya kazi sana huku ni kama utumwani, but Kio Sonko, kina Wanyama wote wanaelewa, mi wana support all the time, wenyewe wanajua, wanatuma. So yeah, 100% na nitaangalia tu muda sio mrefu. So yeah, kitu ambacho kinanipain sana airport yetu, kitu ambacho nahimiza Wakenya wenzangu ni tuwe tu na umoja.
Sauti kidogo bro. Sauti kidogo Ras, please.
Hapo nisikii, unipati vizuri hapo?
Ulikuwa unasikika lakini uko chini. Sauti tu kidogo tu.
Hapo sawa. Hapo poa.
Hapo sawa.
Hapo ni sawa. Okay. Yeah. Mimi ningetaka umoja sana, kwa sababu kutoka mapema, kutoka 25th movement ilikuwa 100%. So ningetaka sana, na waombeni jamaa, ndugu zangu, comrades, spaces zimekuwa nyingi sana, ningeomba sana, let's come together, one big space. Manake huyu jamaa huyu hasikii lugha ya kuongea tu hivi, anataka tu action. Lugha ni ya street. Na revolution kusucceed ni action. Hapa tutaongea. Manake sio wote ambao watakuwa kwa ground, wengine wanakuwa kwa ground, wengine wana support, wengine wako kwa ground, wengine wana support. So mimi ninaomba sana ndugu zanguni, dear comrades, umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. Hiyo ninawaombeni sana. Huyu jamaa huyu namuita mwenda wazimu, amemkaribisha huyu Muhindi, atamaliza Kenya. Mimi ni Mkenya, nimezaliwa Kenya, nimekulia South Africa, nimeenda mdogo South Africa, na nimewitness Guptas sahi as I'm speaking, familia yangu iko kule Cape Town. Mimi niko Germany, lakini familia yangu iko South Africa. Mimi ni Mkenya, niko pia na familia yangu pale. Lakini Guptas walirun ile country to the ground, mpaka wakapata recession pale. Wale walikuwa wana appoint, wana hire, wana fire, wana hire na kufire ministers. Pesa yote inabebwa kwa magunia, inatembezwa huku, inapelekwa Dubai, inafanywa hivi. Mtoto wa rais ambao alikuwa ni Jacob Zuma alikuwa forefront, na huyo babake ambao ni Jacob Zuma mpaka akafanya nini, akawa impeached, akatolewa. Ile nchi mpaka sasa hivi ni nchi nzuri sana, iko na kila kitu, lakini mpaka sasa hivi iko na shida ya load shedding, iko na vitu vingi ambao sahihi ni impact ya wale jamaa. At the end of the day wakakimbia. Sahi Adani wameshapewa ile airport. So ndugu zangu, ninaombeni sana, kama tunaweza kushikamana tukomboe hiyo airport, sisi wengine tutawasupport huko 100%. Mimi ni Mkenya, naipenda nchi yangu, nimetoka coast, nchi yangu naipenda. Ndugu zanguni, tushikamane, tuwe pamoja, tukomboe Kenya. Huyu jamaa kelele atawaachia tu, utapiga kelele, lakini action, ndugu zanguni, tafadhalini. Island nasubiri ndugu zanguni, naye mchangie, sitaki kuongea sana. Please, sote tuwe pamoja, tuunganeni pamoja tafadhalini. Na wahisi wa Kenya wenzangu, nimeshukuru. Tamdie Keut Sonko ama nani, wote tutajua vile ambavyo na sukuma, niko na details zake tayari, unaona, yeye ananielewa. So jamaa, tafadhalini, usiku mwema ama asubuhi. Mimi niko hapa ugaibuni, niko Jerumani, nimechangia kidogo asubuhi. Sahi wasiongee sana, but actions speak more louder than words, guys, please. Nimeshukuru sana Prince, nimeshukuru sana. One love, pamoja sana. I support you guys 100%. I land.
Asante sana Ras the fireman. Umesema toka coast pande gani? Hebu kurudisha tena. Unatoka coast?
Wewe unataka nini? Mimi natoka Malindi bana. Mimi ni Mgiriama, lakini mimi ni behind, mimi ni Mgiriama. Nimetoka Malindi. Miaka mingi sana nimekuja South Africa, lakini Mwachamila ni mtumwa. Mimi ni 100% Kenya. Niko Germany sasa.
Mzima?
Ni mzima, sawa, ni mzima.
Kwa Malindi upande wani?
Muyeye.
Enyewe ni wa Malindi. I've confirmed. Haya, okay. Let's follow. Alafu Nyasamia nimekupoteza. Nimekutumia mic, please confirm kama unataka kuongea. Alafu kwa nani? Voice of Tongaren? Are you there? Voice of Tongaren. Watu muitishe mic tafadhali. Niko na slots kadhaa. Naweza add more speakers. Tafadhali watu bo request mic. Kuna kadhaa nimewatumia mic but waja including Nyasamia. Nyasamia, are you there? Okay. We'll accept bado. Voice of Tongaren, are you there? Huyo pia ni kama amesinzia.
Okay, me I'm here. Si ati nimesinzia, ni venye nilikuwa nimeongea. So I'm waiting at least to kuwe na watu 10 wenye wataongea, alafu ndo then I get back with the points that I have. So you can push the mic forward to another person, and then I will talk after maybe 6 to 10.
Thank you so much. Nyasamia, please, good morning.
Good morning. Habari zenu huko?
Nzuri sana, endelea mama tafadhali.
Okay, mimi naitwa Miriam. This is my first time kukua kwa hii space, kuongea kwa hii space. Nimekuwa nikifollow kabisa tangu June 25th actually. Nilikuwa kwa Twitter for a long time but sikuwa naona umuhimu wa Twitter. So nikaanza kufollow hizi spaces na nimejifunza mengi sana kuhusu nchi yetu. Nimeishi nje tangu 2003, lakini maneno yenye yametendeka tangu huyu mwanaume ashike usukani, it's sad. Whatever is happening in our country is very very sad. Alafu na hicho kiburi, kile kitu nimefurahia ni vile vijana wamechukulia effort ya kuelekeza hiyo revolution, na tangu waende parliament ni vitu vingi sana vimetendeka. Watu the minds ya watu imechange. Me being one of them, mind yangu imechange sana na hii serikali yenye tuko saa hizi, na vile wale wamekuwa wakiongea hapa awali, the goal is the same, ni kutoa huyu mtu kwa kiti, so that wale watu wanafaa kukaa wakae. Wameiba nchi, wanaharibu nchi, na itaendelea kuwa mbaya. It's never gonna change. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I've been following. Saizi hata ukiniona even I work in a hospital, but niko kazini at the same time nasikiza space. So that's how much I'm really engaged in it. So endeleeni kufanya vile mnafanya. You have all our support. Tutasupport vile tuwezavyo. I will continue supporting, and please just keep the movement going. Asante sana.
Samia, thank you so much. Kama uko kazi na bado unaweza create time na sisi hapa, that shows how much you love our country. Okay.
Kabisa, mimi naishi Massachusetts.
Endelea, tunakusikiza.
Mimi nishashuka, I think.
Okay, thank you. Nyolamu, can you say something as we wait for more speakers, please?
Oh, okay, yeah. I think Samia knocked it out. I mean, she's working, juggling between work and trying to also help with the problem we are having in Kenya right now. You know what? I was thinking, Prince. I realized one thing here. I said there are some other undertakings that we did which were very, very important. Right now, as you know very well, that the Chief Justice came up and said anafinyiwa. And this is the same woman that has been defending Uyu Preso since day one. Leave alone that. This is the same woman that has never, I don't know if this is within her docket, but has never ever called in for any arraignment of any police officer that was involved in unconstitutional killings. You know, we have over 60 people that we can remember. And I think if you guys are following, I am Chege. He published some names there. We want to know where these guys who stormed into the parliament, where they are. We've never heard from them. If they're there, we probably need to know if they're safe or not safe. Now, people like Denzel who were killed, we need to know how the state is going to take care of this. Ruto said he was going to compensate all their parents, but we don't know how that has gone. Of course, we know he's a liar, so definitely we expect the worst part of it, you know. And I personally, I'm just thinking it's not something that Ruto should do. The state should embody part of their constitution that if there's unlawful and can be proved as unlawful, there should be compensation, especially from the police. So we read this from the United States. They have those. If there is those kind of stupid killings and it goes through their lawyers that are there ready to take these things head on, You know, we have lawyers that don't take things head on. By right now, we should be seeing somebody who acts just like Okia, who is going around and filing these things here in a court of law, so that these police officers should be temporarily put out of uniform and arraigned, and then we see if we can get something out of it, or federal government needs to compensate this. As one of our speakers said earlier here, that it's the parent that really, really feels it. If we can feel it, just imagine how much a parent would feel it, especially losing a 17-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 20-year-old, even regardless of the ages. Your kid is still your kid, your blood is still your blood. So losing your blood just because they're asking for what is theirs, I think that is outrageous, very much outrageous. So I personally think we should find out exactly where these people are, and we should be told what actions are being taken. And besides the actions, there's just a lot, man. At those bodies that were found, rumors, I don't have the facts, but rumors holds that most of them didn't even have organs in them. So where are these organs going to? All these kind of things here. So, guys, there are just a lot, but I am appealing to Kenyans. No matter what course we take and we manage to alter this government, like take it over in any way, even if it's now or 2027, we gotta put these people to court and set an example. Consequences makes people lead a better life. Even in the United States, even in Britain, if there were no consequences, people would be doing outrageous things. But because of those consequences, people get to know their limits, So to say, man, next time, 2027, Ruto doesn't make it, it should be brought in. Kindiki should be brought in as being in the docket of internal security and tell us exactly what happened to these guys, these young kids. If he can't defend it, let him end it to committee huko. Same to Preso. And people would, even corruption, if they were doing this, Kibaki said it very well that, hey, during his term, I know he campaigned on that. He said each and every one, before they go into action, they would declare their wealth. Nobody declared their wealth. Nobody. Or if they declare their wealth, they say, I have 10 million. But now, 10 million, you don't tell people how you got your 10 million. That is where people should go to. Yes, like grilling them in the parliament. Okay, how much million do you have? Fine, I have this and that. And then you see the MPs grilling them, making jokes out of it and leave it as at that. You would ask them, you are a civil servant. You have 2 billion. You've worked here 5 years. So can you account for this? Tell us briefly where your 2 billion is coming from, because we can calculate your salary, your income within this past 2 years. This is what you should be getting. So how did you get your 2 billion? What are the properties that you had prior to coming here that were generating income? Which banks are you using to give you a lot of money? And what criteria are you using? Is this criteria also accessible to other common wananchi? We need to take ourselves really, really seriously, because shaping a country won't go right if we say like right now and then somebody comes in and say, let's just forget, let's forgive those people, let it go, walishafanya hizo vitu waende tu hivyo. Then impunity keeps on going on and on and on, and people will take it as the norm. But if we start bringing these people to accountability, just a little accountability, was set example. If right now, say for instance, if right now, to say Uhuru had made that kind of these heinous, I would say, mistakes, and then is taken through court system where Ruto is not involved, but the judiciary is involved, and he is found guilty and he goes in. That alone would set an example to any prospective leader. Just like in Korea, you see how those people were being jailed for corruption and all that kind of stuff. So we need to really walk the walk. Let's not just talk it, but if we start walking it, let's walk the walk and make sure that this is done. If we are not going to do it, if you're not going to take over the government before that 2027, then 2027 ikuje hivi. If by good luck, one person gets it that is ready to revolutionize the whole problems, then we would want this guy to push for this agenda. And for anybody blocking this agenda should really be tried in a court of law and really go and pay for it. Otherwise, guys, keep on pumping that those minutes to 0710452543. We would love to talk, but lazima to refuel. You know, KOT has been very nice to us, keep us all going. I've been following KOT for a long time, but it needs this to keep us going. So please, if you have anything, equal 10 shillings, 5 shillings, 20, whatever, kidogo kidogo ujaza kibaba. So I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Nyolamo. Okay, guys, I've shared something hapo juu, mnaweza ona, because Nyolamo talked about compensation, as in blah 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 Ruto. This man is a serial liar, a serial killer, a man who doesn't value the lives of the common mwananchi. On the June 25th, I was there. I was among those who were in the front line. As you can see, I've shared those tweets. They shot me 8 times. So if you see me here at this hour, it's because I know the person we are dealing with. I was in Kenyatta, actually I underwent 2 surgeries on the very same day, that was June 25th, and then a month later on July 22nd. So I know the person we're dealing with. He's a murderer. That's why you see me reposting each and every post about a missing person, a person that was shot during the protest. Hajapona, anaumia. Na ningependa tushikane mikono sisi wote. Like, ukiona post, yeah, anything to do with abduction, hizo gun wounds, please just repost. Hata kama uko na follower moja, hata kama una follower kabisa, just repost. Kuna mtu tu ataona. Cause hiyo mmoja ndio tunataka. Na kwa wale wanaogopa na mimi nilikuwa huko wakanifanya hivi, for your information, angalia hapo juu. I've shared the tweets. They shot me 8 times and went through whatever I went through. August, they came for me in my house. They arrested me. I spent 2 nights in the police custody, but I was later released. Juu ya kelele hapa. Ukiangalia Mchege, MJ, hizo TL, they actually stood with me. A lot of people, they stood with me. So na niko hapa bado siogopi. That's why I've said earlier, like, what have I not seen? What is that hii mjinga hajanionyesha? Na sisi wote nini hatujaona? Nini huyu Ruto hajatuonyesha? So what are we fearing? Like, me, I'm afraid no. Hatufai kupiga mdomo tu hapa. We need to take actions. The only action that we can take to remove that idiot from that office is to go back to the streets as soon as today. Please, let's mobilize, let's amplify, because this war we must win. This is our country. Na kwa mtu mjinga mmoja atakukaa hapo atu control kama vile mtu amekaa kwa nyumba yake na TV na remote na control ile channel gani anataka watch. This is a country. It is not anybody's property. And we as Kenyans, this country belongs to us. Forget about the foreigners. They're just idiots. Today they're here, tomorrow they might go to their countries. What about us? Tuko na wapi wengine kwa kwenda? Ras amesema nini? He has been in South Africa, he is currently in Germany, but kwa ni wapi? Mombasa, Kenya. There's a lady here alikuwa ameongea sahi Nyasima. Amesema kwa ni wapi? Ni hapa. Imagine she's working but at the same time she's on space. Why? She's fighting for her country, and that is the spirit we all want. Anyway, let me give the mic to Namnam. I can see your hand. Namnam, good morning. Namnam, good morning. Can you hear me?
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, proceed, please.
Hello, nasikika?
Unasikika, endelea tafadhali.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuongelelea hii mambo ya maandamano. Watu wanasema wanataka kurudi kwa streets. But there is something that I want people to note. Na wasiache ipass to, because date 25th, I think ilikuwa mwezi wa 6 wakati tulikuwa kwa demos. Sidhani kama itawahi kukuja kuhappen tena kama hatutawafanya vitu the same way we did that day. Because many people think that those demonstrations were caused by Genzs on themselves. But shock on you that even politicians were being involved. Kuna politicians walikuwa washaanza kuchoka. Kama akina Babu Owino, kulikuwa na Gachagua.
Namnam, are you there? Namnam,
ni kama mic yake imedrop eh?
Yeah, amedrop. Aya, tuende kwa nani?
Hey Prince.
Yes sir.
Hello.
Yeah, kabla hujaenda bwana, I think what he just said is kind of moving, man. I think I just heard you from for the first time say your experiences, man. I'm with you. I'm down for you, man. And we pray for the best of you, but let it not cow you down, because tactics ya huyu mzendi ni kucow you down. And now that is getting also grip from other stupid people like those dinosaur politicians kama Raila Nini. He's still going to come up, and he's going to come up with very, very bad ways of handling people. Yeah, but hey, I'm for you, man. I hope you recover well, and we are putting you in our prayers.
Nyasimo, are you done?
I am done.
Thank you so much, bro.
Are you talking? If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Yeah, nasema for clarification bro, mimi yule mtu huwezi nitisha. They tried to intimidate me. They actually tried. They came for me at my house at around 9:40 hapo. It was on a Friday. The aim was kuniaka behind bars up to Monday. They succeeded, yes, but hapa kwa kutishiwa, hapa kwa kuingiza woga, bro, that is not me. I'll never buy fear in this world. I know I'll die. So if my days today, then so be it. Who are you to come threatening me like, oh, unajua ukienda hivi tena? We are following you on Twitter. We see what you are posting. When you see anything from now onwards, we'll come for you. Actually, you live those friends, those people you're calling friends, they never had they never hear from you again. I was like, nilikuwa naangalia tu. Mmaliza hata yote tufungulie simu nikamwambia simu yangu nayo labda mvunje. Mimi nikufungulia simu. You do what? So bro, about being intimidated, mimi I don't buy fear. That is not me. Nam, proceed please. Tulikupoteza.
Okay, can I be heard now?
Very audible. Go ahead.
Okay, so nilikuwa nasema hii mambo ya maandamano kurudi kwa streets, we are supposed to be very careful na tukumbuke mahali where we went wrong, sababu kuna watu ambao walifanya hii kitu ika happen, and in every revolution we need all hands on deck. Hata kama ni politicians wenye tunadhania wao ndio wanatuumiza na wamedecide kukuja saidi yetu, mimi nataka kuambia akina KOT, akina Boniface, akina Eric Omondi, all those people who are influencers, waende hapo nje waongee na wao politicians. Sababu mtu kama Bob Owino alikuwa ameleta close to 5,000 people from all over. Alikuwa amewa engage, alikuwa amewalipa na aka make sure hiyo siku ya 25th wakati demonstrations zilikuwa successful, hao watu wote walikuja town na demos zikashika. But ilifika wakati tumesucceed on 25th tukaanza kuwa
Nam, umepotea tena. Nam. Can you Nam.
Hello.
Bufanya vya
unaweza nisikia?
Drop alafu rudi. Rudisha. Drop. Exit alafu na kwa space alafu nitakurudisha tu kama speaker please. Nam. Drop alafu nikurudisha please. As we wait for Nam to come back, can someone proceed? Mtu ataka kuongea, nyosha mkono. Alafu watu pia mrequest mic Niko na slots kadhaa. Watu mrequest mic please. Hii struggle ni yetu sisi wote. Si yangu, si ya KOT. Okay, Nam. Nam, can you hear me? Now proceed, you are very clear.
So nilikuwa nasema
tunafanya uendelee.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema tukue careful na tuweze kuinvolve kila mtu kwa hii liberation ambayo tunatafuta. Hakuna siku ambayo tutashinda hii kitu peke yetu kama majenzis ama tunachagua ati Genzs, millennials. We are supposed to fight it, all of us. Anyone who is willing to come on our side, let us allow them to come. Tuache hiyo kubasho watu, ulifanya, ulilipwa, mulienda kuongea na nani, sijui nini. Mtu yeyote ambaye anataka kukuja side yetu, aachwe akuje side yetu. Mimi hiyo siku niliwitness. By the way, mimi ni politicians and nimevai twice, 2017 na 2022. Na nimemanage kukuja number 2 all the time. Na nimekuwa nikisikiza vitu venye zimekuwa zikiendelea kwa ground. Hiyo siku ya 25th msidhani ya tima Genzs ndio walifanya watu wakatokea. Akina Babu Owino walikuwa
Nam. Connection yako ni mbaya bro, umepotea tena. Okay, as we wait for him, can someone please take over? Peter, are you there? Kebwaro. Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think this guy maybe iko na connection ama pengine wanaifanya interfere nayo. Mbona ana keep on losing?
There's something wrong on his side maybe.
Yeah, because there's something going on his side. He tried to bring up the point and akapotea. Anyway, I talked earlier. Kama kuna mtu mwingine au kuwa amepata nafasi, naweza ongea but naweza changia pia hivyo. Nasema just we keep on this fight. And as I had said earlier, our weakest point is parliament. Parliament is the weakest point. We hit that one hard and we should get it. Hao watu ndio wanafaa kuchapwa really hard. When we get one of them, that's where we hit it hard. Ule mtu ana table parliament, we should be monitoring who is putting those policies pale kwa parliament. Who is that sponsoring such policies? Huyo ndio mtu anafaa kuandamwa. Aulizwe hizi vitu na pass hapa. Is it for us? Who send you to pass those bills? And whose interests are they for? Those are the guys we should go for, parliamentarians, because ndio wanapitia policies, they're the one who are making it. Hao ndio laws, kila kitu napita pale. So watuambie how things are being done wakiziangalia. Hizi vitu zote za kina Adani zote wanafaa kujua what is happening. Because that's why they are there to represent us. Because hatuwezi toshea parliament sisi wote, they are there to represent us, represent our interest. They should actually be coming to the ground to consult, kuna kitu nataka kupitishwa hivi na hivi na hivi. How do you see it? How they never came to the people. That's why public participation iko hivyo. Nienda kukutana watu huko nyumbani, siwe mambo wanakutana waita watu wawili watatu kwa hoteli, wameshawapea kitu wanasema ati kumekuwa na public participation. Hiyo ni upuzi. Those guys should be in the ground. Huko Ushago watu wajue nini nampeni. Aende kwa Ushago, aongee na watu pale kwa kijiji, awaambie hivi ndio hivi na hivi. Kama they are not going to do, those are the guys we should hit hard. Na kuambia we get 3-4, wengine watalearn the lesson. Watalearn the lesson. Hakuna mbunge atakuwa anapeleka interest zake pale bungeni na interest za executive pale bungeni. Atakuwa anapeleka interest za mwananchi, because atakuwa anajua akienda kwa ground you will be dealt with. Those are the worst people we have. They are not representing. Unaona vile wanaongea mbaya. Mtu anaongea vile anataka. Mtu kama huyo Soro ni ng'ombe sana, anaongea vile anataka. Those are the guys we should deal with. Huyo mtu afai kuongea anyway. Akuwa anakaa Nairobi, akuwa anakaa Ushago, anafaa kujulikana anakaa wapi. Familia yake ukienda ukuta hayuko, ni we deal with whoever is that home, so that they know they have to represent our interests. Those are the people who are selling this country most. Because nakwambia parliament wakikaa against the president will do nothing. Kama watasema hawezi pitisha, wewe enda uulize wananchi, we are not against this one thing. Hatuwezi kubali mambo. Because my people wamesema hivyo kwa sababu hawakuchaguliwa na rais. Because these are elected leaders, they can make any decision they want, because president hawezi mvuta kazi. That's the thing. Huyo sio siasa atamtisha atamvuta kazi. No. This is an elected person. Mtu wa tuko na mandate ni sisi kuwatupa nje. So they should protect us. Si ati wamechaguliwa pale waende protest president. Wanafaa pia wanajua wako na nguvu, tunawaambia taki wa president go impeach him. Waende wa impeach that president. Wako na hizo nguvu. Wanafaa kurepresent the people. I'm so angry with them. Mimi watu wananiudhi sana ni parliamentarian, because they have all the powers. Wanasikia wananchi wanalia. Sasa hizo walikuwa wanaambia president baadhi kitu vile naenda sisi tunakutupa nje, and they do it. They go to the people of the ground, waambie bana mnataka huyu mtu anasome, watu wa ground imeharibika. They go parliament, impeach this guy, and it is done deal. But because wamenuliwa, wengi wao walisukumwa na ile euphoria za chungeni UDA. Sawa, mnachagua ng'ombe wote. So kila mtu alikuwa anachukua mle mtu ataenda. Ruto alichukua wale watu hawana ene, watu anaweza kwa ni puppets, yani wala watu anakiongea wanajikunja. That's where the problem is. The moment to streamline parliament, kila kitu itakuwa in order. Kila kitu itakuwa in order. Hapo ndio the weakest link iko. Na the moment we are going to start dealing with these parliamentarians one by one, vitu zitabadilika. Because that's where the problem is. The problem iko pale. Atulize, he went to parliament to represent the people or whose interest. Kama kuna kitu nataka kupitishwa parliament, it should come to the people. Kama hii model, angekuja uliza wananchi kitu nataka kana kupitishwa huko, mnaipenda ama muitaki? Hatuitaki. Aenda parliament anasema mwa watu wangu walisema wataki. That's it. because he's the representative of the people. Na watu wamesema kwa ground yake hawataki. That's he should stick with that one. Si ati amambo na president kwa sababu mpe shilingi 2 apitishe because anataka kupitisha. No. Those are the guys paying us this as Kenyans. That's where the problem is. I should fix that one. Let me drop for another guy.
Thank you so much, Peter. Enyewe bila umesema ni ukweli kabisa, but unfortunately, we have pigs in the name of MPs in our Kenyan parliament. Come next election, we have to send those idiots, all of them, home. They do not help us in any way. Anyway, Namnam, I hope umeangalia connection yako vizuri.
Nimeangalia, wacha tuone kama itakubali. Sasa ikikataa ni drop na nikalale sasa. Nanisikia? Hello?
100% bro, you are very audible.
Audible, okay. So nilikuwa nasema tuache kubash wale politicians walikuwa wanataka kutujoin, because hiyo 25th kuhappen haikuwa effort ya watu wachache na haikuwa effort ya Genz peke yake, but Genz they got it wrong. They thought that they are the only ones who made it happen, and ndio maana wamekuwa wakijaribu kufanya ingine na zote zinakuja zina backfire. So hii story ya kutukana akina Babu Owino, hii story ya kubash akina Boniface Mwangi, au ni wase wali play a huge role ya kufanya date 25th happen. So tukikuja tena kuanza kuwatenga, inakaa hatujielewi, cause venye nimesema revolution, every hand must be on deck for it to happen. Hauwezi ifanya peke yako. Hiyo siku mimi niliwitness watu wakitoka Tao, kama wamebebwa na mabasi, wanapelekwa Thika, wanapelekwa Juja. Hiyo kitu ili happen kwa sababu ilikuwa imepanga.
Namnam again, ni kama kuna mtu amekukalia ama ni vijana waitumbe wako kazi. But then they should know that sisi tupangwingwi. And shall never end.
Unanisikia?
Amerudi sasa.
Sasa ndio nilikuwa nasema tunafaa kuinvolve kila msee na tuache kubash wasi wengine. Kama tunataka date kama ile ili happen date 25th ikuwe successful kwa hizi demo zenye mnapanga, to involve our say akina KOT, akina Eric Omondi, akina Boniface Mwangi, au ma MP wenye tunaweza reach, wenye wana
umedrop bro.
Haunisikii?
Unasikika unapotea.
Lakini I think nime make my point to include everyone at tuache kubash wase.
Thank you so much. That is Namnam. Okay, we need it. Usiwezi. Principal hawezi peke yake. Yote hawezi peke yake. We need each other. For us to make it happen, we need each other. So now, I can see the voice of Karen. I can see your hand. Good morning. A voice of Tongaren. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. I'm actually here. Ni penye your voice actually kuna penye itoki ikiwa clear.
I'm sorry for that. Proceed.
Yeah, but ukimute mic yako inapotea. So, but I think that's the problem with the connection maybe. So, to me, I just want to emphasize on some few things that the people in front of me wamesema, wale wenye wameongea before mimi niongea sahi. And I would like to touch base on some key things zenye wame-mention. Nimependa penye wase wamesema tukue kitu kimoja, we move along as one, tusireject mtu yote. But we should check, who are we bringing on board? Definitely kuna watu wenye, right now they are supporting us, but they are here to divide us. They don't want us to unite, not to focus on the common goal yenye reject the impunities of the government, bad governance, to request for accountability. So si kila mtu tunamleta hapo on board anatutakia mema. There are some who are coming here to separate us. Na kitu ingine, we should check. Au kuna hawa MPs wamekuwa for the past years, 2 years, wamekuwa silent. They were not talking, they were not saying anything. They were aware what everything that is happening in government. They did not speak at all. Mpaka ile time yenye tumekuwa na hiyo movement ya Occupy na reject finance bill, ndio wameanza kuongea. That is another red flag. Wacha watu wasiongee time yenye tumesha raise voice yetu, ndio mtu anakuja na anasimama anataka kuongea na support. And that is the reason as to why many Gen Zs walikuwa wameambia baba akae kando. Kwa sababu tulitaka sisi wenyewe to handle hii situation our way. So let us be on the lookout. Ni viongozi wa gani tunafuata. And me, as much as tunataka change, that change is not going to happen kwa sababu kama nyoka ni nyoka. Hao watu wamekuwa kwa kiti and si wote wamefanya zile vitu tunataka wakuwa wamefanya. Si wengi wamefanya development wanafaa kuwa wamefanya. Like right now we don't even have a parliament. What we have is a state capture, because anything that the president wants to do, the parliament will always support, because we have majority of the MPs doing whatever the president wants. So hatuna parliament sisi, na hatufai kuwa tunafocus sana na hawa existing MPs. We should be focusing on strategies and how are we going to make sure that we put the right people in power. Tusifocus sana na wenye wako. Let us focus on how we are going to remove them from that position and we put the people who deserve that position. So tukifocus na story ya MP, sijui kama najua kina Osoro uongea mbaya, kina Ichungwa uongea venye wana feel like, yani tuko na MPs wenye wakiongea unaweza shangaa kweli huyu ni kiongozi alichaguliwa wapi. But kenye natuumiza ni ati sisi ndio tunaona kenye wanasema, but pale alichaguliwa wale watu wenye wako huko hawajui. Unajua wengi wamechaguliwa huko remote areas, civic education haijafika bado, yenye watu wachache wako na hiyo sauti ya kuongea but wanafanya online, na si kila mtu wako na, unapata kuna nyanyako huko nyumbani yeye asikii mambo ya online. Anajua tu anasikianga sijui kuna mtu anaitwa Osoro ana deliver, ikifika wakati ya kura anaenda kitafuta tu Osoro, hata hamjui ni nani. Hiyo ndio system imekuwa. With my thinking, I would advise, kwa sababu we as the youth, many of us are going to go for this seat. We should come together. We build one bus ama one train yenye tutasupportiana kwa kila njia. Tuingie kwa ground mpaka huko Ocha remote areas pale haiwezi fika. Huko ndani kuna hawa mavijana wanataka kukua ma MCAs. Kuna hawa wengine kama KOT Sonko, mimi tunataka kukua MPs. Kuna hawa wenye wanataka kukua governors. Kuna hawa wenye wako na interest ya kukua even president. Inafaa tushikane kabisa, tusupportiane. Tuseme kama mimi nikienda area fulani na push that agenda, na educate say, na waambia mambo mob kuhusu the constitution, na waambia kuhusu kenye inaendelea saa hii, ni nini wenye walichagua anafanya. Then nikifanya hivyo, another person mwenye pia kuna the same agenda like me, we are on the same bus, anaifanya on this side. Kwa sababu if one person is doing it like the way Morara is doing it, ukiwacha tu Morara afanye peke yake, hakuna kitu ata-achieve. Kwa sababu ndio maybe ata win the hearts of Kenyans 2027, tumpatie akuwe the president of the Republic of Kenya, and then ata rule na hawa my pigs wenye wako sai. hawezi change anything. Hawezi. Akiwa tu peke yake hawezi change it. Anahitaji support ya kutoka kwa grassroots, kwa hawa ma MCA, ma administrator, anawahitaji kabisa ndio make sure Kenya na implement imefika. And me, I'm ready to support. Mimi niko na kuanga tu most of the time I'm very idle. See ati I'm employed somewhere, ati I'm working for somebody. I'm always there. Nangoja tu nione ile siku yenye watu watasema kuja twende area fulani, hii ni area yangu, tuzunguke area yangu tumalize twende huku. Mimi niko, I always do this thing. Ni ile najaribu kufanya na ile uwezo ninaweza, kwa sababu si wote tuko na hiyo uwezo. Na wale watu wako na vehicles, kuna wale watu wako na hizo PA systems, but me, I do it to the capacity where I can. But if we can come together, we be one thing. We move on the same path. Tutakuwa tumefanya kitu ingine maana sana. And if there is anybody who is listening out here na anasikiza Kenya nasema, just know we are here, we are the change. Na kama uko na uwezo yoyote, you can even say mimi I have my vehicle is here at home. Kama uko na fuel, kuja chukua gari, tembea nayo, beba wenzako, enda move, kwa sababu hizo ndio vitu zinatulimit. Tukingoja watu wako kwa government watu support, watatuweka tukue ni like tuko in prison chini yao. Hata ukichukua kiti bado atakuwa na demand patie some favors kwa sababu alikusaidia ukapata hiyo kiti. Na hiyo ndio kitu hatutaki. Sisi wa Kenya wenyewe tukisimama tusupportiane, we are going to make a big difference. Hatutakuwa na mtu ati alichaguliwa kwa sababu alisaidiwa na kiongozi, yani lazima arudishe favor. Tutapata watu wenye wako committed na very straightforward. Unapata kuna viongozi wazuri sana wako huku nje, wakishachaguliwa vitu zina change tu suddenly, wanabadilika, wanakuwa kitu tofauti. Ni kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu walisaidiwa na mtu fulani kuingia kwa hiyo kiti, na lazima afanye hizo vitu ndio arudishe hiyo favor. So unapata a good leader, but system yenye alitumia kufika hapo is bad. Hawezi mfanya deliver to the fullest. So anybody who has the ability, hii shida ni sisi wote tuko ndani, na haiwezi isha leo ama kesho. It will take time. It needs a lot of commitment and support. KOT anafanya kitu ya maana sana kutupea platform. Ni ngumu, sijapata platform kaa hii yenye unaweza ongea, express whatever you are feeling like freely and openly, connect to the people. Sijapata. Na nashukuru sana kwa sababu he is amongst the few people wenye wanaweza kupatia hii chance. Na ingianga space za watu wengine wenye natarajiwa kuwa natupatia the chance tuseme vitu venye tunataka zikuwe, to reject ile kitu tuna reject. They don't. Ni ngumu hata upate mic kabisa. So I like this support. For those who want to come through. I have like a proposal, anything that people want to view and support. Kujeni, saidieni. Kama ni bundles KOT anataka, tumweke, haita to cost kitu. It's only 20 shillings to buy bundles. Tukimsupport, message inapita kwa watu wengi. And let us have volunteers. Watu wajitokeze, muongee kabisa. Because we are listening, we are recording, we are learning. Nobody is perfect. I'm actually learning a lot from this space. And it is improving my personality as a leader. I hope you guys mmenisikia. Wacha niachie hapo. I'll be vying for the Tongaren seat come 2027. Let us support one another. Thank you.
You are going for an MP seat, eh?
Yeah, I'm going for the MP seat of Tongaren constituency. Huko pale wanasemanga kuna Yesu wa Tongaren.
Congrats bro. Hata kwa debe Kilifi North 2027. So which was
that's nice.
Come again?
Yeah. Anasema that is nice. That is nice.
Tujaribu kutoa bana. We have to show them how this country should be led, eh? Juu hatuwezi kuwa na wajia nyamazi hapa. Kila siku tunapiga nduru na hakuna mtu anaenda huko juu. So tunataka nani akwe? So we have to show them that tunaweza ongoza nchi yetu na tunaweza ipeleka mahali pazuri. Mohamed Musa, nimekupoteza, pole sana baba. Nilikupoteza, ulikuwa alafu ukapotea. Tafadhali unaweza request mic nitakupatia. Meanwhile, Africanize, are you there? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Prince, Sonko, Kot. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you are very good. Proceed.
Okay. Okay, thanks so much. I'm talking from some experience. I'm a baby boomer, so not a Gen Z or a millennium. But I would say what happened during the Gen Z is a bit difficult now to repeat. But we can strategize again in another way. What I would say is you need to get some planning. There are still opportunities ahead, especially on registration and IDs. I've seen some experience around the university, especially in Maseno where I am. I took my son to go and he lost ID and elections were just nearing. So when I went there, I just found so many IDs of students. They had applied, but the IDs came when the college was closed, and there were so many. So that was, I don't know whether it was deliberate that they had to come when students were closed. Another thing, the young guys have opportunity during registration. They're usually the ones given those registration kits. They can maximize that opportunity to talk to the young guys, those they are registering, to call other young guys to come and register. It is another opportunity during that time. You don't see old guys like us holding those kids. It's just those boys walking with the kids. So it's another opportunity for young guys to seize so that they can get as many as young people. Another strategy, especially on civic education, this one I was just thinking if probably umefiliwa or a relative, where people get, those politicians get people siku ya matanga. Hata kama unalia upate support ya Gen Z, aongee mambo ya Gen Z, useme sisi Gen Z pia tuko hapa. Hata kama umefiliwa wewe mwenyewe and you are young, get a Gen Z friend, give the Gen Z a mic just to say we are in a Gen Z dispensation. Please, you Gen Z, we are here. So kwa matanga pia is another good platform for civic education. Now, as I go on, another thing is like my previous people who had talked, don't ignore these politicians. Some are just on our side. They really want to change. So although we need to filter them, see their habits, but we don't bash them, vile mmesema. For now, I'll leave you now. Maybe let others continue to. I'll be listening. Did I drop or
Africaners, thank you so much. Wangala, is it Wangala? Good morning. Wangala Mbuzi. Good morning. Can you please say something? Wangalambuzi, are you there? You may drop.
Wait. Hey, can you hear me now?
Unakatika drop alafu upande, nitakupandisha. Exit alafu ingie nitakupandisha tafadhali. Juu unakatika sana.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Wangalambuzi, are you there? Wangalambuzi? Okay, KD, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Thank you. Can you please proceed?
Yeah. I'm just here thinking to myself. What is the best thing tunaweza do now, given the fact that inakaa sasa vile wameamua whether we open our mouths, talk or not. We can't have said no to Adani and then tunasikia wana sign contract ya stima. You know, what else don't we know? What else is going to be forced down our throats, and what is the next tact, whatever we should probably apply, because sahi nakani kutumia kifua to do everything. We tried going to the streets. We lost a lot of our comrades. Tumetry ku voice our opinions and expectations from them, but hii ni kama hai make sense. So I think I'm just here thinking to myself, what is the next plan of action or what is the plan C we should have, because inakaona deal na mseni kama ana masikio ama aoni kama tunasema ina make sense at all. You know, we need to think of other ways, because tulijaribu ku demonstrate ikabaki sini wahalifu. You know, all the things are said about us. Very many of us got silenced, and very many of us are still missing. When we break the law, it's punishable. When they break the law, it's just normal things. Life goes on as normal. So I think the one thing I've gathered for the last 1 hour, which is, I was in this space earlier on and I said this, we have to know that it's us against them. There is no one in between. So hatufai kufikiria ati kuna wase wako hiyo side hata kama si wase wetu. But as long as you have someone who's thinking and looking at the country the same way we are, hata kama ni opposition, we need to gang up. Wazae wote, si wazae wote wana think the same. Wase wachache wote, kuna wale wanafikiria in the likes of the country's headed the wrong direction. We need to have as many, our strength, the only bullet we have is our numbers. And that's the only way we'll win this faction. Otherwise, we are dealing with someone who has opted to marshal and muscle his way into the country. We can go ahead and talk of the previous regimes, but to be honest, much as wengi wetu hatuko tunajua nini na happen ama hatukuwa, I don't think we've heard of any stories of anyone talking of what we can so far experience right now. And deep down, when I sit down, I think of my next generation and the next generation. What shall we tell them, and how will they hold us accountable, given the fact that today we are here talking about our parents who were silenced, and hence why we are here. What should we do? You know, if we talk of tunde maandamano tena, it's going to result into okay, technically it's not like it's not a way out, but we just need to be a step ahead of everything they're doing, because mi ukiniuliza, we just need to shut down this government, cripple them as much as we can. Unajua kauli za kuona ng'ombe na usizipatie maji, ama ni fish ujaribu drain hiyo mfereji baki bila maji. We just need to find other ways of boycotting and showing them that, hey, we are the government, you are not the government. We are the citizenry of the country, and without us, you don't have a kingdom. As much as they have the money, we are the people who actually keep this country called Kenya what it is. Kenya sio miti na milima na samaki zinakauntiwa na 1.6 billion. So I just urge everyone, in your own ways, think of any other way we can be able to voice our opinion, because this thing of signing for the electricity, whatever, has really pissed me off. It's not even a week yet. You know, just in less than 6 days, so many things have happened. Adani comes in, goes out, then Germany comes in, goes out, then Nani Wanagoma, it goes out. And then now, on a Monday, you actually come and tell us you're signing in the electricity, whatever. And are we going to sit back and watch it happen? Can we boycott electricity? Is it possible? You know, stuff like that. We just need to have a way to boycott and make our voices heard, even though you don't speak, because we don't belong to Kenya. Ni kama Kenya iko na yenyewe, sisi ni just ma IDP, you know, stuff like that. And it's really nagging me that we are dealing with somebody who's very deaf and doesn't have that conscience of getting to know that kuna wananchi ndio wenye nchi. So just know we are together, and I think it's good we start devising other ways of how to counteract, because the two ways we have is voting and the demonstration, which they know the tact. So we need to have other ways we can just talk out and get our voices heard and get the impact felt left, right, and center for us to be recognized as part and parcel of the country Kenya where we belong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, KD. Geo what? Geopolitics Africa TV, I can see your hand. Good morning.
Yeah, very good morning. Very good morning. Good morning, the host and the co-host, and everyone here. Very good morning. You know, I agree in Ruto must go. I agree with that message, and I think the Kenyans are right to call him to actually go. And I am from Somaliland. I'm not from Kenya. But one thing I realize is that Kenya is becoming the hot spot of global extremist Somali Islamist groups. They are actually making their headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, and the Ruto government is allowing them to actually keep all the money they stolen from Somalia, from Somaliland, and all the dirty money that they make. They are actually hiding it in Nairobi, although this money does not go to the normal Kenyan people. It stays with them. It is a control system that they are infiltrating the Kenyan system of government, and they are actually corrupting your government. They are bribing. You can buy the Kenyan passport, Kenyan voting card, and $1,500, and anybody can actually buy it. Your nationality, your system of government is really you are in trouble unless you stop this Islamist, mainly Somali Islamist extremist groups like Al-Ihtisam, Al-Islah, which is actually infiltrating your system of policing, system of parliamentarian, system of government. And it is very, very dangerous for you guys, because at the end of the day, the ordinary people of Kenya will not get a service from government, because the government is being infiltrated and they've been private. These people, they are paying millions of dollars to your system. And so the economy, which is actually controlled by these groups, is I would say, illegal kind of activity. And it does not reach the ordinary people of Kenya, and I'm sure. The money they actually make, it stays with them. And what they use is actually they use to corrupt the system. So what in William Ruto, although it is not entirely his fault, because the previous president also had some sort of engagement with these Islamist groups, because Uhuru, he allowed them to actually set their headquarters in Nairobi, but when Ruto become the Kenyan president, he gave them one of the top jobs in government. He gave them the national security, the policing, he actually promoted them, quite a lot of them. So I think Kenya is not the only country these people are in their target. Their target is East Africa. They have got ambition to control East Africa, like countries like Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya. They already control Somalia, and I would say parts of Somaliland. So they have got ambition of controlling the economy, political infrastructure of East Africa. So these people are extremely dangerous, and I think the sooner the Kenyan people wake up, the better, because at the end of the day, they stand for corruption, they stand for money laundering, they stand for all sorts of things that will not benefit the ordinary people of East Africa. They are extremely dangerous, and I think one of the things that William Ruto did was actually he gave them the opportunity to infiltrate the Kenyan system of government even more. So if he stays and if he continues the way he is behaving, for example, and he make the Minister of Environment, somebody called Adani Adani Duale is the same guy who is destroying the forestry in the Jubaland of Somalia. Him and Ahmed Madobe, the regional president of Jubaland, they are making millions of dollars selling charcoal to United Arab Emirates. He's making a lot of money destroying the forestry. And what William Ruto did, he make him the Minister of Environment, which is extraordinary because he's the same guy who is actually making money, illegal money, and destroying the forest in Jubaland of Somalia with Ahmed Madobe. They're making millions of dollars and selling charcoal to the Emirati and making a lot of money. And in the process, the environment has been destroyed. And I think maybe the northern region of Kenya are also suffering because of him, people like Farah Maalin. So I think the sooner the Kenyan people to wake up, the better, because we don't need this corrupt kind of mentality where the ordinary people will suffer and few people will make billions of dollars. And I think I can feel the frustration of the Kenyan people. But one thing I am sure they are not aware what's happening in Isli, in Nairobi, which becoming the global money laundering headquarters. And that is dangerous to your life, to your system, to your government. And the sooner you guys wake up, the better. And I would like to leave there. Thank you so much.
Mr. Geopolitics, I have one question for you.
Kidogo mtu fulani.
Please.
Kidogo.
Please.
Geopolitics Africa TV, thank you so much. Actually, you're not the first one saying that. We have heard it severally. But let me give KD, I can see your hand.
I just wanted to ask him a question. I see you're a journalist, if I'm not so wrong, maybe. And just maybe to read your mind, what is the feel of Somali based on what is happening to Kenya? And do you guys get to cover anything in your country based on what is happening in Kenya as a country? And what kind of a relationship do we have with the country per se? Thank you.
Yeah, we are actually feeling sorry for you guys because we believe that the same thing that destroy, or the same people that destroy Somalia and political system, they are infiltrating your system of government now. They are more coming to your institutions, infiltrating every sector, in particularly telecommunication and finance and banking and government and parliament. So this is the source of people that destroy Somalia. They are making their headquarters in Kenya. They are involved in Kenyan politics. We are watching them and we are covering them, and we feel sorry because we don't want the same people that destroy Somalia cross the border and actually destroy other countries like Kenya. And I'm sure they would do it with Ethiopia, but Ethiopia has got stronger authoritarian system of government. And so although they want to go through Kenya, because what they did, they are buying Kenyan assets, Kenyan private sector, and Kenyan private sector are going into Ethiopia like Safaricom, the telecommunication company, and then they are partnering with them, and that way they are interfering in Ethiopian system. And Ethiopia is now starting to sell the public assets like telecoms. They want to privatize. So that's danger for them, because at the moment everything is government owned in Ethiopia, unlike Kenya or Somalia. So these people, they take opportunity where there is a private sector, an opportunity to buy property from government, they immediately buy, and then that's where the danger is coming from. So we are closely watching, and we felt that it is better the Kenyan people to wake up and actually understand some of the aspects that destroying the system of government and the public trust is not only to do with what happened inside Kenya, it's actually also becoming a global, I would say, Islamist activity, which is think they Kenya is their best positioning, if you like. They love Kenya because the system is allowed them without control. And don't forget, they don't pay no taxes at all. They bribe government. They pay no taxes. All their businesses never pay taxes. They never done it in Somalia, and they will never do it in Kenya. They don't like transparency. They don't like accountability. You don't know how much they make. They don't release financial statements, and whether profit or lost. You never know them. So what they do, they go in the middle of the night with a couple of $1 million to the president and his resident or the police commander, and they bribe them. So that's how they make their living. They pay no taxes, and on the process they destroy countries. And these people are very dangerous. Adan Abdullah, Farah Maalin, some of those political elites are really big part of this activity. And I think the sooner the Kenyan wake up and tell Ruto to go, the better, because Ruto has make an arrangement with them. He have got a commitment with them. He buys shares, their businesses. He have got business interest with them, and that's real dangerous.
Okay, Brother Prince, can I ask one question to geopolitics? I see you're from Somaliland, not exactly Somalia. Somalia and Somaliland are two different countries. So the question is, who is funding these terrorist groups? This I'll call it a mafia. It's a mafia which has terrorist wings, a business wing. They have their own ways of raising money. But who is funding these people? Even for them to come to Kenya, there has to be somebody who is funding them. That is my question.
Actually, they are stealing a lot of money from international donation money that the global community donate to Somalia. And billions of dollars is spent into Somalia by the World Bank, by the IMF, by the European Union, and by the international community for security and stabilization fund for Somalia. All this money never go to Somalia. It goes to these groups, and these groups, they cannot spend in Somalia, so they have to bring out, so they have to buy assets from other countries. Now they are starting.
So it's safe to say that the US and Europe are funding these groups. They actually work for the US and Europe.
Actually, I wouldn't say they work directly, but indirectly, the European community, all the money they spent into Somalia, it go to these people. So they are the beneficiary, because they elected the president of Somalia. They are in the parliament. They are in everywhere in Somalia. So, and these terrorist groups, they cannot function without getting the funding from the international community in their slice, if you like. The other thing, they dominate the Somali infrastructure, like they control the borders, they control the agriculture, they control everything. For Ahmed Madobe, which is Jubaland region of Kenya, Somalia, neighboring to Kenya, and he actually he destroyed the entire region. And this region was one of the most beautiful regions in Africa. And what he do, he destroyed the trees and he make charcoal, and he sell this charcoal to Middle Eastern wealthy royal families, and he make millions of dollars. So this money, all this money, whether it's coming from the World Bank, IMF, the US, and intend to help Somalia, it go to these people. And these people, what they do, they are buying property in Kenya, they are buying property in Tanzania, and then because the origins of the money itself is illegal, so they have to bribe your government and Tanzanian government. So they have to buy private sector. So on the process, all this building you have seen, they buying initially, the money originated from illegal activity. So it's really sad, but the problem is they destroy Somalia. Now what they want to do, they want to spread. And one of the main reasons Somalia become member of East African Community is because of these groups. They are influencing the system of East African governments, because they are bribing the top government heads, and they say Somalia should have to join the East African community. So when the East African community Somalia join, they will buy assets, private assets, and that's how they're going to influence the government. If you look the charter of the East African community, Somalia should never have been allowed to be member of East Africa community, because it does not satisfy the institution charter. Because if you look at the charter, Somalia is a failed state. It has no economic system. It has no proper functioning government. The government there does not even control Mogadishu. So how can Somalia become member of East Africa community? If you look at their own charter, it does not satisfy the charter. So why they are there? Because they bribe the system. They pay a lot of money to Kenyan officials, to Tanzanian officials. So who is behind? It's these people. They control the telecommunication sector, the financial sector, and all these money transfer systems. So it is really sad. What we are watching and we are witnessing in Kenya is part of this activity. And I think most Kenyans, if they realize how their system being infiltrated by these groups, I don't think even one day William Ruto should have been stayed in power. He should have been kicked a long time ago. I am surprised not a lot of Kenyans understanding this issue in as much as they're supposed to. Thank you.
One last question, because I'm connecting some dots here. There's a senator who spoke in the Senate and said one of the conditions for IMF loan was to allow 400,000 refugees from Dadaab and Kakuma refugee camps, the refugee camps here in Kenya, to come in, to be given national IDs in Kenya, to become citizens of Kenya. So I'm wondering, what business does the IMF have for Somalis to become Kenyan citizens?
Yeah, because
instead of working on getting them back to Somalia.
Because these groups, let me explain to you, these groups, they want to settle in Kenya. So they have to have a voting power in Kenya. The Dadaab refugee camp is a camp that never closes. Every single day you have hundreds of people coming through Dadaab to the system of the Kenyan public life. So what they do, all the directors of international institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the UN, they settle in Nairobi. They have no offices in Mogadishu. So what they do, they go to these directors. So they buy a lot of fancy gifts. They give them cars. They give them money. So they convince that they have to facilitate the Kenyan institution should be in favor for refugee. So they influence, and they are buying these directors. Most of these directors coming from Europe or America, they are extremely corrupt as well. So they take money. So you have an unclosed camp.
Mr. Geopolitics.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this information with us. Actually, this isn't the first time I've heard about this. And I'll request one thing from you. Your DM is locked. Kindly follow me. You as a trolley, Prince Bahad, the co-host speaking here. Kindly follow me. I'll come to you kindly. Next speaker, was it Mtuflani or Nyalom? No, not Nyalom. Mtuflani, are you there?
No, it's not me. It's someone else. I think there's some people who joined before me. Just give one speaker before I come in.
Okay. Let me give it to Wanga. Who is this? Wanga Lambuzi. You are here, then you dropped. Can you hear me now? Wanga Lambuzi? Please, guys, if you request for a mic,
Wait a second.
make sure you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Prince? Hello.
Yeah, personally, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, but your voice is a bit low.
Okay, wait a second. I think I have an issue with my Bluetooth.
Are you okay?
One quick second.
You're okay now. You're okay now. Just speak.
I'm okay. Okay. Sasa habari zenyu? Mimi nimefurahi sana. Nimekuwa nikisikia hii story. Na mimi nakubaliana na most of what the people are saying. So mimi nasema hivi, wale watu wenye wanaturudisha nyuma ni hawa politicians, hawa ma MPs, hawa ma women reps na some senators. Sasa tukiwa target wao, kuna mtu alikuwa anasema tukiwa target wao, tukiwa weekend wao, they will have to toe the line. So ule mtu mwenye nimekuwa na makasiriko na yeye sana ni huyu slay queen anaitwa Esther Passaris. Yeye huwa na echo whatever Ruto says. Sasa nilikuwa na suggest to tengeneze list ya wale watu wana tabia mbaya. Whatever mmoja atajua kwamba watu watarespond kwa nini zile events tunajua kwamba wanaenda kule. Natakana
Wangalambuzi, please check your network connections. Kama ni Bluetooth inakusumbua, tafadhali toa, halafu proceed. Juu unakatika sana, usikiki. Please, kama Bluetooth inakusumbua.
Hello?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, my urge today is I had actually switched off this app for like a day. Switched it off, deleted the app, deactivated my account, came back today. The weekend I was not there because this app is becoming a bit toxic because people are just complaining every day. And it's the same thing every day. Of course, Ruto is going to do what he's going to do. We already know that. I think by now, we should not be surprised by what he's doing. It has reached a point, even if he tries to do something good for the people will not they'll not believe and they'll reject. So what are we going to do? Because this complaining is not taking us anywhere. Demonstrations, demonstrations have basically been cancelled. Going to demonstrate right now, everybody is busy trying to live their lives, trying to, take out a shilling here and there. So telling people to demonstrate right now, that one might not work. I don't think Kenyans are angry enough. And you see, when these demonstrations started, I told people, it's either we finish this, because if you leave it, Ruto will clap back. And he's already clapping back. You've seen that young man who went to church with the flag and he said reject finance bill. That guy he was arrested over the weekend. So the clapping back has started. And nobody is safe. If any vocal person in this movement will be arrested. Wanjigi is there. I don't know so much about Mamba Wanjigi. I don't know whether it's a show or it's real. But they're putting him aside. Other young people, Wanjigi is a billionaire. He can take care of himself. But the rest of us, you don't have that kind of resources to do that. I'm not trying to be defeatist or anything, but we need to change that and see how, because Kenya is not Nairobi. Kenya is not Nairobi, but Nairobi does have an influence on the rest of Kenya. So it's either people wake up and get serious, or you accept what is coming. And it's going to be very painful. And even that 2027, by the time it reaches, if we don't deal with this now, by the time 2027 is getting there, Ruto would have already won. I don't think there'll be any need for elections. And he might even change the constitution and give himself more year. Tukiachilia kamba, that's what's going to happen. So wale wasikie kama this Twitter place, it's also, I've come to realize it's also shamba ya watu. Kuna watu huku wanalima likes and interactions and what. But this is real life, bro. This is not a movie. Bro or sis, this is not a movie. This is real life. Tuache mchezo. So me, I'll just tell people to get serious. Remember, complain, yes. But let's do something about it. That's all. Me, I'll do mine in my own way. Everybody does that in their own way. We cannot talk about it here, but let's find a way. I think now it's reached a point now people need to meet physically. I don't know how we'll do it, but there needs to be a formula to it.
Angalambu potea. KD, can you hear him? I'm a drop. Do you miss him ski? Binti confirm? Unamsikia?
I can hear you. What do you mean? Can I hear you?
We had the person who was speaking.
Mtulani. No, I can't hear him anymore. No.
Mtulani Wangalambuzi, actually, I'm a drop. Okay, we go to the next speaker. Mtulani, now you can go on. Good morning.
I've been speaking for the last... Hello? Hello?
Hi.
We are getting you.
I was speaking for the last 5 minutes or something.
Nah, somebody else can pick up. We proceed.
I was speaking before.
Yeah.
We heard you. Minus the last 1 minute, 2 minutes.
But come on, as I inject, you just inject.
Anyone? Just raise your hand and I'll give you the mic. Anyone, please? I can see Wangalambuzi is back. Hebu tumsikie kama nini yake imekuwa poa. Wangalambuzi, good morning.
Hey, 1 2. Please confirm with me if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. Niambie kama siko clear enough. So, oh, okay. Nimetoa nini Bluetooth, nafikiri hiyo ndio ilikuwa inaleta shida. So, nilikuwa nasema wale watu wenye wanaleta shida of course ni politicians. Wale ma MPs, wale ma women reps na wale ni wengine, sio wote lakini wale watapia mbaya. Na ule kunao a few characters wenye Ruto akisema kitu wako tayari kudefend hata kama hawaja angalia kama hiyo yenye anazungumzia ni ya manufaa kwa wananchi ama si ya manufaa. Na kunao mtu kama Esther Passaris, yeye ndio amekuwa na ile mambo anatetea ile mambo ya Adani deal at the airport. Watu kama Osoro, watu wakina nani, who is this guy, huyu jamaa wa kakofia naitwaje, Dismas Mabaraza and all those. Inatakana tutengeneze list of shame ile ya kutosha. Tunaweka wale wa kwanza, sio tunaweka ile ya an overwhelming list. Tunatengeneza kama mwezi mmoja watu 5. Tunaweka pale and we circulate that thing until they really feel the shame. Tuweke faces, those people who are shot na damu yao tunaweka pale. Tunatengeneza zile graphics, tunaweka pale and we circulate until they feel that shame. Tukifanya hivyo for the whole month, mtu mmoja tu na the face inaendelea, nafikiri they will shape up na hawatataka ku identify na huyu Ruto, kwa sababu nakumbuka immediately after the 25th of June kuna watu hawakutaka kuwa identified na president. Alafu vile tumeendelea kulekeza kamba, ndio sasa wakaanza kujitokeza. Sasa hizi wanaweza wakakuja wakaongea kwenye TV however they want and all that. Nafikiri nitakana kuregesha huko. Kila wakati mtu akizungumza kitu, we do not just like respond ile siku alafu kesho tunaaja. Hiyo akizungumza the whole month, yeye atakuwa topic and we run them down mpaka wajue kwamba we are watching them. Hiyo tu naweza nikasema kwa sasa. Nitaachilia wale wengine waongee, but I might contribute a little bit later. Thank you for the chance.
Sawa, karibu Kalambuzi.
Asante.
Let's go to the next speaker.
Bwana speaker, bwana host, one question. Hiyo time nilibonga hakuna mtu alinisikia. That's one question.
Is that mtu? Is it you asking?
There's something interfering.
Okay. Ilikuwa Wangalambuzi nimemute. Okay, ulikuwa unasikika the last 1-2 minutes, yeah? Haukuwa unasikika. Haukuwa unasikika the last minute. The last 1-2 minutes haukuwa unasikika.
Mngeniambia, but anyway, let someone else talk. Let me recompose my thoughts, then I come back.
Okay, ni sawa. Thank you so much. I can see Jason Mosoti. Good morning.
Morning. I'm here today to greet you. I've been in my county
fighting for our rights. Tumekuwa tukitishiwa maisha, lakini leo tunamaliza hiyo kazi, turudi kwa makazi zetu. Keep praying for us. Tukipatikana tuko kwa any space huwa tunakujiwa. So we've been trying to abstain every space. We've come because hii ni saa 7. Hata kama utatafutwa sana. Tumekuwa tukitishiwa. I've been in the hands of these people from Saturday. I was released yesterday on Monday. So we are on our last chance of removing our governor, of which we are trying to do the last episode today.
Just a minute.
So keep praying for us.
Just a minute, please. When were you arrested? And which police station were you held?
Okay, I've been in Nyamira police station since Friday evening. So I left there yesterday. Just because I've been fighting.
What was the reason for arrest? Actually, what did I'm sorry.
Okay, I've been leading our spaces in Nyamira, so of which the motion was tabled on Thursday. So I've been one who has been fighting and looking for the youths. We've been following everything, the county assembly. So on Friday we had a public participation, of which some of us, we were followed and we were taken to custody, but we are fine. It's only that we were taken there on Friday.
How many?
Yes.
Were you alone? Ama kulikuwa na wengine?
Hello. Kulikuwa na wengine.
How many were you in total?
We were 5 people in number.
So whom is it, the governor or the national government?
Okay, we were impeaching the governor for our county.
So most likely the governor alitumana mshikwe.
Tulikuwa tumeshikwa ndio. Today is the day that we are following it in the county assembly. Tumekuwa tukiogopa. Unapatikana any space, anytime, unakujiwa. So today we are on our last fight. But we believe everything will be okay. Juu nilitoka Nairobi nikakimbia nyumbani to make sure he's gone. And it will be done today. But keep praying for us.
Pole sana Mosoti kwa hiyo ilikukuta. Tafadhali follow up alafu fungua DM. I'll share my number with you. Just in case they come, just send me a text. We'll all amplify here. LSK wanafanya kazi nzuri. Wanasimama na bado hujafanya makosa, ni mambo na maandamano, mambo na kupigania haki yetu. Hiyo hakuna makosa. Na mimi mwenyewe kuna wenzangu wengi wako hapa, kina KOT, kina Peter, kina Voice of Tongaren, kina KD. Wako wengi kwa hizi teli, wako wengi sana. So just in time they come for you, just let us know how we can help, because we have to stand with each other. Sisi wote tunateseka. Kama tuna haki kwa moja, kwa sisi wote. Kwa hivyo tafadhali pole sana kwa hiyo, na usiogope. Wacha kujificha, uchukua mtu. Hii Kenya ni yetu na lazima tupiganie nchi yetu. So usiogope ati mimi niko kwa space nitakujiwa. Mimi sasa hata niko nje. I'm not even in my house. They came for me in the house. So what else am I fearing? So hakuna mimi nakuogopa. Wewe toka, as long as ujoa mtu bro, governor sikutishe. Kama Ruto hatumuogopi itakuwa governor. Anaitwanga aje governor kwenu? Ni Arati ama ni nani? Nyaribo huyo mzee huyo.
Huyo mzee huyo.
Ambia peleka ujinga kwenye nyaki na huko. Sisi hatumuogopi. Wewe nataka hiyo kazi unafanya, endelea kufanya kazi hiyo. You follow me up on your just in case of anything, let us know. We'll be there for you. Kisi simbali. Ni sawa?
I think nimekufollow. If you only send me your number, we will communicate.
Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Karibu sana. Next speaker tafadhali. Who wants to speak? Mkono juu tafadhali. Hello.
Yo, zetu pole kwa hayo. Kenya usiongo kwa watu wako kufikia naye, tunawapea morali. Kama watu hata wakipigana, ndio wa Yesu.
Peter, tafadhali angalia network yako alafu rudi uongee. Nimekumute kwa sababu husikiki. Sijui kama ni echo ama ni shida ya net uko nayo, tafadhali angalia alafu kuja.
Okay, sawa. Pengine network. Pea mwingine nafasi basi.
Endelea, unasikika sasa. Proceed, please.
Nilikuwa napea mwenzetu morale asija akakufa morale. Huyo amesema ameshikwa huko Nyamira huko. So tunamwambia ngangane, siogope, keep in touch na watu ili watu wajue hali yake. So keep on the fight, na tunamwambia aendelee na hiyo vita kwa sababu lazima tukomboe nchi yetu. Watu wanataka kuuza, lazima tuikomboe. Sasa nilikuwa nataka tumpe morale hiyo.
Thank you so much. Jason, sijaona ukinifollow. My name is Prince Baha, just in case you're confused. I didn't see you following me. But once you follow me, I'll send you my number. Anyone? Mwenye kuongea? Tafadhali? Nyolamo, umenyamaza sana. Nyolamo, are you there? Nyolamo? Ni kama amesinzia. Kuna watu wengi hapo lakini si mbona nataka kuitisha mic. Tafadhali, niko na space kadhaa. Simuitisha mic tafadhali. Nataka kusikia kutoka kwa kila mtu. Hii space ni yetu si wote. Mtu fulani, I can see your hand. Proceed.
Niko daddy, but I think there's some interference na hii space. Sijui kama unaisikia Bwana Prince, but I'm hearing some noises in the background nikiongea. Unanisikia?
Yeah, can hear you. Kuna watu kadhaa hapo wame mute mic zao, but nadhani nimemute mic ya kila mtu, so I can hear you personally.
Okay. So kile nilikuwa nasema ni watu wanafaa kuwa serious. Na okay, what I'll say is Kenyans are not angry enough. Na mambo inaendelea kutendeka, and Ruto is clapping back in a big way. So watu wajichunge, be careful what you say and what you do and how you do it. Be very careful. Morara amejiweka kwa limelight. Yeah, hizi pelekwa hivi. In fact, if I was, let's try to think as the other side. Let's try to think as the other side. Kuna hawa majamaa wanatupinga. Haya, now we need to think from there. How will they come at you? Of course, kuna hiyo mambo ya abductions na nini. But we need to find a way to counter that and protect ourselves from that. We need to counter that in a way kujiprotect. Hapo ndio, hiyo ndio kitu naweza ambia watu wenye wanasikiza. How do you, yes, you might want to unaweza ingia kwa hizi spaces, hata unaweza toka hizi spaces, but uende kwa ground, say one or two things, they can come for you. Si lazima ukue kwa space. So how do we counter that? How do we protect ourselves from that? Bwana Prince, I want to pose that to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mutuflani. Kulingana na mimi, the only way that you can protect ourselves ni kuwa kitu kimoja. Kwa sababu tuseme kama mtu umeshikwa uko mahali popote tu wamekuweka, Tukishajua mapema ile kile tunapiga hapa, mawakili wanafika kule, wana demand is either uachiliwe unconditionally ama kama uko na shida na wewe kupeleka court, na watakuwa hapo kwa court ku represent. I think that is the only best way we can protect ourselves. That's why I've been insisting numbers matters a lot. Please follow everyone. When someone follows you, follow back. Because the more numbers you have, the more your message ina circulate haraka. Tafadhali, tukiwa na numbers, hao watu wazitutisha. Watatupeleka wapi? Watakupeleka court, will be there for you. Will bail you out. Kesho tuko kwa barabara sisi wote. What else will they do? Hawezi tu wasi wote. Ni kututishia tu.
Haya, na wale wako kwa Twitter, juu watu wengi wako kwa Twitter, wale wako kwa ground, wako outside Nairobi. Wale unaona kama huyo jamaa amekuja ameongea hapo Wanyamira, si wengi wako kwa Twitter. Now they're feeling it nicely huko. Sijui now how do we deal with that?
We can use the formula idea, tell a friend to tell a friend. That's why you have seen me very willingly to give out my number. Because I know, if I know that something is happening somewhere, I can send that text. Yeah. Naelewa sikiliza.
Ni ukweli, lazima ujisaidie pia.
Hawezi jisaidia na watu peke yako ndugu yangu. Juu kama mimi
who can help you, like kuwa na namba watu LSK yako, anybody who can help you. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. Public office, so naweza share hapa ila mtu akwe nayo. Kunipigia mimi ukinikosa namba KOT kwa hapo juu. Unaweza kuja kwa DM zetu, pia kosa mtu kwa simu, kuja kwa DM, tumia message, wewe mwenye tweet hapa, sisi tutakuja hapo. Mtu fulani
nilikuwa nauliza, as a former security officer, what else can you share with us, meaning
the more intense, the more utafanya ujue vitu mingi. And you know what? Privacy is power. Are we together? Just Sean.
Yes.
Just Sean. Now proceed.
Okay. I want to share my number. Anybody who wants to call me can call me, and
Currently don't put number here, not unless you have balls, as I do. Because in this spaces there, put undercover. That's so many around here. That's why you see to over 60 people there. Be warned. Don't share your number here. If you want to share with someone your number, go to the DM. DM them your number. Thank
you. Immediately before anything, because as I'm seeing my account is now risking, but I have no problem. As I will be done from my county, I'm now again coming to the city because ukisikiza kitu kama kimenikasirisha, nimekasirika jana. There is no way mtu anasema ameenda Germany, few minutes after address Germany wana respond back, wanasema we have not signed anything, it's only that we talked. So as I was leaving Nyamira, I found some people saying kanisa tena zimeingiliwa, na nikawaambia nyinyi watu wa kanisa ndio mliotuuza wa kwanza, so hata mkiingiliwa msiseme let us number one, I'm fighting even if tutawekwa ndani sisi, hii nchi lazima ikombolewe na watu watakomboa hii nchi ni sisi, either you are on government, either you are on public, on private, anywhere we are fighting for our country. I think I'm done, and Mr. Prince, please send me your number inbox because nimejaribu kutumia imekataa.
So I feel like they're trying to drive this narrative here. It's like a power struggle kind of thing. They will withdraw the security, then show judiciary who is in control. And this is just to undermine the judiciary, such that when any case of this, of this type is presented to them in future. So, actually, from my heart, nasikia to like, we don't have a Kenya. Imeisha, like, if we don't stand up and fight as a youth, because clearly Kenya tunaona saizi huko juu, those people have failed us as a nation. Because going to studios every day and talking in studios doesn't change anything.